Futures little change here this morning ahead of a key inflation reading for the month of April. We'll get a year-over-year core PCE index reading and also the month-over-month number coming out this morning as well, heading into what has been a positive week, or the end of what has been a positive week. We'll see if this move can hold as we wrap up what would be the first week in 7 to the upside for U.S. stocks, which is always a good thing. Looks like core PCE here, 0.2 versus 0.9 previous. So the core price PCE index year over year, 4.9 versus 5.2. So a little bit below expectations, it would appear. U.S. retail inventories coming out as well, 1.7% to the upside versus 2.5% the last time. So 0.4 versus 0.5 and 0.9 versus 0.7 there. So a little bit below estimates on the core PCE number there, which is one of the gauges the Fed does use for inflation going forward. As I mentioned, 7 weeks in a row to the downside for U.S. stocks. So we're wrapping up a positive week. More retail earnings to get through this morning. Big lots, I should say, and Gap both out, both to the downside after their forecast on both cases not good. More Chinese e-commerce strength. PDD positive on the morning. And we'll talk about some pot stocks, weed stocks moving around here in the pre-market. CGC reporting a loss, a bigger than expected loss, surprising no one. It's Friday, May 27th, 2022. TraderTV.live starts now. Yeah, there we go. Not much reaction there off of that number. We are looking at basically flat to start things off on a Friday. Again, coming off pretty impressive couple of days back to the upside. Pretty good start anyways to the last day of the week here, heading into the long Memorial Day weekend. More negativity at the bottom end there. Bitcoin, Ethereum back in the red, but otherwise, hey, we'll take it. Coming off that number, unsure about the reaction there, what was going to happen for the overall market, but we'll take it. At this point, there was a little bit of a move to the upside. We're kind of flat overall for the S&P. Good morning, guys. It is Friday. We made it to the end of the week. It's a long weekend. It's a little rainy here in Toronto this morning, but hey, it's May.
Yeah, it's rainy. Oh, that's good. It gets better this weekend, thankfully, because I don't want it to be raining all weekend, because I'll be in a tent. Yeah, anyways, we don't have to talk about that. It's going to be an interesting day today. We had such a strong rally. This SIGA's already on the move. It just broke the high of the day, so whatever. I'm in it pretty light, so we'll see. But SIGA back in play. Obviously, the chips are in play. You get a good day out of the markets, and then of course you get a bit of a spoil with Gap and big lots, but Costco's wasn't all that bad. A lot to be navigating. The memes are still in play, seeing some strength over there in GameStop. It's up again, testing some pretty key levels. So we'll be back looking at a lot of those as well, the chip space. Some news on Tesla as well that we'll have to get into. And Elon's getting sued, so pretty much a regular day.
Elon's getting sued? Oh, okay.
It's not like it's.
Yeah. Yo, what's up? Yeah, it should be a good day today, Friday. Markets rallying a little bit again, up 0.5% in the NASDAQ, just 0.28 in the ES. Yeah, retail's on watch one more time with Costco. Gap is on watch. We talked about Gap yesterday, that it would probably be a little bit of a problem there. And I even pointed out, without knowing, obviously, about their earnings, that Old Navy possibly going to be a problem for them, and that seems like that is what it is. So we're going to wait to see about Gap stores. We're also going to be trading some AMD off of yesterday. Obviously, what a monster day that was for AMD and NVIDIA. So we'll see if we can have the same luck today as we did yesterday. The sticky note is up, ready to rock and roll. We're excited to watching some Ethereum down to 1,800. I bought more of that last night, so let's see where that goes. But yeah, super excited here once again to be trading with all of you. It's 8:35. Can't wait for another 55 minutes.
Yeah, here we go. Back to the upside here for futures at this point. S&P now 0.34 to the upside, so starting to get going off of that number at 8:30. We'll jump into a few things here. There's so much to talk about this morning, as we said. Retail sales on the mind. We have meme stocks back on the mind, although much lower volume for both GameStop and AMC this morning. I just noticed, guys, it's been a wild ride for natural gas this week. Natural gas futures down 5% right now heading into the weekend. Also saw this. It seems to come every once in a while, but here's more positive notes on Roku, because why not? Pivotal Research with an upgrade on Roku this morning, and just saw Roku shares pop up. We've been talking a lot about tech over the past couple of days. Amazon coming out saying that their higher cost problem yesterday, not an issue. CEO Jassy saying that, making specific comments. If you remember back their last quarterly results, they said they expect higher costs to be an issue going forward. He came out and said shouldn't be that big of a problem. Apple as well back to the upside this morning. Microsoft back to the upside this morning. So many different angles to take into the weekend here. Yeah,
lots. Yeah, Roku not really doing a heck of a lot, but hey, what's on the radar? When that thing moves, I guess it's worth a look, right? So if it gets anywhere close to breaking out, and trust me, you're looking at the levels I just saw, it's not that exciting or that sexy. But speaking of Jassy there, I mean, the market just took the highs of the day, but you do have Amazon trying to test, and probably a few other names as I look at them, trying to test these pre-market and I guess sort of Thursday afternoon highs. Amazon in particular, that 22.5. We didn't really think it mattered all that much. This sort of record date for the split. It's been known so far in advance, but it was just strong with the rest of the market yesterday. It looks like it's catching a bit of a bounce here. What a gorgeous look it was off that 2,000 level. But like a lot of other names, I'm just putting the daily chart up, a lot of other names that are out there, we're going to be running into this sort of same thing after a couple of big days. We're still in the channel, right? Like you pull up many big tech names, semi names as well, and you're going to see the last month we got that resistance that's still in play. Amazon's is $70 higher, but you can go across the board, and that's what we're going to be trying to chew through. Can we get there today on a Friday in front of a long weekend? A lot of times you don't get the volume to do so, but hey, I wouldn't write it off.
Yeah, we're getting short GPS. I'm trying to get some long Apple here. But on the sticky note, I mean, that's what we're talking about today, right? We think that there's going to be a lot of, I think the tailwinds from the tech is going to be huge. We called, I can't be happier. I've been buying NVIDIA, I've been buying SMH. You guys know I'm all over AMD as well. Not only in the personal profile accounts, portfolios, but also right here. So we talked about that yesterday, even before NVIDIA earnings. Even when NVIDIA was down 5%, I was like, I like it and got to buy this stock. We obviously had that 160 print yesterday for NVDA. So that was just a monster trade there yesterday. Thanks for watching. If you're a part of that yesterday, there it is right there, 160. We called this. We actually put the clip up as well on our Twitter and on the main Twitter feed as well, at tradertv.live. But today, AMD off 98, looks like a great level. NVIDIA breaking through 181, also a big level. We have Gap, Apple, and Microsoft down here as well, as I put big tech leads. So it's just like, we knew this was going to happen, that at some point these were going to be great buys, right? And so you got NVIDIA right now trying to break through on the daily chart, this 181 right here. So that's a pretty big, I mean, it's really 182 and change, but yesterday we got as high as that 181. So I'm thinking if we can break through there, then we go ahead with that trade as well to the upside for NVIDIA. We've got Apple levels to look at. Like I said, if it breaks 145, I'll take it. There are lower levels as well. You can find out about those. But yeah, there's lots of stuff happening, man. I do like the Gap short, though. I mean, we're going to talk about earnings coming up very, very soon. So we'll continue to do that. I mean, my best two trades over the last couple of days were JWN and Macy's yesterday. So we'll look to rinse and repeat that here with GPS. Yeah,
more earnings to get through on the retail side. Watch SoFi here, guys. They're talking about the White House apparently planning some student debt cancellations on CNBC right now. So SoFi could come into play. No details on that yet. I wanted to mention, though, the market trying to get going here. Now 0.5% for the S&P. So if you missed it, you're joining us a little bit late. The core PCE price index year over year comes out 4.9%, in line with 4.9 expectations. The previous was 5.2. So it's actually coming down a little bit. That's a key gauge for inflation that the Fed does use. The consumer spending number as well, higher. So maybe some signs that the consumer is still strong. And this PCE number that the Fed uses, guys, down slightly, 4.9 again versus 5.0.
look, there were some signs this week that retail and the consumer is strong, right? It's where it is, right? Like you had the dollar names just go absolutely, bonkers, and you've had some of the high end do particularly well. It wasn't all doom and gloom for Costco. I think if the fear would have been that Costco pulled like a Walmart or a Target, and I think that didn't happen. But overall, I don't think that was like a gigantic, maybe market moving number. The market definitely is liking it to the upside so far, so we'll definitely take it. But I think some of the signs that we're seeing out of the retailers still paint a pretty mixed picture overall. Still, it's better than it looked at the beginning of last week. That's to be sure. And I think we're going to have to take that. Like I looked at some of those. I mean, they're not moving right now, but if you looked at that Dollar Tree and Dollar General, they were just so ridiculously strong. And they did what I wanted Costco to do and didn't have enough strong enough earnings to do that, which is essentially take the wipeout that you got over the Walmart fiasco, and Target, I should say, because Target was worse, and then just said, who cares? It didn't even happen because our earnings were fantastic and we blew it out of the water. Now, you're still down from where we were on Costco, and we'll show that in a little bit when we get into that particular name, but very, very strong move there. So you got to really pick and choose your spots when it comes to the consumer and where they're going to be successful, like Gap under trouble, but there's certain segments that look pretty strong here. I was watching SoFi when that note came out about the student loan forgiveness. I was a little surprised to see that it didn't do any volume at all. We'll keep an eye on it, but so far, a bit of a nothing burger it does feel for SoFi.
I think you could buy Walmart at these levels, man. We talked about that bottom of being 118. We talked about this yesterday, that, off the dollar store news, off Walmart just being absolutely killed. I think that there's enough is enough in some of these names. So if you are going to get a strong consumer coming through here, I don't know what the summer is going to look like, but I just feel, moving forward, Walmart's not going anywhere, so I actually really like this stock. I feel like, based on its PE levels right now, which let's just double check, but you're in the teens, right? So I just want to double check on Walmart right now. I mean, look at this move that it's just had to the downside. Monster move to the downside down to 118. Relooking at some of these levels, yeah, it's 17 right here, forward PE 18. So I just... 134, that was a big break, and I think a lot of people got flushed out there. You made this bottom of around 120. Look at that. Remember, it's a 3-day rule, so if you use that, here's day 1, here's day 2, there's day 3, and then if you bought it on the 3rd-day rule, you're up from 120 all the way up to 126. So that 3rd-day rule is working out for you as well. And let's go over here and look at Target. And if you want to buy a name that's maybe a little higher quality from the consumer standpoint, if you thought that money was flowing back into this space, Target, we know that this can whip around as well. This PE is actually better than Walmart's at 13 right now. And then you get the 1st day, 2nd day, 3rd day. You continued a little bit down to 150 there, and now you're back up to 163. So for me, I think if you're going to look anywhere, go to the higher quality name, maybe like a Target, because we saw yesterday or 2 days ago with Nordstrom's how they had a nice little day for themselves, and then yesterday with Macy's. So I don't know. I feel like the consumer, and again, here in Canada, maybe it's a little different than the United States. We had Raheem talking about some retailers in Canada coming through as well. But here's Nordstrom's. The chart looks completely different. I mean, these are different earnings days, but recently, a nice little move upside here. You're trying to break through 25 with that bottom of 21. Again, it's not going to have the beautiful, potential for these huge moves like a Target would on the backside, but why not? Take retail that's been working, and everybody loves Costco. We're going to get to them in a minute, but Costco has we were listening to this on the way in, all-time record for renewals. For their membership. And that's like an annuity on the stock, right? Like you're going to keep getting people pumping money back into Costco. So they don't even need to do anything. Not only do they execute amazingly, but they also have people paying them to shop there. So, I mean, and it's a record. Like you would think that, hey, maybe people have cut. Like when people are looking to say, hey, I'm making less money, or I guess you're not making less money, but inflation's going out of control. I'm spending more money, yada, yada, yada. Maybe one thing that they would cut would be their Costco memberships. No, record membership signups, record renewals. So, I mean, Costco working today. I think it works for forever. And if you want to buy Costco, I'm not in it, should be in it. Not too late to do that, down 1.5%. Maybe get a little bit of a gift today for Costco.
Yeah, we just re-upped hours as well, so I was one of those. Let's bring in Michael Moss, chartered market technician from Trade Ideas, get his take on what has happened this week and a look forward to what to expect heading into the long weekend south of the border, Memorial Day, obviously. Michael, great to see you as always. It's been another great week as far as volatility, as far as opportunities are concerned. We're going to focus a little bit today on intraday. Typically, we talk a little bit more, longer term type ideas, but give us your take here on when the market is we're stuck in a range overall, trying to break the upper end, but when the market is kind of back and forth like this, we really, as traders, have to be able to take advantage intraday when the opportunities are there.
Yeah, exactly. And that's why I thought I'd come today with an intraday kind of strategy, one of my favorite day trading strategies, because you're right. We're in a high volatility environment, but we're going almost nowhere. We have an anchored VWAP, a big support area right below us. We have that 420 area that the SPY has been fighting forever right above us. And I'm kind of in the mindset where we may be here for a few weeks. Next week, as a shortened week, there may not be as many traders participating. And Brendan's 100% right. Even myself, who's primarily a swing trader and day trades as well, I focus way more on the day trading side when things are like this and kind of dried up. Because if you're not going to get a sustained 2-3 day or a week move, you kind of chop yourself up, and that's frustrating on your personal capital, but then also your mental capital. You're just going in every day and nothing's really moving. So I'm going to show off, again, one of my favorite day trading strategies today. I'm going to start off here. We have a back test, something that we can do in Trade Ideas. Something I do a lot as a quantitative trader is back test my strategies and try to figure out how they work in the real world. This is the one, again, that I use very frequently, and it's just called the second day play. I just saw Sean was talking about a third day play for a bounce. The basic idea here is you're looking for a stock that got beaten up yesterday, and today it looks like it's going to fail again. And the psychological idea behind this is that, you're going to hit a lot of stop losses. People who are trapped in a position may say, okay, yesterday was bad. I'm going to put my stop loss under the low of that day. If that gets triggered, that's going to get me out, things like this. But again, I'm able to go back and back test and say, does that make sense? I have this kind of idea. Is that something that carries through? And this strategy here, over the last 64 days is a 57% win rate and a 1.7 profit factor. Quick summary without going into the math behind that. Basically means for every dollar I lose net on the trade, I make $1.7. So over the long run of playing that game, it's really a good one. So the next slide here has kind of the rules of the trade. So this is an example of one I took a few days back. Fairly slow moving stock, but you can see the red line divider is just between the 2 days. This is a 5-minute chart. Sold off the prior day, pretty much the entire day from the open to the close. Yesterday, or the current day that I was trading, it bounced, started to roll over, and you can see the entry blue line of where the system kind of alerts me, because I'm able to, from the back test, just say that's something that I want, just show me when these things occur. You take the short in for there. So the basic rules are you want at least a 3% down move the prior day. You want the current day to have bounced a little bit, but not taken over the high of the prior day, or even really more than about 50% of that move. And then you're just looking for a support break. You guys talk all the time about just support and resistance. You're just looking for a support break to the downside, something substantial enough that you think it will make a down move. Now, that's the basic rules. Again, the best trading strategies are incredibly simple and incredibly basic. So what I've done is I've actually compiled a list here. We'll start to go through of 5 symbols that met that prior day criteria. So we're getting a small bounce in the market today so far. So we'll see if this rolls over. I think a lot of these might be pretty good candidates from the short side. So the first one here is NRIX, which is a therapeutics play. Really, really bad day yesterday. You can see that down candle is much bigger than anything else on the screen and hitting new lows, bouncing a little bit in pre-market. So again, if this one rolls over, I'm interested in that one. This next one is ACD, which is a realty play. So this one will be a little bit slower. 2 days up in a row, looked very, very strong, and then gapped down yesterday and closed near the lows. So that may have caught some investors off guard there. The next one here is Snow Computer Systems. This is a pretty famous name. Bad earnings, I'm assuming, just because it was down on the day. rallied into the close, but still wasn't able to retake that high. So this is kind of the strongest looking one for a bounce on the chart. But if that fails, from failed moves generally come fast moves. VStat, which is just radio and broadcasting, gap down from earnings, kind of trading right at that support zone, couldn't really get much of a bounce in yesterday's positive tape. And then last but not least is ZLab, down 3 days in a row, with yesterday being making that 3% down move. This one's a little bit cheaper. It's a Chinese pharmaceutical, so good for day trades. I generally don't want to play with those overnight.
Interesting concept. It'd be almost interesting. Maybe we can throw this at you as well for next time to do that on the long side as well, to see if if you flip that idea in a stronger market, as we've seen over the past couple of days, what happens with long opportunities coming off positive news or a positive move, anyways. For a stock.
Love to.
Yeah, great stuff. Michael Nuss, Chartered Market Technician at Trade Ideas. Always appreciate the information. Have a great weekend.
You too now. Have a good long one.
A couple of interesting concepts there, guys.
Yeah, exactly, and that's what we love having Michael on, right? Like get those ideas out there. You look at that snow chart, and that's definitely the kind of name you want to be on. It's got lots of volatility to it, and it can definitely make some power moves. And just quickly here, someone asked, like, strong move to the upside in the market. Obviously, it makes sense why you short Gap, because they had terrible earnings, right? So I was asked why short Pinduoduo, because they had blowout earnings, and they did. But they were also gapped up because of Alibaba yesterday, and they gap up again, so they'd already put in a rather large move. I consider them up more than 9% on earnings. Right, the way I kind of look at it is you're also got to, to me, I'm including the bounce from yesterday, so that couple of extra dollars. And then when it sold through 45, it's just a pattern I've seen with U.S. listed Chinese names. When they gap up like this and extend further, and then you break that support, actually got triggered, and I'm like, oh, that's not where I want it. I want it short off of the high. So it's essentially just a setup that I've seen, and it also has resistance on the daily. Like Pinduoduo above 46, I think is continuing this breakout. So if it gets to that price and through it, and then can hold a bit above, yeah, I like the long, channeling that after the open. If it can hold above 46 at the open, sure, great. I think it can be a great breakout long trade. But until it gets through there, I've seen that pattern. I like to put the trade on. And then just like yesterday on AMC and GameStop, I was just showing GameStop breaks 135, which is the pre-market high, and this is what AMC is doing while that's happening. Right? Just like yesterday we talked about, GameStop pulled back in, gave you the short off the top on AMC. Literally a minute later, the same thing happens here in AMC, where you get the 1250 break. Right after GameStop has already done that by about a minute or two, and then it works right into what was yesterday's high, that 1280 to 1290 area. GameStop pulled back off of 140. That's why you're starting to see it come back in. So you want to make sure you're taking profit on the way up. But if GameStop takes out 140, then we can be looking at that level from yesterday, go 1280, 1285, and then 13 would be next for AMC. Right now, GameStop are the meme stock futures. It tends to be, they tend to be leading all of these moves. So if you miss a move on GameStop you like, flip that level 2 to AMC, or better yet, already have it up.
All right. Yeah, yesterday, like I was saying, AMC could have been the trade of the day. I mean, here's BOBA. We talked about Pinduoduo. Yesterday we had BOBA 86, out 91. We're not in Pinduoduo today. I'll tell you why in a minute. But yeah, yesterday's AMC trade was absolutely monstrous. We'll see if we could do it again, man, here today. So yeah, it's not on the sticky note. It probably should be. Was just looking at everything else yesterday. Look at these buys, man. We bought early and we didn't, we're Ape Nation, man. We're here. So I was here yesterday, did not get out when it broke through these levels, averaged in. We wanted 1150. That came through. We got 1160. Then it was booming to the upside there, getting these out for $1. Then we reloaded right there again and got that out, and then left it alone all afternoon. So nice little move to the upside right here for them. NVIDIA went up, man. We got 181s. It went all the way to 182, and we didn't get any out. So I really like this for the long side. We've also got Apple to the long side and then Gap to the short side right now. So lots of stuff to trade here today. Although I'm not as excited as I was the last couple days, but we'll see what happens here. But let's see if there's any interesting names over there on the upgrades and downgrade board.
A couple we mentioned already this morning. There they are, Costco and Gap. It's worth noting, typical for an earnings day, multiple moves both directions from analysts on both of those. So those two to the downside. Workday there, Jack in the Box as well. Ulta Beauty also reported, just very low volume in the pre-market here, but up nicely. It's a $500 stock, obviously. Broadcom gets the BMW deal done yesterday. There's Baidu and Dollar Tree from earlier this week as well.
Yeah, Ulta up 8%. It was actually more than that in the aftermarket, but you said low volume. We almost call it no volume. And that's just the reality for Alta. It looks, everything about the chart looks good. Back above the 50 period, back above key level $400. Like, what's not to like? It's a good report. They're in that, everyone's trying to get back out. Like, spending is happening in the U.S. on, it's like experiences. It's get out, get going more than stuff. Like, that's sort of one of the narratives that's been coming through. So if you're going back into work, back into the office and traveling more and having a little more fun out, then it would make sense that Alta would get a bit of a bump. So I like everything about the report. I even like the 400 level. I just don't like the notion that when it's got no volume, you get into it. Like Snowflake even had volume yesterday. And if I take the same trade at 9:30 as opposed to 8:30 or 9 or whenever I got into it, then would have been a winner instead of a loser. And it's just that simple. So, this will get more interesting to me if at the open we're holding that 400 level and it has a chance to get to the upside. But man, really no volume on this. So you got to stay away for now.
We haven't, I don't know if you're a longtime member here, 7 Apes or what, but I need more cowbell on the pre-market. I don't know what that means, but yeah, we have the bell that we ring, which is the Swiss cowbell, which is just going to be over there. That'll be at the open. And then we used to have something like, one of these graphics that was banging a cowbell, but off that Will Ferrell graphic on the Saturday Night Live. So I don't know what this is all about, but yeah, look, we're super excited to be here. Look, I'm in, right? So yesterday we were in Alibaba early. That was a monster. We were in NVIDIA early off the open. That was a big one. We're in these names again, Apple, GPS, and NVIDIA. But again, there's still 30 minutes to go here. Like, I feel like this pre-market, I just want this thing to speed up, man. Like, this is a long time before we even get close to being open here. Quickly on the imbalance locator. Yeah, Ford is, someone said, I think it was Frank, no cowbell. Yeah, I don't know. We used to have the cowbell one. I don't know where that one is. Huh?
We had a cowbell?
Oh, yeah. It was like one of our first ones. We used to hit it like...
There's the money cow. There's this cow. It's not that. There's no cowbell there.
We used to stand up. There was a graphic of us hitting a cowbell. So, I mean, I guess that's what you're talking about there. It was an SNL reference for Will Ferrell. So, there it is. Bang!
No way.
I might be getting old, but, still working up here. There it is. So yeah, the cowbell. Yeah, there is one of you too.
You sure?
Yeah. Well, it does regardless.
Yeah.
There is a cow.
There it is. Purple. And I'm wearing the purple. Not bad.
Still sharp. Okay. So, anyways, there's the cowbell for you. Thank you for that, Lucas. He found it for you. Okay. Someone said, "Why are we not trading Ford anymore?" It's a good question. Normally, Ford used to. It was on my watch list every single day, pretty much. I don't know. We can have a look at Ford. I mean, excuse me, 1305. I mean, that 13 bottom looks pretty good. Let's just look at this on a daily chart quickly. I still like Ford. It's fallen too much. Like my opinion is always long on Ford. So when it keeps coming back down in, it's like, I don't know. It hasn't been a great day trade. I mean, you're back and forth in here. When you have stocks that are moving like crazy every day, it just doesn't lead me to trade Ford. I've been trading Lucid, Rivian, Tesla, names like that. NIO is a popular name for me right now. But if you just look at Ford and you just say, is this really day tradable? Maybe it is, but it hasn't got my attention the last couple of days. I mean, it's not as like sexy of a play as these other ones. But there are movements. Where's my 20 period again? Like that's gone again. Like I don't even understand. But there we go. I think Ford can be bought probably through 13. But let me call up some more charts as some of them have crashed here.
Let's go to the weed group, CGC out with earnings. I noticed Cron was down big time as well. Cron's $3 now, it's amazing. But yeah, wider than expected Q4 loss here for CGC. This chart is just, wow. 13% already, guys, back under $5 here for Canopy.
I mean, I said it yesterday, like I was like, I've already written up these stocks as a loss. So, I mean, you're just going to have to sit here and wait. I believe that, look, and I don't know anything. I didn't read their report. I'm not really too interested in trading these names. They're pretty hard to trade, in my opinion, to be honest with you. The spreads are kind of nasty sometimes. Not the spread, sorry, but just the volume that's here on some of these moves. It's nice to see 600,000 shares in the pre-market, but you're right back to basically, I mean, it's not going to be all-time lows, but it's going to be lows of this recent move. So, you're back here. I guess it's not, look, this stock came out at like $1. So that's why I'm not saying it's all-time lows, but it might as well be as you're breaking back below. So if anything, it's going to be a short. I don't know what the, let me just check here. float checker. So this is something that Lucas showed me, CGC here. Let's see what the float is. Look at the short float. 20% across the board here on Canopy Growth. So, there is a potential for this thing to bounce back a little bit here. Again, I didn't really read any of the numbers. I see here down 10%, fine. They're expecting to turn a profit in 2024. Okay, that seems strange. Net loss, narrow, 574 million. 146 a share. They were looking at 185 a share a year earlier. So not producing the same as they were a year ago. Kind of makes sense as more people going back to work, less people sitting at home blazing, I guess. So that could be something there that is affecting them. But I don't know. I didn't break it down at all. So I'm not really interested in trading it. ACB I noticed as well. Aurora. Oh, that's a NASDAQ stock as well? No, that can't be, is it?
ACB?
Yeah, no.
CGC.
Yeah, no, CGC's NASDAQ, but I didn't know what ACB was. But Aurora Cannabis as well, down 15% today. So, I mean, a lot of these names just continue to get blown up. And so for me, it's a hard pass on these ones. We'll just wait to see where they go. I don't have much interest in them. They're going to go down. They're going to go up. There's going to be that short interest there. But it might be there are some tailwinds coming through. I think the better quality, and I think I was reading a report also that cannabis sales were near record highs for the province of Ontario, which is right here, the most populated province in Canada. So maybe that will extend through to other places. But until you get the federal okay on south of the border in the U.S., I don't see much love for a lot of these names, and they continue to go down, and it's like there's 470. So if you want to crack that lower, take it. But for me, I'm already in. Look at the names I'm in: Apple, GPS, and Nvidia. And I'm 3 for 3 right now. So like I said, when you're hot, and we've been really trading real well. So I'm just going to stay away from Canopy in these names and stick with what's really been printing the cash for your boys. So we'll stick with that. But hey, CGC at 470. If you want to take a shot long, I don't think there's any problem with that. Maybe you get a short interest explosion to the upside here. So I would say go long, but then if it breaks that 470, then you're on your own.
Yeah, there's not much else to look at. Like, the reality is, it gets below that price, you got a multi-level break, but until it happens, if you want to defend that level, that's it. Like, if there was a million shares on it, I'd probably be a buyer, but that's not $4.50, it's not $5, it's not $4, it's just randomly $4.70. It gets below there, yeah, you could see some acceleration to the downside. So maybe set an alert for that. It gets below and holds an offer, and you can take that short. It's SSR because it's getting crushed, so not really that much to be seen. There's also, just quickly, because I don't think we're going to talk about this one in particular, SWTX is on my radar. They had a trial miss, cancer drug trial that missed. They're gapping down 43% to the downside and just continuously flushing. So I want to see if I can get into this one. We've seen these sort of go even further, like sell even lower than this. So I'm looking for this one to maybe drop even further. If it can pop anywhere near 19, looking for the short.
Got out of Nvidia there for 80 cents. Smooth win right there on Nvidia. So, I mean, this is all over the stick. Whether or not you take it early or not, we actually just pushed decent amount of shares on that. There's Nvidia 181 break. We wanted that. So we took it in the pre-market, and there it is, up $1 right now. We also have the Apple break as well. That's on the sticky note. And then AMD is gone. So forget about AMD. I mean, if you're not... forget about Micron and all that kind of stuff. So Micron's great, but I'm just saying, the moves, and I don't know what Micron's move is right now, but the moves that these stocks have are unbelievable. The AMDs, the Nvidias of the world, as opposed to the Intels and the Microns and the TSMs. These stocks just keep going. When they want to go, they go. This is unbelievable. When I wrote the sticky note, it was literally this is not when I wrote it. This is when we went on the air. It was $98, $98.50. So I was just yesterday for AMD, I was like, okay, if this 98, and this is what I wrote on the sticky note, if it buys back into 98, we want to be hella long this name, but you can see what's happening now, exploding to the upside. So we missed it, but we got Nvidia, so that was a good one. And here it's pulling back a little bit right now. So a quick out there at 182 for Nvidia. And then Apple is another name that we're switching gears on. We're going long now through 142, man. It's already broken that 142 level right there that we were sort of trying to support right into here. So now you're above it and starting to go back. So I've already called this. I called this yesterday that, we're going back to the 50 period here. So I think Apple goes back to 158, 160, and then we see what happens at that point. So, so far so good. The only thing that's Now that's going against me here is GPS. But hey, this is just going to be like yesterday. I'm just like The Rock here with GPS. Like, let's bring it. I want to short on this name. We've already cashed. I mean, that cash out on NVIDIA was great. So we're able to get out of half of what we had up there at 180, 180. And again, it was just the same trade over and over again. It went right back to that same level. So that's it. That's that. And remember, I'd expect the market to fall a little bit. I mean, you're up 1.15%. Remember yesterday, I was like, you got to swing these long. That looks like it's paying off right here. I was like, no free fall Friday. So today, hopefully this looks like another big day. Talked about it on the way in with Baxter there. We're excited. Everything's rocking and rolling one more time. We're going to see if we can make this virtually a perfect month here this month and just continue what we're doing, man. The strategies have been working out. We'll trade AMC as well later, but we'll look at the tech stocks and we're going to look at Gap.
A little one in the, we'll get to this in a sec, but INDI just popping up. Arun is here. Let's get a check of the overall market here heading into the long weekend. Arun, we mentioned, or you mentioned 40.50 yesterday, ends up being a bit of a magnet. Support after all is said and done. Here we go back to the upside after this number at 8.30. Seemed to be a little better than expected.
Yeah, I guess. I don't know. It was a little mixed, and then the market just took off to the upside, and I guess we're going to treat it as a good number. The problem with these numbers is that, like, sometimes good is good, and sometimes good is bad. So we just got to wait for the market to react, and that's what the market's doing right now, is reacting in a positive way. To the upside we go. We are in a sell zone, so I am going to keep my eye out for potential shorts. I would rather fade this move if we can get the setup versus go for the long. It is strong, so you have to respect the strength, right? You're not going to go short right into strength right here. So I am going to kind of pull back, just wait for this market to do something around these price levels. I got resistance from here, pretty much where we are, all the way up to 41.15. So next 30 points, if I can find a reason to get a short on, I will, but for the time being, I'm going to sit back and wait, let this market go up. Preferably, though, the long would have been nice if we were at that 50 mark there, Brendan. If we were at 50 or just underneath 50, that would have worked out well against my support level, which is 40.25. So we have 40.25 down below, 41.15 up top. We are in a sell zone, so if we can find a short, we'll take it. If we can't find a short, just don't need to get run over by a freight train. Just move aside, let this market go up if it's going to go up. Now, past that, the levels are getting a little bit, spread out here, because I've got 41.15. Past that, I've got 42.10 as the next one up. So almost 100 points to 95 points above the next level. So we are going to have to wait back a little bit. Let's see if we can get something going around this 41.15 inside the current range where we're at. If we can't, then we're just going to wait this one out. Keep in mind, we are going into a long weekend. We should get some activity towards the end of the day. Long weekend tends to bring some activity as people close up their positions, or if they just kind of flatten out what they've got. And we are going into the end of the month now on a Tuesday. So it should bring some, the next couple of trading days should be pretty good in terms of activity. So wait for this market to give us that information. And if it takes all day, it takes all day. But we do need some information up here against this self-resistance.
Great stuff. Thanks, Arun. Have a great weekend. Yeah, big move into the close yesterday on large imbalance as well. So we'll see what happens at the end of the day today. This is that INDI, just mentioning George Soros, Soros Fund Management, reporting an 8% stake in INDI, which is a little semiconductor maker. Not a lot of volume yet, but just popped up on a volume scanner. So heads up on that. Let's get into everything you need to know heading towards the open here. Hey, we're under 25 minutes to go here before we get the market open. Big tech, top of the list once again. I mean, the semiconductors were just amazing yesterday. So strong, back to the upside. Will it be a second day here?
I like to think so.
Yes, I mean, I'm already long all big cap tech, and we've already crushed it. And I think it's going to, we're not crushed it, but we're long here. I think we've already broken out from a lot of these levels. We just talked about Apple. I just reloaded, obviously, the gap trade. I mean, that's a sort of a no-brainer there for me to reload this one. So we'll see where this goes now. But yeah, you want to talk about the biggest cap tech of all, the biggest stock in the world. We're going to talk about Apple right now. A big movement yesterday to the upside, obviously, once we broke through that 142. It just kept on going all morning. It opened at 138. It never really even dipped it at all. We dip a little bit. I mean, if you call that, I mean, these stupid wicks, but, you know, a little bit of a dip down there to 143 and change. But, you know, we're now well above these levels and we're starting to go higher here. Let's just see. It's a nice little move up in the NASDAQ. So if it can hold, it can hold, and we'll see where it goes. But I like Apple here, and obviously there's going to be Microsoft as well. These are both on the sticky notes. You can find that at Trader TV, Sean, and we'll talk about some levels there as you go. But here's the 20 period for Apple. Yeah, it looks bad because of all these wicks, but I hope you can still see it on the screen. I guess you can. That 137 bottom is actually where we're able to get some money in to Apple on that. We missed that very bottom of 134, but for me in the long term, I mean, we're just sitting there buying Apple, so 137 was a good one. It's not talking up my book here because trust me, I'm not selling any Apple. It's regardless of where it goes from here. But yeah, I like Apple into these numbers. I think we get through to 150. I mean, it could even happen today. I don't think so. We get another $5, but we could. If the market wants to go, we could test this 150 today. I just feel like you can buy this thing back to 142. I mean, if you really wanted to be real conservative, maybe 143 in there as your stop, because that was kind of the bottoms like we talked about there yesterday a couple times. So far, so good, man. But the sticky note is also now up on Instagram, so you can find that as well. That's Apple. And then, I don't know, what are we talking about? Just big tech rally. I think it's got led by NVIDIA yesterday. That was a very, very easy long for me. Very easy long, hopefully for you guys as well there as NVIDIA. I cannot believe the gift that people got yesterday to buy this thing at 160. I've been buying NVIDIA the whole time. I was like, you know what? That quarter was not bad. Ripped to the upside, and there it goes up to 181, 181, 182. Some key levels right here for NVDA. So as long as this market keeps on going, the semis, then I think you're really in luck here with a market rally. This can continue to go. NVIDIA is going to break this level, and everybody that didn't get in is going to want to get in, and that brings it up here to at least 210, and then northbound from there. So yeah, look, I'm a big bear or bull here in these tech names. Why not? They've been beat down so much. They're still making money. I mean, it's not like any of these EPSs are bad. They're all actually pretty much a beat. I mean, NVIDIA's was great. So nothing wrong with that. AMD went up 18% the following 2 days after their report. So let's see if NVIDIA can keep the momentum to the upside.
Yeah, I like Microsoft just in particular. We talk about upward channels. 267, it's through it right now, and then there's room to 275. You can sort of see that. Like, it's been in this for the greater part of almost a month now, and that's what we're trying to break out from. So instead of like a couple of days ago, where I essentially took the entire channel to the long side and just said hold it because it's going to try to make that breakout, I'm just going to go off of the support. So it's above that 77. It's looking like it's validating the breakout. So for me, rather than I could support, like just stop out at 265, that'd usually give me an average price of 67, risk a couple of bucks and try to hold it all day long. To try and get this, 70, 75. I'm going to go a little bit differently here. I'm going to only buy the dip. I'm not going to sit there chasing the upside of the long. Let it come to me on a Friday in this particular case. But yeah, big tech certainly has been good. I just want to see us break the next couple of channels. We've seen these bear market rallies before, but this is what I tried last time on this name, right? Like, instead of just scalping off of the bottom, I just said, I'm going to do this, hold all day long. And then it took out the low, right? I took out the stop, and then exactly what we wanted ended up happening in Microsoft. So I want to be a little bit more patient so that I can give it a little bit more room in Softy today.
All right, let's talk Tesla here. Here's a note from Credit Suisse talking down their Q2, both production and delivery numbers. They revised them anyways to the downside. They're talking 240,000 to 250,000, which, let's face it, is still enormous, versus 295,000 deliveries expected from the company. But I mean, it's Tesla, so it doesn't matter, right?
Yeah, I mean, it probably doesn't matter a heck of a lot, but obviously it matters a little bit here. Tesla's still super strong. Yesterday, it basically melted to the upside. The crime I had yesterday was getting out too early, and I think it'll happen to you sometimes. I like that 650 for a bid, and the strategy on Tesla has been allow it to find your key level, allow it to sort of have that 5 minutes of chaos at the open, and then if you can establish or hold the key level, then just work off of that. It's worked to the short side on the big flush day. It would have worked yesterday, except for the fact that when we got to 670, what happened? It was dying and stalling when the market was strong, and then it wasn't until, after a decent consolidation, it eventually broke out, and I didn't get back into it until much, much later. So I don't want to have the same mistake happen, but the key level here is like 700, 735, and what do I have to the upside? 775 on Tesla. So we're really basically just below the first key level. If we dip to 700, great. I'll play off that long for sure. But now we need to hold a bid above $10 from here for the long to be activated for me. Otherwise, I'm waiting for the dip price. I don't want to be a chaser of Tesla here. Maybe that news will get you that dip down into 700 that I can play. For now, I'm just going to have to be sitting this one out a little bit on Tesla. And I just got out of gap. And when I looked at GPS today, one of the things I told myself was, I look at the previous, I guess, bottom channel, 925, into this 940, and I said, okay, I want to short up to that. And then once you get above that channel, it's got upside. I was tweeting that this morning. It's got upside. It's got 11% short interest. So I don't want to be dug in and then sort of just waiting around for like 10s to happen on me. If anything, there's a decent chance. Like if it holds this at the open, which is that same 25 to 40 channel on GPS, then I kind of feel like it can end up just being one of those longs where it's just a squeeze type play. So, I'm not in the long right now because it just doesn't feel right. Made that mistake before, but we'll see what happens with GPS. But Tesla, I don't think I'll make a trade on that one until 933 to 940. That's my target window that's worked for me.
Yeah, Tesla, I mean, gave you great opportunities over the past couple of days, but a little bit different situation here, it would appear. Let's go back to retail earnings. We've gone from very bad in Walmart and Target through a couple that were better than expected in Nordstrom's and Macy's. Now we're back to the downside today, not on the larger end of the scale, but big. First off here, Big Lots, 2-year low this morning off a terrible forecast. GPS even worse, slashing the forecast, pointing to inflation, pointing to higher costs as well. So, retail back under pressure.
Yeah, and look, Big Lots, I mean, you could be trying to trade this, but there's like 4 times as much. I'm actually surprised that it's not more than 4 times the volume on Gap and Big Lots. I thought it'd be like 10 times the volume, but Big Lots isn't going to be that tradable. It's very similar in terms of the price action, right? Like you're getting a monster gap down about 14, 15%. It's making a bit of a recovery here. If this sniffs $30, I'd short that level on Big Lots. I just don't see anything. I just went over Gap a little bit for my plan of action there. I had that channel at 40. I'm not going to be, I'm not going to be holding above that. There was Costco. I don't know if Costco was on that list, but Costco, not nearly as bad. Unfortunately, I don't see a great trade for the day trade in Costco because the levels I think you want to defend are about $15 lower. So I'm not sure we're going to see much of Costco today. I love what it's telling you on the daily chart, however, right? Like it's just been such an absolutely strong bottom off of 400. Just not really seeing the day trade there. I think Gap's the one you want to trade for momentum. Big Lots, if Gap squeezes to 10 and Big Lots makes it to 30, I mean, you don't use the term all in, but like I can't see why Big Lots after that quarter has any business being at $30. And I should double check the short interest on. I know Gap's is 10. I actually don't know what Big Lots. I'll double check that.
All right, let's go. I'm back. Like I said, we always talk about routine on here. We've been crushing it the last couple days, so it's Fruit Salad Nation time again. Today's fruit salad brought to you by the ever fresh and ever tasty green grape. So thank you, Green Grapes. You are fantastic. We've also got a little bit of kiwi up in there right now as well, ready to go. So I took more Gap. I mean, whatever, man. My out's going to be 10. I already talked about that. That's completely comfortable for me to do this. We already have some big wins on NVIDIA and Apple, so it doesn't mean that makes this trade right, but we're going to give this up to $10. We even talked about it in our sticky note. That we didn't want to. Oh yeah, by the way, right now, backed by popular demand, of course, the sticky note, not backed by popular demand, you guys asked for it, so here it is. It is now on Instagram, right? So we're gonna be putting the sticky note there up on Instagram. I believe it's no, it's not a reel. Is it a story or a reel? I don't even know how to do this, but there it is. Today's Instagram is, or that's yesterday, I guess. The sticky note is now up for today, fake accounts, and here it is today. And then we got, what names are you trading today? So that was something that we talked about here. Here's the sticky note up. You can tell me what names. And so far, we've gotten a little bit of action here on what names people are looking at. So let's just put that in here, see if I can maximize this. What's up to Corey? GME call. Touch here, not a good name. SIGA and BKSS, NVIDIA, SOXL, BTC, and then my wife with the best symbol of all time, KISS right there. So let me know what symbols you guys are looking for on Instagram. So we'll put that story up. I'll put it in the chat right there. Or you go to Instagram at TraderTVSean, and you'll be able to see that. But remember, look, another one, right? There's so many fakes out there, and you guys keep messaging it to me. I think this is the same guy that messaged my friend, which is crazy, but this guy's not even trying. Like, it's SHAWAN. Normally, you can get away with this being the same, but you want to look around here to figure out what's going on. So just make sure that everything is all good here with this, but that's not the right name. Make sure that no one's messaging you or anything like that. So it's on Instagram. There's another story for all y'all that don't have Twitter, which is more people I think have Instagram than Twitter. So go follow me. We'll put some cool stuff up there, including some cool videos and whatnot. But yeah, I'm just going to keep watching Gap. And the reason why I talked about this was, again, on the sticky note, we fully understand that there's a 13% short float. I mean, I know that this is a name that could blow to the upside. So if this takes down 10, we're gone. I mean, that's that. We have 980 as a level that we've picked out for us. So we're going to stick with our sticky note. I mean, it's been very, very cash money. And thank you again for all the support on all that. But there's 980 right there. So for me, it's going to have to break $10 to get out. We're not trying to play around with Gap. Yesterday, we didn't get out of AMC. That started to rip up. We actually bought more Macy's at the bottom, and that ripped up as well. So, hey, I know I'm saying it ripped up, but again, they had a little different report than Gap, so let's wait to see what happens here. I'm still short. We just took some more. I want to get more in front of 10, but if 10 breaks, sure, it'll be a hit and it would suck, but that's what I'm here for. So let's wait to see what happens with Gap right now. Let's just check out quickly, as we only have, now it's nice, man. We only have 9 minutes to go, so getting a little more excited here. GPS not even on the imbalance locator, so that's good for us, man. We don't want it on here. I'd rather it not be on and not be influenced by anything happening right now. You have 70,000 shares to sell right here at 68, so we're going to hold on to this one. Hopefully it can become a winner, but hey, we are well aware that this thing could rip up against us and take down that 10. So trade accordingly, have the right amount of shares. You don't need to go crazy. I mean, if this breaks 10, it will be early. And like I said, you never want to lose too much money on some of these early plays. So watch where you're going. I'm talking like it's the end of the world. I'm out of this thing 20 cents right now. But here comes Gap. Watch out for it. It's up to 950. 980 is a key spot for me. We're trying to get shorter in front of that. If it works, great. If not, our out is 10. That's GPS, and I'm all over it.
More China ADR strength this morning. DD Global having quite the move here in the pre-market on heavy volume as well. But here's PDD, Pinduoduo, the e-commerce name beating as well. So same story as yesterday. Baidu, Baba, both better than expected. So is Pinduoduo, guys.
Yeah, we sort of went over this a little bit. Like, it is gapping up. It already gapped up yesterday with Baba on that strength, and then makes an even bigger move here in today, like 42 to 46. It's just a simple matter for me. It's still below that 46 level, 46 and change, really, if you go into the daily chart here. It still has not broken that nice higher low, still trying to break this 46. So when you get that double gap up and you start selling off, which is what happened when retail came in this morning, I just want to have that short on the curl. So I got into it sort of accidentally the first time through. There's been some dark pools that suck. But anyways, the second time we got that little lower high, I grabbed the short. I've already taken some out in front of 45. And then I'm just looking to see if it can start to fill the gap down into 43.5, 44 into the downside. You don't want this. 44 could be a bit of a problem. You do have it as a previous top. So if it gets installed there, you want to take it out. But you can't let this back through 46. Right? Like that's that key level on the daily chart. So once it breaks, if it holds a bit above that price after 9:30, that's essentially a line in the sand for a breakout, a secondary breakout, or tertiary, I don't know what the word is for Pinduoduo, but as long as it's below 46, that can happen.
Okay, what's up to Rodolfo there? Okay, so I'm going to talk about this because it's on the chat. Rodolfo Varela, what's up, my man? Okay, last 4 Fridays, AMC was heavily shorted after being pumped on Wednesdays. Do you believe it will happen today? So then I just asked you, what do you think is going to happen on AMC today? So let me know what you feel by this comment. I think you're saying that it's going to be a short on AMC because it was pumped the last couple days and made a move up. That's part of it, man. That's why I'm I'm not on AMC right now. Don't know where it's going to go, but I do feel that it's not going to have the same big moves that it did yesterday, but that doesn't mean that it's not going to happen. Whatever I think doesn't necessarily be the truth there. So I'm just interested to see what you think about that, since you've been looking at it a lot closer. As you can see, it's coming back in right now. My trade on AMC yesterday was pretty simple. We sniffed it out on Wednesday, Rodolfo, there. So we did sniff that out on that day. But then yesterday, we also went long. It was a big stock for me, man. No negative trades at all here on AMC yesterday, but we waited for a dip buy. That dip buy was 11.50. So I think if you're looking at AMC right now again, could it moon? Of course. I mean, these stocks could always continue to go up. There's a lot of retail here, and a lot of people want to make money, and there's not much happening with a lot of meme stocks, so they go over to these. So yeah, I mean, if it comes back into some of these levels, I'll be here, man. $11.80, $12, something like that. But honestly, right now, nah, it's not interesting enough for me here at these levels. So I'm just gonna wait on that one. I got bigger fish to fry for now, but I still think AMC could be big. So let's not get away from the meme rally potential. GameStop as well yesterday touched out at 150. We had the 130 long. We talked about that yesterday as well. And there's the touch out right there at 150. There's the 130 long, in for $2, out for flat, and then we missed that whole move up. We actually got out at the bottom of that, which was sad because that's the wick down to 130 and then a blow back up to the upside. So yeah, AMC, GME, both interesting, but to me, they both got to come down a little bit before I put some shares in. So we're going to have to watch out for that 126 coming up on GameStop.
All right, let's go to AVDL. Big move down yesterday after one of their drug trials failed in a late stage. So a huge move down yesterday. It's kind of interesting. This is kind of in line of what Michael Noss was talking about if you joined us before 9 o'clock here. So a big down day followed by a little bit of a bounce here. 2 even on a daily chart. You got to go a long way back, but 2 even, a huge level, support level the last time on the way down for AVDL. But big volume so far, guys.
That's a small floater, like 35 million float, 11% to the short side. So obviously when it flushes like that, sometimes you just go so far down, it bounced off $1. I mean, it's almost like there's only one direction for it to go, and I think that got sniffed out by retail early. I'm not touching this till $2 or halts or $1. I think that's usually the way to go about it. If it wants to fail somewhere else, fair enough. But I think I want to be very, very picky with this. Market starting, I actually tried to head back to the upside. They're turning off 40.80. Tesla looking like it wants to make that bounce. I like 735 is a bit of a key level on Tesla. We talked about Pinduoduo. I already took one leg out. It's already starting to roll back over. And it's on the NASDAQ. It's already starting to roll back over, another little bit of a down candle. So when I see the market going up and then a name that was gapped up going down, the thesis, at least for now, looking pretty good. I do want to remind everybody that GameStop is sort of leading things. It's one of the stronger of the meme. Well, it's excuse me. It's a stronger of the meme names. It just got to 140 and then pulled back to 138. So I did see that happen in AMC as I was trading it, and I'm now only down to like the last 20%. I took some out there when it took that 1260. It's still consolidating, but remember, it has yet to break yesterday's high. And I don't think it's taking out that high if GameStop's not taking its high. If we're in pullback stage in AMC, then I kind of feel like, in GameStop, then I feel like we're not going to get that high. But the 50 break, it gave you that move already. If it can hold on the way back in, we'll revisit that one after the open. Lots to get to here, but I did also want to come back over to very quickly SoFi because that made a power move. We said it wasn't making much of a move, and then it did explode through the high of the day. It's giving it back, and the volume's starting to taper off. So, yeah, for now, it looks like that was a little bit of a one and done there on SoFi. Hopefully no one got trapped in that, but it's literally giving it all back after that little bump that it got at 8:30.
Yeah, well, I'm sitting here for SoFi, so we'll take the long if SoFi does come back in a little bit more, which it could easily do that, as pointed out by Neil. It just went back in to 720. So let's see if SoFi can get back in. Yesterday's bottom there of $7. You're going to be able to see if that holds. I mean, the very bottom on the open was 690, I guess, coinciding with that move. But there's the wick down to the bottom there. So if you ever see something like that today, I think you want to buy it if it ever wicks down like that, so you can wait for that to happen. But we're going to sit here at about I'm sitting here at 710-ish. We'll see if it comes around here to buy, and then you do have that 7 off level there. So we'll see if that can hold and or break on there. We did miss. Okay, well, we can get gap right now again, but we're waiting to see this open up to see where it goes. It could actually, I don't like when it's open here because it's a New York stock, so it's not going to open right away, which is a little bit of a problem. So I hope to not get wicked out at $10 real quick here. That could happen, so we are going to pay attention for that. But other than that, a few names on watch here. There's AMC as a buy. It's like the only one that we've really been talking about. CCL we could watch as well. Baba off a sell, Neo with a buy, Palantir with a buy, but not much on here that we normally trade. Well, we trade them, but you know, nothing. Gap's not on here right now. Apple, Nvidia, all those big guys not on here. So here we go. Gap fading out. We just got a 70 bid. Let's see where we go from here.
And remember, GameStop at 148 it got to yesterday. 150 is still the top till it's not for me. I tried fading off it yesterday. I didn't quite get it. But if you go through that price, you just got to understand the stock is going to get going. But 150, I do like it. It could get there at the open. At the open, we got Tony on the bell as usual. 5, 4, 3, 2, and ring it, Tony. Oh, my.
It's Tony. It's Tony.
He got
right
me,
now.
man. That was loud.
Good job. Tony is there in the building right now. Okay, gap's starting to go to the upside here. It looks like it's open, so that's good.
I saw a big lot on 80.
Maybe it's not open yet.
It's not open.
Actually.
It's not open.
No, it's not open yet, so we're going to have to wait for that. But NVIDIA now $3 in the damn money. NVIDIA right now 181 long. It just popped to 185 right there. So, yeah. Honestly, man, this is what we're doing all day, every day here live. TraderTV.live. There goes Apple. There goes NVIDIA. Here we go again. It's starting again. Same day. If the day ends in Y, we're going to be here for you making those winners. So there it goes. NVIDIA. That's the big one, man. Face slapper to start the day on NVIDIA. Already rocking to the upside. Your boy has this in the pre-market. Let's get this party started.
Yeah, and there's a first candle. Actually, were we open yet? No, we're not open yet on Gap, but who cares? It just got to this 980 and made a bit of a curl, so I said sit it out, let it break. And now it wants to do that curl where it open, attempted break, and then a fail. So I'm going to jump into the short trade. Pinduoduo with the market going up, still headed into the downside, so that's working. But GameStop reversed hard on the open there. Back down through 140. It's still holding a 137. I think I'm going to get out of, if AMC is still above 1250 when this takes 137, I'd be a little bit shocked. So might have to get out of that. And Tesla fast approaching 735. That was that key price I wanted to see in that first 5 minutes, of course. So here comes 735 for Tesla. It's got huge breakout potential above there. Oh, there goes GameStop breaking out.
Jeez, guys, Apple $1, NVIDIA $4. And like I said, are we open now on Gap? I don't even know if we're open yet.
It's not.
On Gap. So we're going to have to see what Gap wants to do now. We just took some out there at 50. Again, not open on GPS. This is going to be exciting when it exactly does open. And they're also, I mean, I know you're talking about GME. Also, AMC starting to go upside there. So what's up to Rodolfo and all my friends there talking about this name as we go. So watch out here. AMC starting to go upside as well. And I'm loaded up on Gap, so I'm waiting to see for this thing to open. Still not open yet. Come on, guys, get this thing going. There it goes. Wow, it opened big time. It opened at 10. There it goes. Yeah, ripped up to the upside right there. Is this going to halt for some reason? No, it's not halted yet. It is going to halt, though. We'll get a little bit out here on Gap. Wow, big time movement upside there for Gap. Let's just get out of this. Big movement there. We're lucky enough to get...
Oh, my God, I tried to get long.
I tried. I punched out. It was down there. Like, we got some out at 950 there, but then it opened up to the Gap open. This probably comes back down on the halt, but we are still short a little bit there as we punched out a decent amount. So we'll wait to see where this goes. Nice move up for Gap. I'm going to be fading that open. But there goes NVIDIA right now. Let's go on that one, man. $5 now in the money on NVDA. But there's that Gap open. We talked about that on the short interest of Gap. So Gap was heavily shorted, 13%. So a nice little move up for them. Good job on anybody long on that one. Small hit, but yeah, we were short on that. So that's going to be wrong. But I want to short it when it opens back up. So let's wait on that one.
Yeah, I was scrambling to get out. I got most of my fills and then got like 75% out, actually closer to 80% out, and then wanted the long but couldn't even catch it. Tesla through that 735, so I did get the Tesla long. I missed games. Obviously, when Gap happened, like, give me a break, right? Like, you're going to go over to that, and I'm going to miss the top on GameStop. It is what it is, man. Like, you've got to move. Like, there's no way I'm going to try to short this move when we got to work on what's going on over there in Gap. But I'm going to take out my AMC because that just took out that 1250. Yeah, and there goes. I mean, GameStop is literally trying to. Yeah, this is dying right now. GameStop is down like $8 from that open, so we are absolutely flushing. I want to check out Big Lots here because if you remember, they were the other one. Big Lots has actually a bigger short interest than Gap, guys, and you're going to see it also making a power move. It's still trading up here and still trying to squeeze while we're waiting for Gap to open, which it will in about 3 or 4 minutes or so.
I was just wondering, I mean, NVIDIA is a monster winner, man. Like, we'll lose on Gap, that's fine. And, well, it's not fine. I still feel like I'm going to make money on it. We just got to wait for that to come through. 186 right now, the high there for NVIDIA. So we're going to put an order there and just get out in case this market does flush today. But we did this yesterday, and we got out of our great long for NVIDIA. So maybe we will hold a little bit more. Microsoft, we wanted that long, but unfortunately here, it makes that big move to the upside, so it doesn't look like we're going to get that. As NVIDIA goes up, so does AMD. AMD went all the way to 102.50 there. Where's a spot that we can get into this one if it does come back? Remember I sniffed out that AMC. It was a good move to the upside there early, but yeah, fading out right now on AMC, but still holding up. It's still at 1250 actually. AMD trying to find a spot to get long. Why not just test 100? If this comes back in, let's try to get long in this little consolidation spot. Then if it breaks lower, we can get out no problem, 99.80 or around 100. So let's try to get some AMD dip buys if it does come back in. We're $1 in the money on Apple. We're $4 in the money on NVIDIA. So let's take a risk here and take some AMD long if it comes back in. I don't know if that's going to happen, though. So we're just going to wait for a gap to open up, and then we'll see what happens right here in the market.
Yeah, I got to wait for Gap. I did grab Tesla. I'm trying to add to that one on a little bit of a dip here. But I'm just staring at this Big Lots as well. I thought it was going to get to 30. 30 I thought was a pretty actionable price. Clearly not going to end up getting it. I still have PVD, so it's just Tesla. It's Pinduoduo, which, Pinduoduo is dying like an absolute quail here. And I did say 44 was going to be the level. But, man, this is counter trend. Like, the market's going up, and this thing is just absolutely dying. So I'm just going to take it.
Oh, no.
What the heck just – oh, yeah, I know what
we got internal filled there on Gap somewhere.
Same here. PBD just bounced off 44, so I'm going to get out. Take that one for the winner. I still feel like 44 was the monster level. I don't want to – it's strong in a move to the Gap upside. And the ES, the NASDAQ, everything is running up. Everything's kind of telling me I should be buying this on Pinduoduo, but I'm going to sit it out. I don't understand why, even with the market that strong, it gave me the win that quickly. Tesla's all I got left. Was that Brendan, did I hear?
Quickly, guys, PMVP, pharmaceutical name. A couple of people mentioned this is a low float stock, so a heads up. Watch out for a halt here, possibly. Big move up already on some cancer trial data that beat.
It shows you long and shows me short, so I'm out of Gap, but you might have to whenever Lucas is there, tell him to restart that because, so what just happened there is sometimes because we have a lot of traders here at Day Trade the World, people will put in orders and then just fill us if we're sitting there. So I left an order pending at 1020 or 1019 because I was trying to buy it and I should have just canceled it and I didn't. So that's on me and I'll have to clean that up afterwards. So I was still trying to hold a bit short on this name, but we just got out of a little bit. We were like literally holding 5%, 10% short there, but that's because I just couldn't get out. So I'm happy to be out, but if this does come back in, then hopefully that trade, because it was an internal trade, will come back. Yeah. So there it is. Okay, 1040. So there it goes all the way to the upside, 1040 and change. Watch out for Gap. It is now open and ripping. Hey, this was kind of as expected, man. If it broke that 10, we wanted out. We talked about that over and over again. So nice little trade there for Gap. Anybody that was short, anybody that was long on that name, here it goes. We're now back into the short on Gap right now at 1045. So let's cash out a little bit at 33. There it is. I'm just going to slowly make this money back if I can. Let's see if Gap wants to go for a run. We just shorted it there at 1050. That high right there is 1060. So we can hold it until that breaks again. It could break to the upside. There's a big short interest. So lots of action here on GPS. Needless to say.
Yeah, obviously. And, I'm in the same thing. It spiked to 1060, it even looks like here. That's kind of crazy. But the real fills were at 1050, and that's where you could catch it. I think it could get back to 10 even, so we'll definitely have to get some out on the way back down there. Tesla just go up to 7. I should be taking some. The high of the day is 767, and I haven't taken any out because I've been getting distracted. So I'm going to ring the register on some Tesla, hold on to gap, and then send you to Brendo.
We mentioned yesterday, guys, Twitter shareholders suing Elon Musk over his early stake and the disclosure of that early stake. The SEC just saying they're going to actually look into this. So heads up on Twitter. There was some volume on the way back down there.
Well, they have to look into it. Look, they have to. And the reality is, it's like, oh, so he's driving the price. You know what? I shouldn't comment too much on it. It is what it is. I don't think it's as big a deal as everyone's going to make it out to be, but the share price is going down. I mean, he owns shares of the company, so he's going to artificially drive it down on himself and tank Tesla stock when it's under pressure. I mean, I don't know. Come on. Like, what are you thinking with some of this stuff against? Anyways, I said I wasn't going to rant on it, and then I just proceeded to actually start ranting on it. Speaking of Tesla, while all that was happening, and we like that 735 area, I bought the dip in Tesla. It looks like it's trying to make the break. 41 just got taken out on the ES. Once we got through 735, it's like there's so much room here. What are you talking? 757, 60? I mean, 775, 780? Like, after yesterday's action, we know what it can do. However, we're still in that open range where things are a little bit hectic, things need to probably settle down. So I like it above that 35 price, and 25 is probably your big support. But right now the market is trying to break out above 4,100 on the ES. You got that 4,115. I know Arun has been watching, so watch out for that overhead resistance. Coming back to GameStop, and oh my goodness, GameStop. I missed this one. And I was looking for a turn at 150, so I don't know that I was watching close enough when it pulled that move. I did get out of my AMC when this happened, so that's about the only thing I did right, although AMC now showing relative strength, believe it or not. So, they pulled a rug over here on GameStop, and there's like 1020 just came in on Gap.
Yep.
So, but they pulled a rug on GameStop, but not so much on AMC, which is still right at those highs. So remember what I said about GameStop being the futures? Forget it, because that's me getting out when GameStop flushed, and this is AMC still going. You got to take that trade off and trade AMC on its own. Maybe Top Gun is the reason it's going up. Brendo?
Back to monkeypox land. SIGA, SIGA about to take out the high there. Big volume coming in ahead of 11 there, guys, for SIGA.
I mean, look, we wind up losing on GPS, but now we're short 1045, so let's get some money back, man. I mean, that's what we're trying to do right now, is get that money back. I said we should still be short, so technically I still have some short here as well, even more than this, so that should be good. $1.50 now in the money. Like, whatever. One trade is not going to make or break my day. There goes Apple up nicely in the money at $1.50. NVIDIA, $3 in the money as well, as that just ticked out to 186 again. So we're going to have to get out if it gets to 185.50, something like that. A nice trade here to start the day with NVIDIA. But the market's rallying, so it's like, why would I even think about getting out, to be honest with you? So a nice little upside move there for that name, and that's still going. Ford, not really. Rivian had some news today on some management changes. We could check out for that, back up to $30. Rivian definitely has a chance to go. Tesla's been moving, making some moves. There goes Rivian, up 5% today. Looking for some levels on Rivian as well, as that continues to go up. I'm always missing this 20-minute chart of mine just keeps on disappearing. It's gone again. So I'll have to find out why that one keeps disappearing. But Rivian will do some work on some levels, but a nice move to the upside here on RIVN.
And going back to SoFi, which had that big run in the pre-market, it did make another charge to the upside here. It didn't get to $7. It actually got back to like 720, and now right back through the high. So this is on a bit of a jailbreak as well. I think if it's going to continue the trend, you're looking previous resistance 35 into that 40, probably where you can catch that little bit of a dip if it even wants to give you that. AMC now starting to feel, I'm not saying it's doing a GameStop, but it's now starting to feel like it's struggling a little bit through that high, that 1285. It's also yesterday's high. Like, it's not just any price. It is also yesterday's top. So you got a double top on AMC. If you like the long, I mean, you can always just take out the break. I like going in both directions. So I got no trouble shorting in front of this high. Take it out if it wants to top wick and then break out. You can always have that long through 1285 or through 13. But for now, this is resistance, so I'm going to respect it.
Okay, here comes NVIDIA back down. So I wanted to look at AMD when this did happen for NVIDIA. I want to get some more. Okay, yeah, here comes AMD. Good. So AMD's coming back in right now. Excuse me. So we're going to have to watch out for this one. I am sitting on the bid here to get some longs, but it's not until $100.25. How low did we just get right there on that? We went as low as $100.27. What a joke right there. That always is going to continue to happen to me. Miss it by 2 cents again off of a big trade. So hopefully it can come back, and then we'll see if it can fill us. But if it does break below that 99.80 or so, then we will be out of this on AMD. But we do want it. There we go. So now we're long. We can see what happens here through this level, but we're not going to hold it for too long, man. 99.80 breaks. We will get out of this trade for AMD, and we'll get out of the majority of them. I'm just setting my order right now, but there it is right here. Long now into AMD. We'll see where that wants to go. Apple's come back in as well. There goes AMD back up to the upside. So hopefully this one will continue to work out for us. We just got a piece out there at 45 for 20 cents. We're going to respect the 50 period and this level right there, which is 60. So if it can come back up to the north side of that, then I think that will start to take some more out. So NVIDIA right now and AMD both to the long side, but it might not be for a while. The NASDAQ right here trying to come back in. Remember, these names have blown up over the last couple days, so I want to play the momentum to the long side if it's going to give it to us, but we are well aware that on any kind of pullback, AMD, NVIDIA, like AMD was up, what, 10% or something yesterday? So we do expect to have a little bit of a pullback. Here's yesterday's whole move, man. We started at 91 and we got as high as $100.50, right? So a nice 8, 9, 10% move. It can pull back, which it's doing right now. So to say that this is a surprise, it's not. But here it comes. It just took down 100. Watch out for NVIDIA weakness, or NVIDIA and AMD weakness now. That the tide seems to have been broken here, going the other way.
And remember Sega. I did have a break on Sega 211 earlier, and then it stopped out in the pre-market. I wanted to revisit it at the open, and it just took out that same pre-market high without me. But now it's through 11 even. I want to see if we can hold back into that previous support. It's about 1065 is the area, so give it about 50 pennies. It's got room to 12 on the higher time frame, so there's your 12 level. That's why I want to give it some room. Everyone's asking, a couple people said about the VIX, are you watching UVXY, Neil? Yes, and if we get below 15, then you should just be, hold on to your longs, right? Like, I think if we get that kind of momentum, I got Tesla and I want to be holding on to it. I was looking for some of the other names I like to the long side. Yesterday's Zoom was pretty solid. It's trying to test these lows, so it's not nearly as strong. When the market's breaking out like this, Zoom I might start thinking about in the other direction. And I hate to say that because it was a good long the last couple of days, but you look at this 107, and if this market turns here, this is relative weakness if I've ever seen it. So I might be thinking Zoom in the other direction as opposed to how we were looking at this yesterday.
All right, let's go. Let's effing go again. Let's go here. If AMD can get going, man, then yeah, we'll turn this day around real quick right now on AMD. A nice little 20-cent winner for this one, $1.50. Like, if I just stay away from Gap, which I'm never going to do because we actually destroyed retail the last little while. You guys saw the Target. The Target trade, I think I had like a $12 or $15 winner. Walmart was also equally as good. But there goes AMD. Man, stick with what you do best, man. What a move here in the NASDAQ. Big time movement to the upside here, making us forget all about that gap trade. AMD, big winner. Apple, $1.50 in the money. NVIDIA's pulled back. We definitely missed the out on NVIDIA. I think if this can come back to 184.50, we'll probably get out of that one right now. But nice, wow, nice backside move, and we still got the majority of these ones on. Bang right there. We'll go with that one as there goes AMD. Ramp it up, baby. That's that level that we talked about. We let that go all the way through us. We didn't even get out at 100. Not only that, this is what's the best thing about this show, guys. I gave you where I was getting out, 99.80. That didn't happen. It's up $1 from there right now. Go AMD. We make all that money back, baby. Today, once again, Ice Cube, another good day.
Yeah, Tesla just took out $740 there. You're getting nice bounces across the board. I'm not taking Zoom short if the market just took out 4,100, right? If the market turns, I like Zoom to the short side. But Sega we just grabbed, and it's still looking like it wants to break. What I love about this is it's sustaining above the breakout price. No pullback. It's holding this nice consolidation, so we think there can be room here. I'm actually thinking about adding to Tesla if we can get below 15 on UVXY. This just feels super strong today already. I wish I had 720s, but it is what it is. You got the price you can get. It might give you a dip back into VWAP, and if I get a chance to buy that dip, I'm going to go ahead and do this. I think we can see 750, 760 today on Tesla. Brendo?
Nice day for PC makers. Dell up 14% here on a bit of a pullback, got all the way up to 52 off the open there, off their earnings. HPE as well, getting a boost on that, up 5%.
All right.
There goes Sega. So remember, we're just talking about it, like on the breakout, you're like 1,000, 2,000. Sometimes it's longer than that. It consolidates, it can't flush back, there's no rejection of the level, and then you get the next leg to the upside. So it can't get to 12 without getting to 11 quarter, without getting to 11 half. So I get some out in front of 1140 there. If it crosses the 50 barrier, I'll take more out. If we reject off this 50 a couple more, at least one more time, I'll take a few more shares off in front of that level. So Tesla holding on to, Sega holding on to. Softy's gone at this point. I mean, I did like Softy off of the open. It just, I mean, it didn't even want to give you a chance. Like, that didn't happen at 920. It didn't actually come down to 265. But right at the open, it was just off to the races. So you had to have the break. I wanted the consolidation. Softy already through 270.
Yeah. I just banned a couple people. Look, you don't like the energy or winners, you're watching the wrong show. Let's be perfectly honest with you right there. I'm here to make money, here to entertain you guys, and if it's not, see you later on that one. So we banning people left, right, and center there. Just joking. I think I banned one guy. All right. Yeah, way to hang in there on AMD. Yeah, thanks so much, Nick. It means a lot to me to be able to, get those levels to you and then just to respect them, right? And that's part of trading. We're trying to do our best to educate, inform, entertain all of y'all, and sit here and make cash. So I think I'm doing all that right now. Yeah, you guys like that. Yeah, there you go. Yeah, everyone likes those, blocking those guys. So we'll continue to do that. Shout out to Bears versus Bulls as well. Great job on the moderation for sure. And then look at this. What, you don't want energy? Okay, fine. Whatever. We'll just be like, oh, there's another winner. Oh, well, here's $2 in the money for Apple. Wow, big deal. But you know what? When you have the shares on board and you're making the cash, yeah, it's exciting, man. So there it is, a $2 winner for Apple, $1.50 in the money for NVIDIA. AMD came all the way back in. So yeah, this name not working out. Well, it's working out great. Honestly, it's my number one stock so far, but came back in right there. Let's see if it respects that one more time. We're going to load it up, but I don't like that this came all the way back. So let's do a little less shares this time and a little bit closer to 100. So it just came back in. We'll reload it a little bit more again. This could fall down. I don't know why that just happened. The NASDAQ is still pretty high right now. Like, this is a 3-minute chart. This should be a 1-minute chart. But NASDAQ still holding up pretty high. So let's see where we go from here. But that should not have just pulled back there. So not sure why AMD did that. Was a great reload opportunity. I wasn't sitting there. But it doesn't, it shouldn't be doing this. So there's the reload. We are very, very cautious of this 99.80 coming out. So there's the reload a little bit later. Little weary why this is down here when the market's still holding up. So AMD, watch out for this one. I feel like it breaks that 99.80. No more reloads on this one, guys.
Two things. One, RDBX looks like it's the next one that's trying to go. It's got a double top, but they just did a rug pull that got me out of a Sega there. Through 1150, tried to go 1150, and then instantly, like a 30-cent candle just came out. I took it out flat. If it goes, it's going to go without me on that kind of, it just is what it is, man. And then RDBX, yeah, of course it's going to go now. RDBX, red box, you guys know what is that? It just took out a double top as well. Like, look at the strength of this. The stock rolls over down 6 or 7%, and at the open is now taking out highs. Like, what is going on with this thing? It's got room to 9, it's got room to 950, but red box, the next one to go. I know a lot of people are already watching it, but got to keep these on your radar, not just day 1, day 2, day 3. When they find support like this, like it did at 740, there's always a second salvo. Brendan?
Autodesk, guys, just working my way through a few other earnings reports. ADSK reported better than expected aftermarket yesterday, coming up to 208 here, which is a huge level back over here. So not a lot of volume, but Autodesk up on earnings as well.
All right. We did see, so just to give you guys back to AMD here, I mean, I'm working the trade as best as I can. We just got some out there in the 20s. So like I said, the high teens and some even in the 20 there, as I was like thinking this is going to break. So we're a lot lighter on this now than we just were. We talked to, there it goes, so downside, so that's fine. That broke, really no love lost on that. It is weaker, obviously, than we anticipated there. I don't think it's time to push short yet on this name, but it's getting close. So watch out there. I think we could just get out of our NVIDIA right now. We did miss that high side on that name. That's my bad, obviously. We were just waiting to see if NVIDIA was going to go, so it didn't. So here it comes back in, breaking down through 181 again. And yeah, we have these levels of concern 180. So if it takes down 180, we're out of there. But we've already sniffed it out on AMD that there was a problem. So probably going to flow through here now to NVIDIA. So let's just get out here if I can, which I should be able to. And then there we go. We are now out of NVIDIA. Actually wound up being okay on that last one. It was literally a 10-cent winner. We'll get out of that, and now we'll wait to see where it goes from here. Just to check back in on SoFi quickly. How come that didn't fill? Oh, it's upside. So we were waiting at 710. It only went down to 719, but SoFi still on my radar as well. Apple really the one working out.
Yeah, and also looking at gap here. It's right back toward that high. The post-halt high was 1060 or 1062, whatever that was, close enough. It's getting right to that same price. If that's where it wants to turn, liquidity vacuums give you interesting levels. Obviously, that's going to be one. The market is getting to resistance here. And I said, look, sometimes I should go with the gut, right? Like Zoom was relatively weak. It wasn't going with the rest of the market, 107. And I was just thinking, where's the next long? Where's the next long? Don't take Zoom. Instead, should have just shorted Zoom. This is the stock I'm probably going to be looked to be fading today. You can't be breaking out highs and then taking out bottoms and not think that you're relatively weak. So Zoom's on the ish list today. And if it gets back to 107, I'll take a shot at that price to the short side. I just wish I should have just trusted my gut with the long side of that trade. Of course, I didn't here. Tesla's still booming. But I don't want to get out of this trade, man. I've made this mistake before. I got out $30 too early yesterday. I don't want to do the same thing here today. And I know I don't have it off the open price. We had to chase it a little bit here, but at least we got it around the price entry that we did want. So I'm trying to hold for at least $750 on Tesla.
All right, good hold, good trade there on Teslas. That's bumping like crazy. And it looks like we're just going to get whipped around here on AMD. I mean, let's be perfectly honest. It's back now above $100 again. So I went short. Now I'm just going to hold it against this $100.50. Obviously, we got out of NVIDIA as well. That's $1 higher than where we got out right now. I was not expecting this move back. I just said that it looked like semis were weaker, but maybe that was the flush there. So, we're back into this name. Looks like it's going to take out $100.50 right now. There it goes, right back up to the upside. So this is probably not even worth holding up to 101, but we do have that 101 area right there, where's the highest it got on that move. So we'll sit here and we'll short a little bit more, but if that takes out 101, man, that's going to be $1 hit for us on AMD. So not a nice move to the back here. That's a surprise to me, but the NASDAQ just kept on going up. So the NASDAQ didn't fail there. It's starting to go. We know how strong AMD is. So this one looks like it's going to be a mistake. We were just long. Shouldn't have flipped over on this one, but hey, it hit our spot. And when we got out, it was fine. Like we got out at 99.80. Look where this thing went to, 99.40. So a big surprise here for AMD for me. Was not expecting this kind of a move. What's up, Brendan?
Costco breaking the highs here, guys, trying to get up to 475 maybe. Took out that aftermarket high on some volume there. So even though it was down in the pre-market, we're seeing positivity around Costco.
And there you go. And this is what I love about Brendan, man. Like he'll make sure when we're missing something, obviously it had earnings today, that we'll go back over to that name. And you cannot miss out on these. I got to go to Gap, but my chart just froze, so I got to do this for you guys really, really quickly here. It's at that high, that 1060 price, and that's that reopen price. And we always talk about this. When you get these liquidity vacuums and you have the halts, look for the halt price, look for the reopen price. This is exactly where you want to have a decision point. It's either hold on to the short through or take it out. It's trying to hold above here. If it holds a bid, I think you ought to be getting out of the short and looking back to 11 even. Otherwise, you could get absolutely burned. Yeah, I'm seeing it hold enough of a bid. I'm getting out of my short here. Apologies, my chart does well. I did the NZ thing, so now I'm frozen on this chart.
Yeah, you're frozen. Okay. Guys, hit the like button. If you're enjoying the show, let's hit that like button. It's been a little bit of a rough ride there on AMD for me. And on Gap's still going upside right now, too, as well. We can look at that in a minute. I'm going to focus right now on AMD. Look, I figured, and I don't know why I figured this other than just trading price action. That's what I've been doing. And we've only been long AMD and NVIDIA the last couple of days. So that's why this is like a new thing for me right now. But we flipped over to the short, thought it was weak in this move there. The NASDAQ was holding up strong and AMD was falling. So I was like, you know what? Maybe there is some profit taking happening on this name over the last couple of days. It's been a monster move. And again, thanks for all the likes, guys. Hit it if you can. That would be fantastic. But back into there, you see the move it's just had in the last, even just yesterday, let alone the last couple days. We bottomed out at 90, ripped all the way to the top here where we've already been up to 104, 105 before fading back down again. So look, it doesn't. Did my 20-minute close? Okay, I was going to say, did that close again? That would be crazy. But, you know, just trying to respect this 101. There's the 101 high right there again. It made it today. I mean, we ripped up a lot higher than that. That's why we have to respect it. If it takes down 101 here, then we have to get out. I mean, we'll be out of the majority of them anyways. Trying to hold a little bit if it breaks, in case it's that break pump, then back down, kind of like what happened to us right here. So we're going to hold on to this AMD. It's kind of a make or break trade because if it goes through 101, then, you know, that's going to be a big hit for us. And obviously it's not, like I said, we negotiate the stock so that we never lose more than 20 to 25%, 30% at the worst if it goes really bad against us. So that's kind of what I'm doing here with AMD, trying to watch this name go and not put on so much risk that if it does take out the 101, then I'm fried for the rest of the day. We don't want that. So we're going to wait to see what happens here with AMD. Maybe a pullback in the NASDAQ, maybe not. At least we have Apple on board right now, which is $2 in the money. So that's kind of holding out. We're going to watch out for this AMD as it's dancing right now, trying to get through the 20s. Maybe we'll take a piece out if it gets back to $100.20 as we just bounced off 25 2 seconds ago. So yeah, so far so good. Thanks for the likes. Hit the subscribe, hit the share, and we'll hopefully hit AMD to the downside, but watch out for 101. It's coming pretty quick right now. It's anything you want to talk about? No, your charts are still. It's happening now with Brendan.
You're right, it did.
Hey guys, 10 o'clock. Yeah, great to see everyone with us this morning. Thank you for joining on a Friday. Here we go. Nice green board right across the entire thing here. 1.5 almost for the S&P. 1.41 right now. The Dow lagging ever so slightly. Strength in small caps once again today. Almost a full percent across the board. It's all about tech stocks though. There's the NASDAQ. Composite the 100. Better part of 2% for both. Great way to wrap up the week. TSX here in Toronto also positive 0.6. And 0.7 for the composite there. A few things we mentioned in the pre-market. Join us every day if you're not already. I don't know what you're doing. At 8:30, almost 5% at the top there for Tesla. We mentioned that Credit Suisse note questioning their production for Q2. Yeah, no one cares. PDD, big flush off the open, unlike what we saw yesterday with Baidu and Alibaba. Big flush, gave it all back. We're trying to bounce, though, right now for Pinduoduo. Guys, back to you.
Yeah, I'm going to kick myself for not holding on to that short. Because that's why. It was just a pattern that I've seen with earnings of the U.S. listed Chinese names. I might get someone just said second chance in Zoom. Maybe, but I'm not in. I didn't get to 107 for that short. I was about to say that Tesla was starting to look a little bit weak, but the market just got to that 41.15 that Arun was telling me about. So I can always get back into this trade. I should do that thing where you don't look a gift horse in the mouth and usually follow that plan. So I'll try to take some 740s out here on Tesla. Why am I not paying down? Try to take some out here on Tesla because realistically, if it comes back down to 735 or 730, I should be getting this. We'll see what happens on Tesla. I mean, obviously, it could be the wrong call here. I understand that, but we just got to resistance on the ES. I anticipated we'd be closer to 750 when we made that curl. And what I mean by that, I'm not going to tempt fate by flipping my chart. So what I mean by that is that 41.15. That's exactly where we got to when the market showed some signs of weakness. So if we're going to consolidate up here, I want to look for a consolidation break. I want to look for dip buys instead of diddling in the middle. So we don't like to diddle in the middle. And as far as Zoom goes, I like it short. I'm telling you, man, I want this market. I don't want the market to come down. I shouldn't say that. But it was this chance at 107. It curled right there. I'm on the offer now to see if I can pick the shares up. It's just so relatively weak after the last couple of days that I have to be looking for this one to the other side, which is the short side. I'm still in that RDBX, which refuses to break down. I just got Zoom there. RDBX refuses to maybe pull back. I'm giving it to 8. If it can hold $8, I want to be in this break, see if it can't get back to yesterday's highs. That's the target, sort of like we were looking at on AMC. I just want yesterday's high. I don't want anything more than that. If it goes further, fair enough, it'll do so probably without me. AMC, right back toward that top. So here's that double top. We're talking about double top today, double top yesterday. The high yesterday was 1290. I think that's your break. I'm sitting there. Do I have my stop? Yeah, my stop's not at 85. My stop is going to be on the 1290 break, which could come any second now. So watching AMC here, I got wicked out of my long, or at least the last 10% of my long, when GameStop pulled back. So I was watching that GameStop, and that got me out of it. I was using it yesterday successfully as a futures. That's where I got the long at 1250 anyway, so I can't be all mad. But now you're breaking out of this double top on AMC. So maybe it's doing the... Yeah, maybe it has something to do with the big Top Gun release that's coming out this weekend. That's not the big movie or thing that I'm interested in watching this weekend. But hey, if it gets people to the theaters, that can't hurt, can it?
No, we're long AMC right now, so good little take there through that break. That was an easy break. Okay, AMD. So again, as you guys were watching, look at these outs. Like it came back down into 100. We did hold a little bit. You can see we're still a little bit short, but that came in and we were able to get some out. Like I'm going to stay away from this stock until it actually does something here. But we're going to wait on AMD. I mean, again, we were long, and as it's breaking higher, it's kind of crazy that we are no longer long on that name. But there goes our friend AMC, and we'll just go Ape Nation on this one because we were waiting for it to go, and there it goes now. We are long, obviously, 1290 right now on AMC. We got out of 30% already. Let's see if it can get a little bit higher than this. We'll put an offer at 20. Here it goes. It's starting to get to the upside right now again. AMC starting to rock a bit. I don't know. Is it slowing down? We could try to look for some more levels here, but that's so far so good here on AMC. Yeah, we've already been, so this was yesterday, no, this was 2 days ago. We danced around this 1340. We've been up here, had a couple issues, yeah, at 1250. We're already through that. So the next little level would be right here, 1325, which is sort of where we got to right there. We got to 1320. So we'll see here if it wants to take that out. 1325 is the next spot to go for a little higher on that one. Wow, Apple is sure blowing up right now, man. 145 O's. At least that name was right. We weren't wrong on GPS. AMD, we were wrong in the day trade, but not really on the sticky note. Apple, that's a good little long there, as that's still going now $3 in the money. And there goes AMC. Let's go. Go some boom, goes the dynamite on that one, as AMC making our money back a little bit on this name, up to 1330. Okay, we'll take a piece out at 28 if we can get it. AMC with a nice little move up. There it is. There's the push long on that break of the high, and boom goes the dynamite to the upside. Obviously flip over to GME as well. That's probably rocking.
It's not actually as strong. I mean, GameStop has been giving up the ghost a little bit. So, yeah, I mean, I'm looking at 1350 here. I obviously take some out in front of 1325, although I did add when 12 broke. It was such a strong break, and it's an even dollar. Instead of taking some out in front of 13, I was adding on the 13 breakout. So, still going in AMC. GameStop, slight move to the upside. Like, GameStop's already weak, man. Off the bid, it did manage to hold 131, but it's barely back to VWAP. So it's pretty clear which one is stronger today, and that is by a long shot. It's going to be GME. You're still at that resistance point in the futures. Why is this Tesla chart so messed up? You're still at that resistance point in the futures. Tesla is still consolidating here. Not enough of a pullback for me to buy the dip, but definitely enough of it that I'm starting to think we might get that dip. And I think we're holding out. I want this to go sideways, so it'll give me another bit of an entry point. But all eyes are going to be on AMC. Microsoft has totally gotten away now. Like, I'm not even thinking about the pullback or the dip buy. It's kind of gotten so far away that I'm not sure I want it if it comes back in. This could be more of like an afternoon type play or a lunchtime type of thing. So missed the boat on Softy. Super strong. Brendo?
This Black Sky, guys, BKSY, very strong again today. It was a pretty quiet trade yesterday, back and forth after they got that contract from the government, going back 2 days ago, but trying to get higher again for BKSY.
All right, we're going to try one more short on AMD, just against this 101.10, their high. It just made it a couple times. We took the short sub 101 here on the way back down. This is going to be the last try. Like I said, it's just hasn't been good reads for us. We would prefer the long. I mean, all we're talking about is the long, but we should have stuck with that. Obviously, we went the other way here on AMD, and now it's starting to just rocket to the upside. So Oh man, that NVIDIA, that's too bad. We were long 180 there and got out as we thought the semis were turning around, but that just was not right. And so we got out for, like, again, too bad. We should have held on to something there. We didn't. That sucks. But the only good thing that we have on board right now is Apple. We did get out, so we're out of 70% now. As soon as, like, that's why you zoom out, man, and you do that kind of stuff. Like when AMC was up here into this area, those were good outs, man, and that's where we got out. Like that's 1330. It needed to take this, which I still think it can. It can still take 1350. I mean, we don't think AMC's done yet, do we? So it's still going to go up to the upside. I don't have any more offers, so we're looking for that. I'm going to cancel my SoFi. Well, let's look at SoFi to see where that is quickly now. Again, thanks for all the likes. If you haven't hit it, let's do that. SoFi right now, the government, I guess Joe Biden, I don't know. I guess, is he doing a speech soon? I'm not sure, but the word on the street there was 10,000 in student debt was going to be forgiven there. So that's going to help SoFi, I guess, a little bit. I'm trying to figure out the logic about all that. But yesterday, Anthony Noto came out and let some people go, I believe, out of that department. So maybe it's not that big of an issue for SoFi. But right now, SoFi working nicely up that 5%. I'm trying to ignore, but I guess I got to get over here. Trying to ignore, ignoring might have been a bad move there. I'm trying to ignore AMD because the more I go over and trade it, the more I'm going to get out of this trade. But there it comes back down to the downside here. So, oops, that's not the minute chart. Here's the minute chart. We just got some out as it touched the 50 period. So let's see if it wants to continue to flow in now. I don't know, but like I said, taking some out. We haven't been reading it great, so we'll take a little bit out there for 30 cents, and hopefully it can come back out by a little bit. We just took out a quarter. So let's see if it can flow down even more into the 50s, and then hopefully, and I hate using the word hope when you're trading because that don't matter. You can hope whatever you want, but $100.20 or so would be a decent level for me.
I'm out of red box. Unfortunately, that one doesn't want to go. SIGA slow down a little bit here. AMC is just too strong. It feels like all of the eyeballs are going to be on that name, but we gave it a go here. It took out the high. We had to stop in at $8. To me, it had 2 to 1 to $9. So we're going to take that pretty much every single time. It just didn't have the juice here. It does look like a wick top. So, I mean, if it got back to 8, you're really thinking more shorts here in front of 835 more than anything else. And now, so I got out of gap. We've taken it a few times here, but the last leg said if it holds a bit above 1070, can't fight, got to get out. Now it's back up to $11. So this would be clearly where it came from. It closed at 11.12. If there's one last level outside of yesterday's high, is this 11 range. So we're going to be sitting out and patiently waiting for this level. I don't have a re-entry, by the way, into AMC. I just kind of want to hold on to it. Tesla is still barcoding. I don't want to overcommit when the ES is still at that exact same resistance at 41.15. So let's hold on to AMC. Not going to jump into Tesla until we're either holding above and breaking out or pulling back and giving me a dip buy. That's going to be my approach. Next look is going to be gap at this $11 range. It's starting to slow down and curl. This is my 15-minute chart to get a bit of a better perspective. In and out very, very quickly of our trades. And the reality is, if we curl from here, you got room down into VWAP, baby. So, I want to make sure that I'm patient with this. I don't want to jump in too early, but it's the next one I got my eyeballs on. AMC, as far as targets go, because we are still holding on to it, if it retakes the high, that's 1330, 1350, it's 50. And then above there, 75, and then 14. But it had some trouble the first time. It did bounce off 13 nicely. Can it get through the second time here? It is super strong. I mean, on a 3-minute, look at these candles, right? Like, it's absolutely beastly right now on AMC.
We're all over that AMC trade right now. It's back up to 1320. Like I said, maybe we do see a 1322 or something like that for them. Okay, so AMD, like we were able to get out of a quarter, then lost the rest. So we wind up losing about 30 cents or no less than that on the last part, but in and out there as it breaks higher. So I think AMD is just going to be this all-day runner today. So we tried it back and forth there. We lost an average amount on that name, so that's okay. What we make on Apple and all these other names, but yeah, definitely not worth the risk there on AMC. We are now averaged in to gap, so here we are into gap short. Let's see where that goes. Now short at 1091 or 1092 here on gap, so it has that 11 top. We'll see if it can hold it or not, but there goes gap. We're shorting into this one now. 1092. What's up, Brendo?
Just quickly on that SoFi note, guys, this is it's a Washington Post that's reporting this, saying the Biden administration close, quote unquote, close to a decision on canceling up to $10,000 in student debt going forward. So it was, we talked about it a bit yesterday, but it was Nelnet, I believe is the name of the company, NELNET, which is one of the major student debt or student loan providers in the U.S., laying off a whole bunch of staff yesterday in the wake of this news kind of leaking out a little bit late in the afternoon. So no decision, though, is the key here yet from the White House.
All right, all right.
Thanks there, Brennan. And we did get a super chat, and apologies, Michael Herbert. Obviously, things happen really fast, and we don't want to be missing out on this. You asked about Bed Bath & Beyond, or yeah, it was Bed Bath & Beyond. Look, you know there's a huge short interest. I think that's why you're in that long. Yeah, I mean, look, it's got a great bottom at 8. I don't know that that's the first thing I looked at for support. I think it's got the upper channel now. That's just what I sort of see here. It's made the bottom 750. It then put an $8. I'll zoom my chart there. It made a bottom $8, and now you're into this channel, right? Like this is the 850 level. It's making that next leg to the upside. However, there's an element to this that is part squeeze, right? Like it's just you have some of the squeeze names running to the upside, and it might just be going with it. So you got to be at least a little bit careful for a rug pull. Room to $10, obviously, but it did a wick top, and watch out for this. This is back-to-back days. If we pull back, AMC pulls back, GameStop takes out 130, whatever, you might see some momentum selling into this off this 920. But I like where your head's at. I think 850 is a pretty solid support, let alone that $8 even. Just watch out for that rug pull. Anytime I see that wick happen, and then you get a day 2 on some of these names, it can get dicey because you might just have that same high and see the sellers start to come in en masse, especially with the long weekend coming up. Brendo?
I was just going to mention the exact same thing. I didn't realize you were speaking about that, but a huge volume alert there, guys, on Bed Bath & Beyond as well.
Okay.
Great minds.
Somebody's trying to go. Digital World Acquisition Corp shares down 3%. Oh, no. A release. Looks like a share offering maybe for DWAC right now. Let's see where this is going. 43.50 to the downside right now for DWAC. So a nice little move down. We'll see where it goes from here. But DWAC, just 15 seconds ago, company files for resale of up to 100 million shares. I don't really know what that means, resale up to 100 million shares, but there's a nice move to the downside.
Not good.
Shout out to you, don't know 433 or 443 right there. If I think AMD is going to be a runner, why not go long? Well, yeah, good point. I mean, that's a great question, actually. Why not go long if I think this is just going to keep on going up? I honestly, you know, like we just touched down again, down to $100.60 there. I just feel like it's too whippy for me to do anything right now on this stock. Like, I mean, I tried the long, which was great, and then it failed, and then I started to go short, and then that failed. Then we went short again, and then that failed. So, yeah, I do think it's going to be one of those nice little all-day moves, especially because the NASDAQ is up another 2.25%. I mean, we were talking about bottoms before. I don't know if the bottom's in on the market or not, but definitely feels that way. So I think you might be right here on maybe just getting long. Don't know, but I don't know either. So for right now, I'm going to hold on to this one. Maybe if you break this, I mean, I'm not in it, but you know, maybe if we break this 101.50 area, something can be said. But I just like my read on those. Like we were long both Nvidia and AMD early, and we should have just stayed long. Like, look what I just gave up. I just gave up $5 on this. Like yesterday we had a $10 winner and gave up another 10 on that. So yeah, it sucks right now to not be in these names, and I should be in them. And that's the bad part. Like normally I'm all over that stuff. Not right now though, and that's. For me, that's the sucky part because I had this long, no reason to get out of that, except for I panicked on the AMD, I panicked on the Nvidia, so it's time to slow down. We're in Gap right now, we're in AMC. AMC's now at the high. Hey guys, let's just take out another piece right now on AMC, another banger, go ahead.
Before we go, the NASDAQ just took the high. The ES just cleared that 41.15 area. I said I would get out of Tesla when it looked like it wasn't going to go. But then I also mentioned to myself, once we take out that high, I'm getting back in. I anticipated if we're in a consolidation, that was either a break of the high or we could still get the consolidation, and we got it. But we're not through that top. So scalp to the high, hold to at least 750. Looks like we got this jailbreak still going on. Brendo.
So on DWAC, guys, looks like this is coming from the PIPE or the second round of PIPE investment. So it's not actually new shares that are being sold. So it's sellers that own from pre-investment. So 100 million on the PIPE side getting put back into the market.
Again, why we love Brandon. Because I heard this story, I'm just like, Sean said it, he's like, what's that? I'm like, what's that? And Brendan tells you exactly what it is within minutes, baby. That's what it's all about. It's all about getting the good news.
Yeah, no, it is. Yeah, I mean, that's why we have Brendan here. Good job, Brendan.
Like, it's just what it is. Like, I love it because I was just really confused by it. And I'll shout out Charlie partially because you did say AMC 1350. So I remember hearing it. We didn't quite get there, by the way. So I'm just going to, not to nitpick or anything. Look, the stock was at 12.23 at the close yesterday, so 13.37 is pretty darn close. But it is still trying to get to that 13.50 price where it fell away from last week. So we'll see if it happens. It's Friday to Friday, just basically back to where it was last Friday. And I think that's why you're seeing some selling come into it. I should have been taking some off a little tighter to that 13.50 mark. Maybe get some out at that 35. We'll see what happens next time, but maybe we can bounce past through it. If it can break, fantastic. 14.20. So there's your 420 reference for the day. 14.20 if it breaks 13.50 would be the next leg up. Gap.
Okay, yeah, Gap's starting to go to the downside right now, which is nice for your boy as we're back into this name, obviously loaded up a little bit here as well. So I was bidding, let's take a piece out 78 right there, and we just took that. I am also bidding 75. I like to bid those fives. So here it is. Let's see if we can get, wow, it just stops on me again. That's what I get for bidding 75, so I shouldn't have been there. But okay, we'll go back. We'll put a bid at 77 and 76 right now, see if we can get some more out there if it does continue to drop down. But yeah, Gap's been a disappointment today, obviously. We were short, then it halts, then we got out, then we hit the short there and was able to do some damage back to the downside, and now we're once again short up near 11 now on GPS. It's too bad. I was waiting there at 75. That's okay. We took a 78 because I just punched out, basically limited it or marketed out at 78 a little bit, which was literally 5%. We're going to try to get 5% out again here, 77 and 76. I don't know why we're bidding both of those, but we'll see if those can both come through now on GPS. I feel like it might bounce a little higher here, but we are ready for this thing to come and test 1050. So that's kind of where I think, but I don't know why it just stopped on a dime there at 75. So yeah, maybe there is something here with this GPS coming back a little bit there. There it goes, right back through 75. So that's going to be a good trade for us, hopefully. And then AMD right now, yuck. It's still dancing. Oops, I'm not even on it. It's still dancing around this 101, sorry. Not sure what I think about it, but AMC, well traded on that one. We'll go bang there because we just got out. We only have a little piece left of this name, literally 10%. So we only have 10% out. That was a bigger out there. That was a bigger out there as we took only one trade today on AMC, and it was a break of the day high at that time, 1290 or 1280, whatever. And that was out. So now we're almost out of this name. We can sort of relax and see where it goes from here. Thank you, GPS. We're making a little bit back here as it's starting to fall down. But anything before we go to Brendo there?
Oh, he's going to talk the same stock I would. So it is time for the small cap recap. Let's go to Brendan at the big screen.
A bit of a quiet day once again for small cap stocks, but we were talking about AVDL. Monster move down yesterday on that trial. It was a cancer trial that failed apparently, so in a late stage trial. I took a shot at this versus the pre-market high because it got absolutely flushed into the open and then they bought it right back up again. So ends up breaking 175, flip to the long. That gave you a long up to $2, which we were talking about before the open. So $2, you got to go back a long, long way on the daily chart, but was a significant level of support. So being rejected right now at 2, decent volume still on AVDL. We'll see if we can continue downside. The other one I was watching was RDBX, Redbox again, 850 and then 875 was key areas from the middle of the day yesterday. I wanted it to show me something first. It wasn't really doing much at the open, but it finally made a move back below 8. So we'll see what happens at $8 for RDBX, guys.
And Tesla, I was about to say the same thing for ADVL. That $2 was the level, and I'm glad Brendan got it. I was too late to it. Now I'm paying down to 92s, but Tesla just took out 745. So thank you, Tesla, for at least giving us something to Gronk spike about. I don't know why I have football on the mind, but I definitely do. Trying to make some moves in my Dynasty League, that's probably the reason. But Tesla threw that high of the day. We're able to get back into it. This is what I didn't do yesterday. Got out too early, and when the consolidation happened, I didn't get the dip buy. So we finally got this dip buy. You still have the break on going here on Tesla, and there's just room to run. Tons of room to run. I'll clean up this chart a little bit later. But 760, if it gets to 750 installs, that's one level. You can always buy a dip and buy a break at 50s. 760 above there. 780 has been an absolutely monstrous level on Tesla. We'll see what happens. AMC for me, remember, the high that it break was at 1280. And I added to the position when it got to 13. I actually doubled up. So my average price was probably about a little bit closer to the 90s, the mid-90s there, or low 90s on AMC. I still like that 1280 for the dip. Like if it gets past 1285 or so, I'll zoom in for you guys, then it's invalidated on the breakout. But I haven't added anything back. I'm still holding about 30% for that 1350 and potentially higher if it has the juice to go. I'm with you on that on GPS. I mean, we're both looking at Gap, obviously. And I still have my eyeballs on Microsoft on the off chance it sets back up. It's just, man, like Tesla's giving you consolidations and pullbacks. Microsoft is not giving you anything but upside. It's just stair step up, big candles on the 15-minute, right? Like it's just been jailbreak mode. And the next thing that'll happen is it'll get to this 274, 275, and there'll be nothing left to do but maybe short resistance, which not the look that I wanted for Softy today, Brendo.
We were mentioning these wheat stocks pre-market this morning. Big move down for all of them because of CGC, who reported. Here's ACB, guys. This was 240. We're at 160. So just absolutely flushed for Aurora.
I mean, I said that yesterday that I've already rolled up all my shares and smoked them. So that's see you later on that one. I feel like I did a good move there. So I could buy them back today for 30% less. And I got high off of some chemicals. So that was that. But no, I don't know, man. Those are nasty, those stocks. There's nothing to do with those. We're just going to wait to see here. Look, in the pre-market, I talked about Apple, and I said, like, hey, Apple had a chance to get to 150 today. I mean, how's 149? I mean, we're long right now at 145 on Apple. So that was the break there. We dumped out our NVIDIA, which is embarrassing because we had a 180 long on NVIDIA as well. We're out of that one as that continues to go up, but we are not out of Apple as that's, like, look at NVIDIA, just disgusting. That should be a $6 winner. But we're going to hold on to Apple as long as we can. AMC's dancing around. And honestly, like, this AMD, I don't know, man. It's starting to bug me a bit here. So I feel like I want to short it, but every time I do that, it like railroads me. So I don't know if this is going to be the right move. You don't like the short on AMD? All right. If Prad doesn't, you don't like the long either? Me neither. See, okay. This is what I'm talking about. Prad definitely maturing right now as a trader, to be honest with you. And, you know, whenever you have the same thoughts as me, that's always dangerous, but I like it. So right now, yeah, I'm not a long or a short in this, so it's great to hear that Prad also thinking the same way, but I'm just going to wait on it, man. I mean, I will take the short. It's going to have to break. Like, it has to break lower. I just feel like if the NASDAQ goes, this name wants to go down, although that seems crazy because it's up 2.4, so is the NASDAQ. It's just this there's something about it that's like telling me that this name needs to be shorted. I just got to figure out where and when on that one. It firms up to $30. Oh, and by the way, why the hell?
Exactly 30?
Yep. Why the hell are we not talking about Coinbase today? Like, what did I miss?
It's the only day I
didn't like where is this, Brendan? What's the story on this one? Up 10 today, Coinbase? Up 10%? Like, this was $40 a week ago. It's $80 right now. Like, what? All right, so Coinbase continues to make that move upside. Obviously, I can't short it if I have no idea what the hell's going on. But, like, look at that. There's that 40 bottom when basically they scared everybody. And that was probably, I don't know who put that report out, but, like, that your coins might not be safe on their exchange. Remember that? So that's, obviously gone by the wayside as Coinbase with the monster move up right now. Crypto's not doing anything. I mean, Ethereum's at 18, Bitcoin's at 29. Definitely not a 10% move in crypto. But how low did we get yesterday? Because I bought some Ethereum basically when I went to bed at 1750. And how low did we go there last night? This is an hourly. Yeah, so that was about it. So 1711. Yeah, right in the nighttime, right there. So that's where we got it. We bought some. 1756 was the price. I remember that as clear as day. So we're into more Ethereum right now. But yeah, I don't know. Strange that Coinbase is up that high. We will wait for Brendan to see what's going on there. Probably some upgrades, but nice move upside for Coinbase today, guys.
And the rug got pulled on GameStop just now. Right through 131. So that bottom got taken out. Yeah, that 1285 got taken out. So the last 30% of AMC. I'm going to be out of that one. I can't look at this, that bottom break, and my support go on AMC and then hold through that. It's just not going to happen. I mean, if it bounces from here, congratulations if you hold on through. But it looks like that one is going to be done. I'm gonna give a little bit more room to Zoom. I got into it again, and if the market turns, I want to be in the short in Zoom, and I can't really find anything that I love. Oh, don't do that again, Tesla. Now it's going to do whatever. So it's going to be the one that I love. Tesla just got to 749.33, so 750 incoming. It does look like it's going to be a pretty strong one here today. But if it turns off 750, I do want to get this out, just like we did earlier, right? Like, be willing to take the profit and then try to get back into it. Tell me my 15 minutes working. No, it's not. Just take the profit and then try to get back into it a little bit later. So I don't want to look a gift horse in the mouth. If 750 fails here, I do want to make sure that I'm taking the profit, and it just did.
All right. Yeah, so we got out. I mean, we'll ring the register, man. We had 10% left there on AMC, so we'll go bang on that one. A big trade for me there on AMC today. Another positive. We have three positives and two negatives. And obviously the negative ones today are going to be Gap stores as we got gapped up there right on that move. As soon as it opened, it gapped higher. Honestly, I mean, that is what it is.
That's exactly
it gapped higher. But the thing is because it wasn't opening and it was taking a while, if you guys were live on the show watching me trade it, we were able to get away from it a little bit. So we got out some here at 950. Like, it wasn't opening. Like, it was giving 950s, then going back to 970, giving 950s. So I didn't get out of everything. I only got out of about a quarter right there. So still a big hit. Then we shorted again and got some out. Got them out when it broke through 75 again to the upside. Then re-shorted. So we had a pretty much not a maximum position, but close enough to one right there. So now we're starting to get out here as it's resisting some 70s. But see, this is 50. So if we come back in, which it's doing right now, let's go Gap. We'll go over there and take some bid. I just bid 56. Let's just punch some 59s and not really wait for that one. I think we just got a midpoint there on that fill. We're also at 56 right now. Hopefully this can come back down. We're doing fine. The day has actually turned itself around for me, so this has actually been fine. Apple, we're going to get out at 148 break. That's to the downside. And look what's happening. AMD, although the NASDAQ's starting to come in a little bit there. Okay, we just got out of Apple. That's fine. Ring the register on a $3 winner there for AAPL. But the NASDAQ's coming back down here. Let's just check that Apple trade, why we got out. There it is. So a little bit of a barcode situation up here at 148.50. Look, if I keep getting out every time I think that it's going to break lower, then I wouldn't have been able to have this trade. So we hold it on for as long as we can. There it is, man. Ring the Reggie there on Apple. So Apple positive today, AMC nicely positive today, NVIDIA positive, but I should really be punching myself in the face on that one. And it's good because we do have something like that. I'm getting Will Smith right there. And then we'll see what happens now as it pulls back in, because NVIDIA, we should still have it, but we don't. But all is well, man. Gap stores starting to fade out a little bit here. So hopefully that short squeeze has now played itself out for Gap. But to the downside, here we come. And yeah, we are. I'll give Tony credit for his Upstart call, but it wasn't Upstart, it was Unity.
I think it was both, actually.
He said he bought Upstart before the earnings.
Oh, before?
Yeah, and he got absolutely destroyed on it. But did. It could be back up now.
Ooh.
It could be back up. But Unity was $30. I love Unity as well. That's at $41. So yeah, shout out to Tony, man. And the good thing about it is obviously we'll be missing Neil here in the afternoon show, but it's never really a miss if Tony could fill in for you or I. Because Tony is
It'll be fun. You guys will have fun.
Great. I'll be here with Tony. This should be a great opportunity for him to spread some knowledge and or just more Tonyisms. And so stay tuned for that at 2 p.m. It'll be myself and Tony as we wish Neil a happy camping trip.
It's like pseudo camping, I should say. I should clarify.
What do you mean?
I said camping.
Tent, you said.
It's a test of our camping equipment from when we actually go like into the real wilderness. Like we're going to be camping on my in-laws' land. Right, so they have like a bunch of like they got almost like a forest out there in Aurelia. But anyways, so we're gonna be outside of their house, but testing out our new
So you're gonna be in a tent outside somebody's house.
But we're not going inside. We're testing everything out.
That's
so
fine.
we know that there's no leaks in the tent apparently. All that kind of crap, like all of our cooking stuff is gonna be working because I'm not an experienced camper. I haven't done it since Cub Scouts, right? So. And, that's only a few years ago, but still, you want to make sure you're freshen up on that.
Camping is fun. Camping is fun. Just make sure you got the bug spray there.
All the DEET in the world, man. They eat me alive. I'm one of those people. Like, you go with
they
me
eat me
outside,
alive too, man.
It's like I'm your DEET. because realistically, they're going to come get me, the mosquitoes. They hate me. Oh, they love me, sorry. I'm out of Tesla, and watch, 750. If we pull back from here, at least that'll be working well because I still think we're in an upward trend. I still want to be buying the dip if I can every single time. It's worked well off these consolidations, but if it's a really, really tight top consolidation here, then I want to make sure that we're looking at that 750 breakout because every breakout was good yesterday on Tesla. Pretty much every breakout was good on Tesla. So 750 is just the same thing. And you know what? Looks like it's coming right now.
Shout out to my wife. Just took the dog to the vet. Super healthy. Everything is all good. But a couple nights ago, she made some. My wife made some sun-dried penne, and it had sun-dried tomatoes, penne, very nicely done. And then you put some ricotta in it as well. But the dog, when I think we just went out the front. I don't know. We were going to rally the kids. Jumped up onto the table and started eating some of the bowl of ricotta cheese. So that by the time we got back in, she was sitting on the couch. Everything was fine. And we're like, oh, okay, everything's cool. And then we went there. It was like, where's the ricotta? It was gone. And then, we'll watch Tesla here in a minute. We'll come back to that story in a second. There's more to that. TSLA, as I have. The thing is, we now have Prad 5 or 6 feet away from us, so that's good because he can yell to us anything that he's looking at. Wow, Tesla back to 750, man.
That break was weak.
I know I trash talked the Tesla shares, and it worked. It went all the way down to $600 there, and wow, I'm speechless when I think about the market, okay? Because you look at some of these names like Coinbase up 50% in a week, like that market cap, like what did they do differently in 1 week that doubled the value of their business? And then Tesla, the same thing. They have, it's billion, what is their market cap anyways? I mean, it keeps going back and forth. But Tesla's market cap there, they just made up in 3 days again from 600 all the way back up to 760 for TSLA shareholders, which I'm one. I didn't sell anything. This is a spot right now that I'm thinking about maybe selling. It's come right back into the 760 area. But hey, if the NASDAQ's going to rally, then Tesla's your friend for sure. Yeah, I was going to say 600 billion. The market cap's 700 billion. So they just made back there like $100 billion or maybe a little bit less than that in just a couple days. So nicely done for Tesla there. Maybe, I don't know, Elon's, he's still tweeting, I guess.
Oh,
he's still all
me.
over Twitter, but I guess I didn't win the lottery. I just saw an ad come up on that. I didn't get the email today. You have won. Remember I was telling you that story.
Yeah, but you only just win a
yesterday.
free play. You know how it works.
I know, but I got it was a 70 million, and I was like, I got the message the other day because I bought tickets online. It's like, yeah, you have a winner or whatever. When I wake up, I was like, yeah, and I didn't want to log in because I was like, I know it's going to be a free ticket, but what if it is 60 million? Then it just means I come in and I do 10 times the shares.
You know what you do?
But yeah.
I was just gonna say, like, it makes your coffee taste better. You chillax on the morning, where like enjoy the coffee, pretending like it's going to be a winner, and then afterwards, when you've enjoyed that little like half an hour of euphoria, then realize that you've only won a free ticket. But it's like that for roll up the rim for me. I'm a donut guy, and every single time I win a free coffee. Like, where's my free?
Remember, they don't have roll up the rim anymore.
Oh, yeah, okay, well, they used to at Tim Hortons. It was a big deal.
That was the best part because I think Dunkin' Donuts maybe has something like that too. But anyways,
Brendo?
I'll finish that story about my cockapoo when we get back. What's up, Brendo?
A couple of Chinese names still doing all kinds of volume. Here's one of them, METX, online education company, popping up on huge volume alert there at 160. DD Global, guys, we were talking a little bit in the pre-market about, I mean, you say you're going to delist, and it's done nothing but go straight upside on huge volume ever since. So interesting moves here for Chinese ADRs once again.
Someone said,
there goes Tesla.
Okay, there goes, and here goes AMD as well. This is the thing. Yeah, there goes Tesla to the upside now. Is that what you said?
Yeah, but the thing is, the break was kind of weak.
AMD's ripping
so I
too.
scalped half of it for almost like nothing, right? Like, it's just the initial move was pretty weak. And then the second move was bigger, but I got out of it so I can hold like the regular amount of shares that you trade, and then now it's starting to go. But that also means that Zoom is crap because the market continues to go up. And I should have just waited for the market to turn to get into the Zoom trade and then only gone with the Tesla longs because that's been the place to be ever since GameStop pulled back in and all that other crap. It's just, Gap is pulling back now, but that was obviously a bag of you-know-what at the open. But Tesla is the place to be. It does seem like it has a chance to get to that 760, and then from there, that 775, 780, The problem is, I just told you guys that Tony's going to be doing the closing show. I can't hold it for that long. I can't actually hold Tesla all day because we're trying to beat traffic up north. That's the idea. So I do have to get out of this at some point.
Yeah, yeah, obviously. But, you know, still lots to go in the show here. Someone just said there, shout out to you, but not shout out because I'm losing. Affirm, what do I think about it at 30? Well, here we go. I took I took the short into 30. If it breaks 10 now, we're going to get out. It doesn't look like this one will work. All good, though. I mean, we wanted this through 30 to take the short up against 30. So we are now short at 92. Looks like it'll be probably a small hit here on that name as it just rejected a little bit. So now I have to get out now because it's a wrong play. Even though it's back in, I think we'll get out a little bit if, darn it, we just missed it. I tried to buy some O's there. So if it does fall back in, we will get something out at O's if it does come back just to take a little bit of pressure off of that. See, man, I'm not even, maybe I should have gone on a free there, a lit market or something because it just stopped at O's there. Thought maybe it would come through there. We could have just got it. There it goes. Okay, I was going to say, there it smoked everything. So, all right, now we took a little bit of pressure off that one. We were going short in front of 30. I still possibly, I mean, I don't hate the trade. I mean, my out was 30.10, so it came close, but we just took a little bit of pressure off of that trade right now for that Affirm. So, hey, if the market falls down, I like this Affirm short down here to 29.40 or so. But again, I'm not willing to hold it, only to 30.10. So thanks for the shout out there. As you asked me, on the chat. Was that a super chat? No. We'll get to that Singamit as well. What's up? You want a shout out? I'll do it. We don't have Miss V now. If there's ever any super chats, guys, Brendan will get them, or someone has to remind us. But there you go. Fremont, California. What's up, Singamit? Hi everyone, and hi back to you, my friend. Thank you for watching. And there goes Affirm back to the downside. So this needs to get into 80s before we take a little bit more out. But Brendan has something.
Twitter making moves here, guys. I mentioned that note on Twitter earlier with Elon Musk, but up 1% here, just tested day highs, but a huge volume spike coming in here for Twitter.
All right.
So this is weird. Like yesterday, I was sort of saying in the afternoon show that like a lot of what happened in Twitter in the morning and the close felt like someone is like low-key being squeezed on it, who's like are betting short. Part of that was because of a tiny small buy imbalance, and then you saw against the grain, it just jumped to the upside as the buyers are rushing out of it and trying to get out of that close. And then the same thing's happening today. It still has a chance to crack this 40 level, and then maybe you actually see a bit of a squeeze through there.
Shit.
A lot of people are going to have stops at 40 on Twitter, so have your eyeballs on that one. Just because it's a buyout doesn't mean it can't go. I just took some shares out of Tesla at $7.55 because every $5, man, it can't seem. I've been taking profit on the way up, pretty much at all the obvious levels, 40s, and then 45, and then now 55, but I'm still holding for more. We still think this can go even further, but this market is slowing down. There are some signs that we could be running for a little bit of a turn here, and it is getting close to lunchtime. That's the other thing. Things will slow at lunch.
All right, what's up to Dan Duval? Thank you so much for noticing that, my man. I mean, we have honestly the best production team in all of media.
Yes.
The funny thing is I just said that and Lucas laughed and Fahad just was like stone cold face. Like he's like,
yeah.
Fahad's like, yeah, that's right. Damn right. Right there. But I do want to bring that up because here's the comment, and I'm going to shout out to Lucas for this one. These microphones that we're using are so much better than the midday show. The point is, we know that. And right now, these microphones that we have are, I don't know, they're super expensive, right, Lucas? Yes. And we can't get more. So they've been on order since January. Is it January? Yo, relax on that, Brad.
We don't ask the users to pay for anything.
We've actually paid. Brad, this guy's too much. But we've actually paid for them. So good call on that, Dan Duval. Thank you for paying close attention to everything. We know that, man, and we're trying to give you the absolute best, viewing experience and everything. So I got to give a big shout out to Lucas for that one because he's all over that. So we are waiting for new equipment, and believe me, we want the best experience for all of you. Yeah. And these mics have been fantastic, but yeah, they are hard to get a piece of. So they are on order, and I don't know, maybe if anybody knows anybody in the audio business, give me a shout there on Twitter. Maybe there's a better way to get these, but they are on order. And before we go to Brendan, let's just do a little bit of money because some of that money fell out. Like my account got I was going to say drained, but that's not even close to what happened. We lost on Gap right there, but now we take advantage of the buy now, pay never and firm. So there it is, a nice 30-cent move back down. Well, it's 20 cents now. Now it's 30 cents back down in. So we did take out a little bit when it broke 30. By a little bit, I was 20%. Now it's starting to come back in, and we have half of the trade still on board as this is starting to print us now. So all of a sudden, man, today is looking a hell of a lot better than it did about a half hour ago. So thanks to everybody for shouting that out. What's up, Henry Z? Yeah, the People's Traders here. And we're going to be here forever until I somehow and maybe get fired at some point. But I don't think that'll be happening. Over to the big screen with Brendan. And you want to go something right now?
No, you're good to go. It's all up.
Sector Watch.
Hey guys, yeah, a couple days in a row, very, very green board to show you once again. 1.5% here for the S&P. There are a couple of areas though to be concerned with at this point in the healthcare, specifically the equipment makers. Some of them with earnings today to the downside. So there are a few in negative territory, but the rest, the pharmaceutical companies, very strong, easily offsetting that, including, yeah, Moderna's up 7% on the day. Tech stocks leading though, which is good to see, was consumer discretionary names, if you remember yesterday, that was making up for most of the gains. So they are very strong. There's Ulta. We mentioned Ulta Beauty up 10% on the day. Consumer services as well. Those are the travel names, some of the cruise lines in that group as well. Industrials are strong. Real estate stocks are strong. Banks, again, in positive territory. Few individual names, consumer staples and the utility group. Some of the resource names as well to the downside, including Mosaic. They're down about 2%, but 1.5%. We'll take it on a Friday. Maybe if we discuss Sennheiser a little bit more in a positive way, they'll make our shipping delays go away, guys. Great look for Sennheiser.
I know. I heard Sennheiser.
Yeah, that's the mics, right?
Say nice things, and maybe our shipping woes will disappear.
I like that.
They're not disappearing. Like the reality is, you can't. Everyone's talked about supply chain. That's why we're talking about with the mics. Like it's the reality. Brendan knows about it with his range. If you've tried to order anything, it's getting better though. That's actually something we've been talking about. A lot of the supply chain issues have been getting a heck of a lot better, which is one of the reasons why you're getting some recovery back into the market. But now I'm going to go on a rant about what's next for inflation. So why not? Wage inflation is a bigger thing right now. Right, like everybody's had to pay more, and that means people have to spend a little bit more, and they can handle these price increases. Because what happens is, if you tell a company they can increase prices and people have more money and they can pay it, they're not going to bring those prices down if they don't have to. Why would you? That's just the reality. I wouldn't.
Sennheiser, yeah. If anybody is that who makes them, Sennheiser? Yeah. Okay, so if you work for Sennheiser or whatever, at Trader TV, Sean, let's get this. You can even sponsor our show. How about that? Okay, so here we go to the downside right now for a firm. Apple. We got out of Apple. I'm trying to find something that's maybe a little bit weaker than the market right now. I go over to Alibaba. It was a big move up yesterday, obviously, and it's just retraced back to 93 bucks. So this is something that, again, still down that 2%, has retraced back up, but again, I know Neil's talking about PDD there. It's been a good move today for some of the Chinese names. Not PDD had earnings, of course, but that was a move to the downside and then all the way back up now. So despite the market trying to come back in, you are seeing Alibaba, back up to this 93 level. So just wondering about that. It was a big report yesterday. We were hella long this name. We definitely made some money yesterday on this, but right now back up to 92.80. Just wondering about a short here if we break back down below 92.50. So this little break level right there trying to come into play. So I think we'll do that. A 92.50 break. Let's go some short Alibaba until it takes out that high, 92.80. So it has to break 50 first to the downside. We'll take it, and then we'll see what happens if it takes down 80 back up right there. So that's going to be my trade. Looks like it's going to take 80 right now. So we're waiting first for 50 to go, and then we'll use 80 as our stop if we do get into the short for Alibaba. A firm I want to talk about just quickly, but it's not doing anything. We are noticing the 50 periods at 50, so that needs to crack down below. We're only in 40% now, as we just have a couple outs here in the 60s. So hopefully it can come back down. I am bidding 52 right there, which is this spot. So here it comes right now. We get filled out. There it goes, tanking down. So nice little hold there for a firm.
So it was a mistake for me to get out of Pinduoduo when I did. I took it out in front of 44 at the open, which just feels like I'm always getting out too early on those moves. I know they had blowout earnings. It was just a setup. And take a setup when it's there, and that's exactly what we did. It's going to give me a chance at this curl when the market makes a top. This was relatively weak all day. I'm jumping into it. I'm still in Zoom, which just put a big candle in, but okay, that just went in the money, so no need to talk about that. We'll go over to Tesla, which it looks like it just pulled back below 750. I'm going to go exactly the same way we've been trading Tesla all day long. We'll take the longs. We'll take our profit in front of resistance. When it looks weak, we'll get out because there's always a chance to get back in. And last time, we basically were able to get back in under better conditions, market breaking out at about the same price we're recovering. And if I like 750s, and look, I have to leave, so this might not actually be true, but it can be true for anyone watching the trade, you might still be able to get 750 if the market retakes the high. So why not get out here? And then if the market is bouncing back to the upside or catching a bid and you can grab 742, I don't need to hold it $8 against me. I can always jump back in. And of course, I left a stop because I manually got out. So I don't want that trade. So I'm just going to get out of Tesla. That's what you got to do. I always do this. It's like, you adjust your stop or get out manually and the stop is still in there. I actually end up making about 30 or 40 cents on that trade, but I didn't want it to happen. So let's just get out of that one. I still think you can get that pullback. And if the market's still going to the upside and you can get a better price on Tesla as a day trader, why not do that? If you're only one in, one out, I get it. When you take that original long, you're just looking to hold on to it instead of stair step it to the upside. But that's not what we do because we can get in like 10, 20 times if we want to. You're not going to make 20,000 trades. I was just trying to exaggerate. Brendo?
VG, which is Vonage, Ericsson apparently already had a deal in place to acquire this, but there are some rumblings of national security issues on this deal, so heads up for VG.
To the downside goes Vonage. We were also thinking about AMD long, so we're in the long again. It just dropped like a rock off 102 down to 101. So we'll see if some of these wicks. And again, I said that we didn't know what to do with AMD, and I'm glad we didn't take it because as the NASDAQ was coming back down here, AMD, sure, it just went down, but it was starting to motor up. And that's why I looked over at AMD for a short, and it was already just still continuing to go up. We should have shorted that when we noticed it. But again, if we don't have the right reads on stocks, we don't need to trade them. There's so many more opportunities that you can take. And so let's just wait to see what happens here with AMD. We just went long at 101.15. I want to give this long. I don't know. I was thinking about giving it to about $100.60 or so, this little break. So, if it comes back in, that's sort of the top right there. And, playing these ranges on AMD hasn't been great. So let's wait until it comes down to $100.80, and then we'll put on a bid, and then we'll get out if it takes down this 60 or so level on AMD, because I don't want to start building along now, especially after that move, and especially after a couple. We were long early and got out. That's the crazy part. We were long at 100, it went to 102, and we're down on the stock. So not great feels for me today on this name, but we'll wait. We're going to wait for $100.80 or so to take to take close to our full position, and then we're only going to give it 20 cents. Too much room I gave it before. AMD, a very, very strong name today, obviously strong over the last couple of days, so we do have to respect that. Our Affirm only goes down as low as 40, which is fine. We took some out at 50. I think that's basically telling me to take some more out now. There it goes. We just take another 50 out again. Now, hopefully this can come back to VWAP. We are only in now a quarter of this trade from 30 short. So thanks to the viewers for that one. I even said to Neil, Affirm's at 30, and Neil's like, 30 even? And I was like, yeah. And that's right where it went to, but we gave it a little more room. So normally traders will probably be out on a 30 break. I trusted it a little bit more because Affirm's just crap. So we wanted to hold that a little bit. Although it's up 5%, I can't downplay a lot of these names. If you're in many of these, man, like the Udity, the Upstarts of the world, anything that's from that bottom, Coinbase, some of these beat down names, the ARC names, starting to move now because there's money coming back to work. So a lot of people willing to trade it off the sidelines will buy stock that has been so destroyed that honestly it just has room to the upside. So watch out for some of these names, and I put a firm in that basket as well.
And shorts have to cover too. That's the other thing. Like, people have been riding those shorts to the downside, and they're not small. Like the hedge funds that have been doing it, when they get out at some of those bottoms, like the market's going to come back to them. So I did take some profit on Zoom here, was able to get a top wick, got a little more patient with it. Now it's coming back into that 107. I got bids at 106 as well. For now, Tesla barcoding off 750, so that seems like it's a good look. Pinduoduo was looking like it was doing, I'll go to the 3-minute here maybe for you guys, was looking like it was a nice little rollover into VWAP, and then it just comes right back to the top. So what was obviously relatively weak here, pulling back. Now remember, they had blowout earnings, so I am kind of against the grain. And, I did get out too early at this price before. I don't want to make the same mistake. I have a very tight stop on Pinduoduo. Like, that's a pretty solid comeback it made, and I wanted this off the open. It's now reclaimed that 44 level that caused me to get out before. So what you don't want to do is chase previous profits. I can't do that, so the stop is not back up to 46. The stop is right here on this consolidation. Otherwise, that's just me trying to recreate what should have happened at the open, which is holding it all the way down to that bottom. You just talked about Coinbase. We need to find out what's going on with the rest of crypto and, of course, with the currencies. Brendan is at the big screen for Money Talks.
Hey guys, quiet wrap up to the week for currency markets today. Threw the dollar up there on an intraday time frame. That's an hourly chart. Just to show you, there was a move this morning on that PCE number back to the downside. So we are negative so far for DXY, down about 0.25%. So inflation data showing a little, maybe, kind of, sort of improvement in the direction, anyways, that we want to go. Negative so far for the US dollar as a result. Everything else a little bit higher. Australia had some positive signs come out over the past couple of days for their economy. So up a full percent or better part of full percent for both Australia and the New Zealand. The Kiwi, almost a full percent as well, 65.5 cents once again. Cryptos are red once again, 3% for Ethereum, 2% there for Bitcoin. But still, I mean, we're in that same old range for both, guys.
Coin's not in the same old. That's actually giving it up here in a big way. Coinbase off 77, now through VWAP and down through 74. So it looks like that top that we made in the market was a much bigger top in Coinbase. And trust me, I see that AVDL. And I liked it at $2 for a short, but you've got to be willing to make the top wicko. And when it took out that high, I'm just getting out of it. You take the consolidation short. It did that whole rule of 1 time, 2 time, go parabolic. I'll go for it there at 2. I thought it would be 265 next. I was looking back to this level, and it looks like it just wants to turn at 250. So we'll see. I mean, I might not make the trade because I might not be here to make the trade. But 250, 265, those are your levels to watch. I think 265 is a stronger one because it actually gave it up there yesterday. But 250 is a nice psychological number as well for AVDL. If you're in the long, it hasn't given you a lot of reason to get out. Maybe a little bit at 2, it definitely gave you that reason. Maybe it's giving you some at 250. I think a lot of people will be covering if it gets to 265, though.
All right. Just looking here at one of our best trades of the day, and I got to give a big thank you to you guys out there because Affirm was at, I mean, this is a stock that obviously I only go short on, and, you know, definitely paid out. We just took another piece out there at 30, so Affirm coming back down to the downside right now, so good trade there. Where are we going to get out again? I put a bid at 25. I mean, I honestly surprised, like we got the majority of them out here at 50 because that was the 50 period. But yeah, a nice move down and it just bounced off VWAP there. So I am sitting now at 24. Okay. I guess I just pushed bid enter when it was down there. Let's see if we can get a 24 bid. Obviously breaking right now, should be able to get there at 24. But either way, a nice 65-cent win right now for us on Affirm. And like I said, unfortunately, we just have a small piece left. And there it goes again. The fruit salad today, man. Stay hydrated, both with water and with healthy snacks. Fruit salad brought to you by Daytrade the World. The fruit salad, very tasty today. Kiwi, cantaloupe, and apple. I didn't take any apples. And green grapes. I was going to say red grapes, but it's green grapes right there as well. Okay, here comes the firm right back to 29. So we still have a piece on. We'll let this go. It's a nice little 80-cent winner. But there we go to the downside. So good trade here for AFRM. And then, you know, we had AMD. Our AMD, so I made a keystroke error. I meant to put $100.80 where we're trying to bid. Instead, I put 101.80. So as soon as that happened, I got rayed out, but it did change my average price. But here it comes in right now, so we got to watch out for AMD. We should get this fill here, but see how this market's tanking in now? So I don't know if I should even be taking this, to be honest with you, on AMD right now. But we will. We'll see if it can hold out a little bit high. There it is. We have the long now on AMD, $100.80.
There you go, AMD. And this market, it might be turning around, but we're up 2% on the NASDAQ Plus and the ES, 1.5%. And it's not a huge pullback. But I want to get over to SIGA before we get out of here. I mean, the positions that I have on, I think you guys all know
don't go down.
where our outs are and all that kind of nonsense. So they're okay except for Pinduoduo and Zoom's going down. But I want to get to SIGA. I got breaks, and when I take breakouts, I tend not to want to hold them against me. I like dip buys off support. I like support and resistance better. But now that you're through, first we had that 1065, then you had that 11. Now you're churning up through. I don't really see any reason why it should be stalling out at this high. You just took out the high again at 1150, and I think it should be retesting 12 to 1250 here. Like, this was a very good consolidation base for SIGA. Right? Like, it did a nice base out for a couple of days at 850 at the obvious level, and then you're making a multi-day break. I'd be shocked if we didn't see 1250 in the afternoon. It seems to be stalling out a little bit here at 1150, but I think that's just regular chop because of the time of day. So I think it has a chance to get to that 12. I wouldn't be entering here at this price because I think you're too far away from where your support should be down at 10. But yeah, you know what? I couldn't endorse entering at this price. It doesn't make any sense to me if you're trying to get long at 1150, unless you're going to have a stop at 11, which I don't think is the right thing. If you're already in, you can hold to 12, I think.
Okay. Kien Vo there. What's up? What do you want exactly? You can email us at marketing. Can you have our office phone number? You have a gift?
You even have a phone number?
Yeah, we don't even have a phone number. So I'll give you Prad's cell phone number, and you can phone that.
He does that himself.
And you can do that on the show. But no, just email marketing at tradertv.live. So marketing at tradertv.live, and we'll get that all figured out for you as well. But thank you so much. And what's up, Squanchy, as he's right there right now. So yeah, guys, look. If you do have anything you want to send to us, we've gotten a couple of gifts as well. Shout out to Laced Up Souls at Mike Crehan there, sending some kicks through as well. That was really kind of you. We did have Daniel from Yummies came through there with the kebab and with the burgers.
Those burgers are fire.
That guy was fire for us as well.
Good.
So thank you so much, Daniel. Support Yummies. They're in Scarborough, I believe. So thank you to Daniel. And then I don't want to keep, like, we had someone brought us that scotch. Or the whiskey, or was it Scotch? I think it was Scotch.
What was so cool about the guest that rang the bell for us and came from out west was that's actually, no word of a lie, the Oban.
Yep.
That's one of the three that I drink at home. It's
good, yeah. Maybe you mentioned that, maybe. I don't know.
If I randomly had mentioned that and that was the case, man, like, that's super
key.
Cool. But yeah, we love it. We're kind of blessed. To be able to have, like, an audience in the community, quite frankly, that actually, that loves us, respects us, have a lot of fun.
Yep.
We come in, like, we have guys on the floor here who are like, we watch the show, we love it, and now they're sitting with us. And for us, it's just like,
yeah,
we're just we're trading, and it's just, to me, I actually find it, like, overwhelming at times. It's like, wow, like, it's cool. Like, I said I missed the blood moon because the sky was too cloudy that night, and I'm getting DMs of pictures from Florida, Texas, everywhere else where you could see it. I'm like, give me a break. I don't deserve that. Like, that's pretty cool that you guys would do that for us. So we love you guys. Obviously, I'm not going to be here for the closing show. You guys actually get Tony, man, and you're going to have a lot of fun because Tony Tone is going to be on the close show.
And just a quick Tony Tone review here. As what the hell? A firm just fell out of bed, man. Like, it got kicked out of there. You could see this one just down to 64. Okay, a firm. I don't know what you did to anybody, but that just got beat down, and we're happy to be there for it as well. So a nice trade, man. What was a little bit of a rough start now. making that money back here as a firm, down to 28.60 and still motoring downside. So you heard Neil mention it, man. It'll be Tony back with me on the afternoon show. The midday show is getting ready. We wish Neil happy camping. Well, happy tenting, I guess. You have the tent out. That should be fun.
And daughter will enjoy it.
Yeah, it'll be good. It'll be good. It'll be fun as long as it doesn't rain, which I don't think it's supposed to. So
it's raining today.
Yeah, today.
I'll be driving in the rain up north. So.
Oh, come on. That's right. It's not even that far, bro. You're going up like an hour and a half.
I know, it's not that far.
Okay, so it takes longer to get to like Milton from here. All right, guys.
That's true.
Yeah, it does. But anyways, enjoy your camping. It should be a lot of fun, and we'll have a lot of fun too. And there's more fun coming right now as we throw it over to the midday show. It's Pratt and Luca right there. I like it. Let's go.
Hey, Bald Cam. Luckily, we're not the one with the ball spots yet, so maybe eventually.
Keyword.
Maybe eventually.
Possibly keyword yet, because you stay in this business long enough. It is very stressful.
Hey, that's for sure. But welcome to Midday Movers, Market Movers. It's time for the Pratt and Luca show for the first 1.5 hours or so. Let's start off with some of the trades that I started with today. So if we can go to my screen real quick. Tesla, we were all waiting for that Tesla move. So I got short Tesla before 750, scalped it all the way down to 745s or so. And then I had an order to break out long of 750, but that break was so weak. It was so, it wasn't fruitful to the upside. So I took a little bit of a loss on the breakout there, and I just said, forget the stock, not going to trade it anymore. Just flipped off from there. That was a pretty decent trade overall. After that, I heard the Affirm call out near $30, so waited for Affirm to break 30, and then on the way back in, shorted it. I did try it before 30 over here at 29.50. This was before the call out, but I stopped myself out really quick. Took a flat trade on that, didn't even take a loss, so I actually collected fees, made money on that trade, but got back in short near 30. Wrote it only up to 60 cents to the downside, so made 40 cents on that move, and obviously didn't capitalize on that bigger move to the downside that Affirm happened to give anyone who was short. And then Costco was my other trade, which I'm in right now also. It's out of the money by $1 for me, but I have my level near 464. I plan on taking some more size over here near 464 or so. Will be my last entry on this trade, and then I'll have my stop sent out. So basically taking that long near 464 areas happens to be the pre-market, after hour high areas or after hour consolidation areas from yesterday over here, and was focusing on that level. And now obviously got long 466 couple times, scalped out on near 467 and 468, kept rinsing and repeating the same setup again and again. And now I'm adding all the way down to 464. If 464 breaks the downside, we'll just take that quick little loss on that trade, walk away from it. But so far, Costco, which came out with a decent earnings report, but still, we saw what happened to Walmart, we saw what happened to Target, and Costco, I think, did mention the same concerns about higher prices, but they also said they're gonna fight that with increasing their own prices, which we already know Walmart and Target are planning to do. So Costco, which already had good earnings, are planning to increase their prices to battle inflation and other factors that are affecting the market at the moment, the macro and the microeconomics. I think Costco has a good outlook for a day trade for a long right now, as it is flat on the day, and it also might have a good outlook for a swing trade for anyone that might be interested. Obviously, there's a weekend coming up, a long weekend, Memorial Day for anyone in America, that celebrates it. Happy Memorial Day weekend coming up for you guys. So I would not be trying to swing trade anything over a long weekend, but there are opportunities, and they're dime a dozen.
That's great to hear that you're doing well. And I can share some trades with you guys as well here. Today was frustrating for me, super frustrating. I was trying the Apple long, and clearly, the stock went up. I don't know what I was thinking here, so you guys get a laugh at me here. But every day is a learning lesson. Every day we're trying to get better. So I was trying the long just for kind of scalps, but it was tough because there wasn't a lot of liquidity on the books. So I didn't really trust the long. I know yesterday kind of had the bounce day. I didn't really believe that today we could run as high as we did. And so I was trying the long, tried the short, made a little bit there, and then kind of gave up on Apple. And then, as you can see at the top here, I was trying the short, but my biggest mistake, guys, from today, was taking too much size in a market where the moves were just too sharp and violent. And so what ended up happening is, I had the right side for like the scalps and the moves that I was looking for, but it just made it challenging. Like the moves were sharp. I was seeing 20-cent moves. And so, one of the key things that I'm learning along the way is, when you get a market like this, you got to size down. You got to size down. And I heard Sean say it. He said, size down a bit. Like today is not a day that you want to put on max risk. And I'm over here thinking to myself, no, I'm putting max risk every time. Let's see where this goes. So, it's my own fault, but is what it is. Whatever, live and learn. That was my Apple trade. I only traded 3 names. I got the blotter for you guys here on the bottom left. Traded 3 names, Apple. AMD was a little bit better. AMD was one of those, I had a really nice short on the 100 break. And the first time we broke 100, I didn't take it. I think I missed it. And then I said to myself, okay, you know what? We're going long here. And as we got to this area, and it was around 940 to 950, just under VWAP, the bids were getting slammed. Like there was a lot of selling. And I was even mentioning this to a few other guys. I said to myself, I've never seen a day where there was so much selling and, stocks are moving up. Like the market is ripping and then AMD is doing this. The market is ripping and then Apple is like slowly grinding up. So I said to myself, like, I don't understand what's happening. I really don't. And I think one of the things is like, another legendary trader told me, he said, look, if you don't understand the market that you're in, if you don't understand what you're seeing, it's okay to sit on your hands. Whereas, for me, I'm like, okay, I don't know what I'm seeing here, but I think I know what I'm seeing, so let me do this and that, and then, just a bunch of mistakes, right? So with here, I kind of got long, and I saw like the tape was getting slammed, so I kind of got out over here, just like small risk. And I think the mistake was I didn't take a short over here when I saw it on the tape. I just wasn't confident in myself. And like, you're going to have those days where you're not confident, but is what it is, right? And then I tried the short here, didn't work, stopped out, popped again, tried the short again a little bit lower. I said, you know what, let this like actually come down and let me see some selling. And then, we had a nice banger short there. So that was solid. And then, I got chopped up a bit here. I think I had a win and a loss, and this was pretty much a break even. And I said to myself, you know what, this is probably going to barcode for a little bit. Let me stay away from this. And I had one NVIDIA trade. And this was just kind of like a follow-through day 2 earnings. I mean, earnings was not good, but obviously the stock is up. I can't believe it. I don't think anybody can, but it is what it is. And, you gotta follow the tape. It's easier as a trader to just kind of go with the flow as opposed to say to yourself like, oh yeah, I think because of earnings, they were bad, like the outlook, like the short is on, blah, blah, blah. Like, the tape clearly said we're going up, like we are up. We're up 3.2% today. So I just took a long here, 185 and just scalped it out. This was maybe like a 60-cent winner, but this was like an instant winner. Like I think I started my day with this one. I was like, oh yeah, today's going to be a good day. And then it was like all the way downhill. And I was like, all right, I think I spoke too soon. But, live and learn. And I'm always happy to share trades with you guys. There's good trades, there's bad trades. There's going to be good days, there's going to be bad days. But the key is continue to show up and continue to get the reps in. And good things will happen. Good things will happen.
Couple comments I'm reading from the chat right now. You're the best teacher, Italian man. I like that.
Thank you. I appreciate that.
He is a pretty good teacher, though. I'll be honest about that. Luckily I get to take the same bus ride or the subway ride all the way home with this guy, and I learn a lot from our conversations. I also learn about all the battles against the robots he takes and the battle scars he has. It's like war wounds almost. Another good comment that came out for you, I guess, where is it? I'm trying to find it. Oh, it's something in Italian. I don't know if you speak Italian, but it says Luca un Italian vero. What does that mean? Un Italian vero.
Good question. I don't speak Italian.
Fair enough.
I understand to a certain extent, but you know what? And I do regret not learning. Like when I was a kid, I was with my nonna all the time, and I picked up a lot of Italian, and everybody made fun of me because my English pronunciations of things just had the biggest Italian. It just kind of sounded Italian. But yeah, that's a good question.
All right.
I'm Canadian. I was born in Canada, so.
Born in Canada, baby, but still got the Italian blood in there. We love Luca over here. Talking about stocks once again. So Costco, oh, Canada, who hit that one? Costco coming back in the money for me now, $2.50. No, I was just asking. I was wondering who it was. But Costco, man, let's go. Here we go. $2.60 in the money on Costco. Right back to the north side. I want to take more size out here if I can get some size out in 682 areas. So basically rinsing and repeating the longs in front of those levels every time I get the opportunity to. I'm going to keep on doing that. And I did get one more out over here just now, as you guys can see. So more fun for us to be having right now on other stocks in general, man. What can I say? Prad Monaco practice is on. Okay, Luca, you're doing the rest of the show. I gotta get off. It's Formula One practice time, my friend. I gotta go do something more important than trading at the moment. But no, all fun aside, all jokes aside, Costco has been a blessing for me today. Thank you, Costco. Tesla, I'm still pretty annoyed that the 750 break was weak. You know what? Honestly, instead of being annoyed at Tesla 750 break being weak, I learned something by listening to Neil trading the same trade with the 750, which was, you know, he might have scalped out for some for a tiny loss, but he still held some for a possible move above, and then he capitalized on that move above 750 where it went to 755 or so. All right. Just because 750 break was weak, I instantly got out for about a 20 cent loss on Tesla, which is practically nothing, right? Which is almost nothing. But I should have traded that way better on my own. So it's such a beautiful environment, atmosphere over here to sit and learn from other traders. And right now, as we're talking about that stock, Tesla is trying to get back above 750. Let's take a look at the NASDAQ market. NASDAQ also taking off to the north side. NQ/M22 today up 2.25%. And ES is up 1.55% overall. Both of the markets trying to get back to the high of day. Let's see if the market really helps me on my Costco trade, take it right back to 470s and 470 plus areas, or are we going to see a constant rejection of 470 and just trade sideways, consolidate sideways over here for Costco, giving us a scalp trade all day within this $3-4 range that they have been giving us so far?
I saw somebody say, can I change my chart? You know what, guys? I'm going to try to remove the grid lines, and, you know, let me know if this kind of clears things up. I think it's a little better without the grid lines. I was trying to figure out where those were, but yeah, oh yeah, this looks so much better. So I'm actually looking at AMD here. That 100 level is interesting. I mean, you know, you had the selling in the morning. You had the selling in the morning that kind of drove down what I was saying, and then we kind of popped up to the 102 area. And interesting, we didn't break the 102. Now, yesterday we were talking about like level breaks to the upside. You know, yesterday was obviously a huge day. Names were up like 5-6%. And, you know, you could have taken level breaks and just held like 50-cent risk. And I mean, the thing went like $1-2. I think Pratt had like all of the level breaks on Apple. Yeah. And they were clean. Like, that was like super clean. But, you know, today is a day that I would be cautious. Like, I wouldn't be looking, I mean, if we get to 102 area, unless there's like some extreme volume to push that through, I'm not really looking to like take like 102 long on AMD. So like, guys, remember everything in context, right? Like, it's like a day like today is potentially not a day that you want to be like, you know, smashing the highs, getting long on the highs, like probably a dip buy kind of day. So I'm eyeing that 100 level. I think maybe we can get back there, and then that's where I think I'd bid around that area. But yeah, market's definitely strong, up 1.5%. I'm not sure we'll get there. We'll see how it interacts around VWAP, but definitely AMD on my radar, just around the $100 level. Like, I love levels like this. It doesn't get any better. You know, 100, huge psychological level. You got beautiful large cap, unlimited liquidity, and you know, a name that I think can potentially stay above. I mean, if we get below, then, you know, who knows where we go, potentially back down to 90. But yeah, definitely keep an eye on that one.
Yeah, I'm keeping an eye on the tech stocks for sure, without a doubt. I mean, look at NASDAQ's move today. A beautiful move to the north side. But more importantly, let's go over to some of the stocks that the chat just mentioned. I see someone mentioning NIO, Walmart going to break. Let's quickly go over to Walmart, check out what it's about to do right now. And if it's looks like maybe you're talking about the 128 level, you know, we're quite away from 128 on Walmart. I think more in play of a retail, not retail, you know, what's grocery store retail, I guess. I can't really think of what the umbrella term would be for Walmart and Costco and Target and so on. But, you know, I think the more in-play stock today would be Costco because they have the catalyst. Let's go over to NIO real quick. I know NIO got called out in the chat. NIO today, 2.4% up on the north direction, clearly. I think NIO is still stuck in that very same ranges that we were always talking about, which is, I think, you know, NIO needs to really break out of this range for me to start being a little bit more interested. But more in play stock than NIO today would be Pinduoduo, because they actually had their earnings coming out today. They jumped up 5%, and even Baba or Baidu, based off of their earnings that dropped yesterday, I believe, would be more in play than NIO currently. But Baba, sadly, to the downside. NIO today to the upside. PDD to the upside. Baidu, let's check out Baidu real quick. Where's Baidu at? Baidu, I'll guess to the downside / flat. It is flat indeed. And real quick to check out the overall index ETF for the large cap Chinese stocks, tells you the overall story, which is flat to the sideways, doing absolutely nothing. And I guess most of them are positive or flat just with the help of Pinduoduo.
Great commentary there. I see somebody asked, can you check out Alta? Should I wait until the end of today? You started shorting at 421. That's a beautiful average. You got a nice, beautiful top here on Alta. Kind of popped. Nice top just above 21. Couldn't break the 425 area. I'd like to think that that's sort of like a psychological area. I haven't really looked at the chart yet. But you know, when you get a name like this and it kind of pops and creates its range and now it bottoms out at like the 409 area, I mean, it depends where you think the market's going. I mean, it's up 1.6% today, right? So it's obviously strong. Like, I mean, are we going to reverse everything from today, which is going to cause more weakness on all these names? Like, this name's up 9.2%, right? And so one of the kind of things I look at is, you know, when you're range trading, right? If you're trading like the average range of a stock, you kind of map the high, map the low, get the ATR of the day, right? And you say to yourself, okay, look, it already tested up here. What are the odds that it comes all the way back up here and makes a new high, right? What are the odds that it comes all the way down and breaks lows and continues to the 400 level? And I'm assuming they had earnings. I'm going to make this assumption that this is why they're up on the day. Do you know if Alta had earnings?
No.
I mean, up 9%.
I can check for you.
Okay, you know what? They probably did. I mean, look at this spike. So they were actually at 380 yesterday.
It says they had a dividend today.
Oh, dividend. Okay, I'm going to assume they had, and I could double check this after.
No, they don't have earnings today.
Not yesterday. I think maybe
earnings was 22nd February. The next one is 28th of July.
Interesting. Okay, I'm not sure the news on this. If anybody knows in the chat, feel free to throw it in there. Alta did report earnings last night. Yep, so somebody's mentioning they did report. I mean, there was a huge move, obviously, here, right? We're seeing it on the candle. So the thing is this, right? If you say to yourself, look, the name's up.
I'm looking at the wrong thing. My bad, chat.
It's all good. It's all good. So, you know, you say to yourself this, look, the move was a strong move up, right? I don't know if this wick is real, but it seems to have touched 430, right? It touched 430 and then came back down, right? So as we kind of went up to that 420 to 425 area, I'm assuming there was a lot of resistance. There was a lot of slamming on the tape, you know, people taking their profits. Now we're coming back down. If it's a positive catalyst, which I'm assuming it is because of positive earnings, it's up 10%, then like I'm not looking to hold my top shorts any lower than like bottom of the range. So like see how pre-market range, it kind of comes down and like bottoms out, then it pops, then it drops. Like the odds that it goes lower here into the 400 level is very low. Like you already probably captured the meat of the move. And like, you know, it could come down and test 410 again, right? Like if you're looking at it this way, like it's like it popped, it dropped, it popped again. If it can't reclaim VWAP, then most likely can come back and retest 410 again. So like, I mean, patience pays, right? If you're patient and you're willing to hold and you say to yourself, I'm looking to cover at like 410, 411 area, then like that's probably a good area to cover just because it looks like the bottom of the range, right? And what are the odds that this thing kind of pops all the way back up? Like it would need some extreme strength to get back up there, right? Back up to your average. So you got a nice average. Depends kind of what your plan going into the trade was. But I would say like, look, I mean, the move kind of happened. It reclaimed the whole move. How much lower is this going to go because it was positive earnings? These are the things that I ask myself. I hope I gave a kind of great explanation there for you. I mean, I don't know where to cover. It's obviously completely up to you. But I would just say that like these are the questions that I ask myself when I'm in these types of trades.
Yeah, sorry about that, Luca. I was actually looking at when you said Alta, I thought it was spelled ALTA, which was on the Euronext Paris, which had a dividend today. So I thought you were talking about ALTA, but you were talking about ULTA. And yeah, Alta Beauty did have earnings. I actually read about them on my morning watch list. And you are correct. It was a positive earnings. Great to the upside. They beat earnings by 40% and they beat revenue by 10%. Surprise to the green side.
Very strong. And I'm not surprised.
Yeah, very strong indeed. Couple stocks that I want to go take a look at real quick was actually Amazon. Amazon had to give out their earnings today. If you wanted to be part of the Amazon split, you have to buy Amazon shares today. So I want to see if that kind of caused Amazon to have a move up or something. And clearly looks like, you know, I'm not going to say that was the sole proprietary reason as to why Amazon launched up 2% from the low of 2000 today. Obviously, the market was green yesterday. The market's green today, up 2% on the NASDAQ. So Amazon being a big component of the NASDAQ and the S&P 500, I can understand Amazon giving the kind of move that it is today. But overall, that one catalyst alone is going to cause Amazon to bring in some extra buyers who previously wasn't even thinking about buying the stock. So Amazon being at a nice low price at 2,000 instead of being that ridiculously high prices of 3,000, 4,000 that we're used to seeing. I'm now you know, I can't afford Amazon shares right now. I can't afford to put 2,000 of my own dollars for one share. For one share, I just can't. That's way too much. So I can't wait for the stock to actually have that stock split. And when it goes to those hundreds and 150s or whatever the expected range was supposed to be, I don't really remember. I can't wait to buy some shares for my own account over there. Great opportunity for traders. So if anyone of you in chat today has signed up for this Affirm, not Affirm, sorry, I just saw Affirm in chat, so I just read Affirm, but this Amazon final split day opportunity, I hope it pays off for you guys. Congratulations on finally joining the party, the gang, the Amazon squad, the Bezos squad, I guess is the other words to be using for it. So another stock that, S&P 500 about to go test a high a day, ladies and gentlemen. Market's really taking off over here, but my Costco is just hanging out at $3 in the money. So Costco, I would have another out at 469.96 just to be fun, you know, 469.96. I'm trying to be Elon Musk over here, but we'll see if that target comes into play for Costco on the way up. Right now, my average is 465.15. But yeah, here we go. S&P 500 getting ready to go play with the high a day right now. Looks like we did have a level from yesterday at 40.80. If you guys remember those tops that came in around 40.80 also happened to be the highs from May 18th and May 17th. Looks like market wants to go towards the 50-period EMA. Also happens to be, I think 4,200 is a level that I remembered playing around, right? 4,200 was a pretty good level I remember playing around, and I think the market's preparing itself to launch itself towards 4,200 today, and then I think we see some beautiful short opportunities coming in from 4,200 areas on the S&P 500 futures, and Nasdaq still trying to Nasdaq's trying to do the exact same thing the S&P 500 is doing. It's up 2.4%, trying to go test 12,600 to the upside. Is there a chance that we see 13K today on the Nasdaq? Now that's a big question right there. 13K on Nasdaq will be mind-boggling, and right now Costco $3.72 and about to give me my exit at 469.96. That's
a $1 million question right there. I see people in the chat are asking about AVDL. So we had the news yesterday. So looking here, we had the sell-off, right? This thing went from 3 down to 1. It was like this thing is dead. And the news is basically the FDA asked additional information for its experimental drug. Right? So this is like, I mean, look, maybe they have the information, maybe they don't. I guess because the FDA is poking around, people are like, oh, this can't be good. But one of the things, guys, so obviously small caps, first rule, check the float, right? Check the float. So float here, I'm gonna guess is around 40, 50 million, and the name's up 140% today, like it's pushing it. Basically reclaimed all of yesterday. So, you know, the news dropped, everyone was worried, they sold it off. And then they said, you know what, wait a second, right? I'm the market, whoever the market is everybody. But the market basically said, like, okay, you know what, maybe it's not that bad. Maybe it's not that bad. So now it's kind of coming back up. If I was in this trade, and again, I'm not like small caps are not my strong suit, but if I was in this trade, I mean, if you're in here, that's amazing. But the fact that we're pushing back to the level of where it was yesterday, like the news was bad, it dropped, it's gonna probably reclaim that and then barcode and then go sideways. Like that would be my guess, right? So if you're in at the bottom, there's probably gonna be some resistance coming in at like that 3 to 320 area in the short term. So yeah, potential area of interest for anybody looking at that.
Henry Z keeps calling out Palantir has some sort of an imbalance. I don't really know what you're talking about on the imbalance for Palantir, my friend. You know, imbalance liquidator will not really show you any information right now unless you're looking at maybe the ARCA gateway information. The NASDAQ gateway, New York gateway information only comes in at 9:30 and then it'll come back at 3:40, 3:50 or something like that. So I don't know what imbalance information you're looking at. Maybe if you could give me a little bit more in-depth idea of exactly what you're trying to get me to take a look at, for sure we'll do that, no doubt for you, no doubt about that for you. He's living the power hour. He's living in the power hour. Yeah, he's living in the power hour, waiting for the imbalance locator to get activated right now. Sadly, we still have quite a bit of a wait for that, right?
Yeah, just a little bit. You know, patience. You know, and everything comes to fruition. I see somebody asking, Prad, do you think 150 Apple will be in play today? That's a great question.
I think so.
You think
I think
so?
we could see something close to it. If market wants to go back to the high day and then actually go to 4,200, there's a possibility we see Apple 150. There's a possibility we see, you know, some of a higher move. But at the same time, I don't have a crystal ball, ladies and gentlemen. I can sit here, expect 150, and have a trade idea around 150 set up for me to take advantage of. But what I do know is I don't know the future at all. I don't know what happens in the next 2 seconds. So what happens in the next 4 hours? Only God knows that. So right now, what's happening in this very second right now is Palantir actually is getting pushed to the downside, sadly, from VWAP, heading towards a 50-period EMA, and so is my Costco trade, which was $4 in the money, now only $3.65 in the money. So Costco trying to come back, S&P 500 and NASDAQ double topping from the high right now and also getting pushed down. Let's see if the market will create a higher low after creating the same high on the way up over here for S&P 500. That way we understand, you know, there's still buyers coming in at a higher price than the previous low price over here on the rebound, and we go that way.
Yeah, you know, I think it's a stretch. I mean, I can't see Apple testing 150 today. It's already up to 3%. I mean, look, anything's possible. In this market, anything is possible. But, you know, if we test 150 today, I'm going to be upset because I was trying to get long and I stopped myself out, and then I like give up, and then it's higher, and if it goes to 150, I'm gonna be like, wow. But you know what the thing is obviously options expire today. I assume there's a lot of calls at the 150 area, so you know it's in the dealer's best interest to keep it below that price. So you know, not to say that they can do anything or whatever. I mean, whatever is gonna happen is gonna happen. But that's definitely a resistance area, I would say. So like, I'd be surprised if we get there. I think the main area, I would say like 149.50 leading into 150 will be like a lot of resistance. I'll be surprised if we break today. I'll be surprised.
Yeah, 100%. Don't really think we're gonna break 150 to the upside. Maybe they burn some stops. Option pegging. I remember you talking to me about options pegging. Maybe you can dive deeper into that, share some knowledge with the viewers about that, and maybe I could learn a little bit more about that too from you. But you know, that is a possibility where they give it a break and they push it back, and then they just option peg you on that. But no, I'm not expecting anything near 150. There's a reason why I haven't even touched Apple today. You know, I was looking for some trade opportunities. Maybe the only trade opportunity I could have found on Apple was the breakout long on the pre-market high, which happened to be around maybe 145.50, maybe 146. Actually, I wasn't even watching Apple, so I can't tell you how good the breaks were or not were. But look at this order on MIAX at 148.23, 27,000 shares on 148.33, blocking Apple right now from going higher than that. You see that, Luca? Hopefully, Luca sees it. I know Luca was thinking about smashing the short off of that order right there.
148.33, you said?
Yeah, 148.33. There's about 27,000 orders, 27,000 shares sitting there on an MIAX gateway. So that's a pretty rebate filling gateway. Someone's trying to catch fills at the same time as collect fees. So it's a more of a, you know, not a normal gateway. Here comes the order back up on the stock coming back up. Let's see if the order's still there. You'll be able to see that size on 148. Was it 33 or 37 or something? I forget what I said now. But
you said 33, but I don't see it here. But maybe I don't have MIAX
Oh, there you
it
go.
is.
There you go.
That one.
MIAX, 27,000.
Oh, we got a
That's an
battle here 'cause
iceberg.
we got some size on the bid too.
That's an iceberg, right? Oh, we got some
And
plays on the
31.
bid too, and they wiped that.
And 31 goes.
And we're gone.
You know, you see that from time to time where it's like, you know, there's size on the offer and then all of a sudden there's size on the bid and it's like a battle of the size, like who's going to win, and everybody's making decisions like, okay, I think short, long, short, long. But yeah, that's interesting. I mean, you know, we are towards high of day. Like, it makes sense that we can kind of make a short-term move down here. So I would favor the short side, but I don't love I mean, where do I risk off here? Where do I risk off? Maybe high of day, but like easily, like what I would love to see is a nice push through high of day and slam. And if we can slam down, then I'll love the short even more. But yeah, we'll see what happens here. Definitely keep my eye on that. And I see AMD came down to the 100 area. But guys, I want to talk about Tesla because yesterday this thing was at 700. It was at like 680. What did it start the day at? Like 670. And like it just pushed through 700, and you know, who knows where it was gonna go? Who knows where it was gonna go? And today it's at 750. But you know, 750 potential area of resistance. But you know, it's the volume's a little bit lighter today, so you know, I'm very cautious. I'm not really looking to like hit this with any size. Like, you know, it's where's it gonna go down? Like maybe like 4. I mean, risk to return, it just doesn't make sense for me right now. But yeah, definitely keeping my eye on that that AMD level.
Time for Crypto Watch. Right now, Dogecoin being called out for some reason. Crypto Watch, Sean over there banging the table for Crypto Watch time of the day. So as you guys see, Dogecoin, man, what happened to Dogecoin? Elon tweets something or by any chance? So Dogecoin just, is that a yes? Yeah, Elon tweeted. So I got my buddy Cal over here. Mr. Labat is what we call him. Mr. Labat over there balled out on the MLB night that we had. Absolute baller. We love that guy. But
Good
man,
guy.
Elon Musk apparently tweeted something about Dogecoin, and obviously you see what's going on over here. The official coin of Twitter coming back into play, up 10% off of that tweet alone. I mean, we've seen cryptocurrencies move like this off of tweets before, and obviously if Dogecoin is moving, its partner in crime Shiba also trying to take somewhat of a sympathy play off that, getting pushed up to the north side right now. But sadly, Cardano, Solana, Ethereum, Bitcoin, all in the red still, not really moving. So let's go check on Coinbase. If Coinbase got a pump off of that tweet by any chance, and doesn't really look like, maybe it did a slight little move off of Coinbase. No volume rise up on it though, so I can't really say if it has any substance behind the Dogecoin move behind Coinbase at the moment. What's up, Lucas?
What's what move is that? Is that like a 10% move you said on Doge?
Yeah.
I was gonna say these are rookie numbers. Like I never traded crypto. These are rookie numbers. I've never traded crypto, but you know, like these are rookie numbers. Like my friends were telling me like 200x, 500x. So this is I don't know about this. You know, this is in the world of crypto, it's got to be 100x or nothing. But I don't get involved. That's.
Here we go. Costco just gave me my fill. I did not expect to get that fill. $469.96. Actually got that fill. Now $5 in the money almost for Costco, man. These longs have been so clean. Congratulations for anyone who was part of this trade with me. Obviously, we always say trade your own book. If you're not trading your own book, I don't know what you're doing. You should never be in a seat where you're blaming any of the hosts or any of the viewers for your trades. If you're losing on the trade, it's not our fault. If you're winning on that trade, it's not our fault either. You know, congratulations for winning, and let's figure out how to cut down the losses over there. But here we go, man. Costco, $5 in the money. Rinse and repeat that same trade again and again and again. And the best thing that I'm watching right now is the futures finding, not even managing to go right back to the lows and finding buyers near the high of day. Let's see if sellers come in again and push the futures right back to the downside, or do we start elevating more over here towards that 4,200 level that I think S&P 500 really wants to go tickle today. We're gonna go tickle 4,200, maybe 4,205, maybe even 42.10, and then we start rejecting from those. I know a question came in, Brad, is Free Fall Friday going to come in from 4,200? There's no Free Fall Friday. Free Fall Friday comes in at 9:30 or it doesn't come in, okay? So this is not Free Fall Friday. This is Free Climb Friday, Free Solo Friday. You're climbing the toughest mountain, the toughest rock right now without wires like the documentary Free Solo Climb. So, you know, just got to get ready for this move that we're getting. take advantage of it. Don't be sitting there waiting for that free fall Friday, because, you know, it's not a free fall Friday every Friday. Markets got to go up sometimes too, instead of just going down. Brad, do you trade TQs or SQs? No, I just trade the futures. You know, you could trade your 3 times leverage ETFs, especially when you have, you know, the smaller accounts do tend to go to TQQs and SQQs. Makes sense because the price of that stock is lower, or price of the leverage ETF is lower than the normal ETF, which is QQQ. I personally go to futures directly because, you know, I have the buying power to do so. We work at a prop firm over here. For anyone who doesn't know what environment this is the Day Trade the World offices are behind us. And you can go to daytradetheworld.com or DTTW.com to learn more about that. We got infinite buying power over here. We got tons of leverage coming in at all times. So I can just trade the futures on my end. It's the same trade as trading TQQ or QQQ though.
Guys, if you look at Apple right now, pushing high a day, and we just missed it, but 148.50, there was some size. There was about 1,500 lots at 148.50. So I did take a short in front of that. I'm going to try to be very patient with this one. I think we can kind of get back down, maybe test 148 area. If not, come down to 147.50 area. So we're going to see. We're seeing some selling on the tape here. So I took my initial position. I want to add to this if we can get lower. And these are the strategies that I'm working on, like taking, you know, initial position for that bigger move down if we can get that, and then finding somewhere in between to have like a, you know, if the opportunity is there, take even more size for like for a scalp. I don't see that yet, but, you know, we'll definitely keep an eye on that. And I saw in the chat somebody said, yeah, don't chase Tesla because the bots will get you. They will. The bots are waiting for you. They will get you on a day like today. It's a tough day, you know. You really want to pick your spots. Yeah. So yeah, definitely keep that in mind.
You looking at anything else, or
what are these guys talking about in the back here?
Yeah, what are you guys talking about? GPS.
Oh, GPS is moving. Let's check.
All right, let's go check out GPS.
We got size following it up.
That's a big boy size over there on GPS. 200,000 lots over there on 1055. I think it's time to take a trade over here. A quick little long and then use the stop on the break of 1055. But didn't the stock had a bad earnings report? So who's really trying to buy up the stock over here at 1055 areas? Is it Aunt Kathy coming in, throwing in the Hail Mary order? That's a legitimate order, ladies and gentlemen. But for a stock that's traded, I thought it was traded 200 million. It's only traded 22 million. So 200,000 shares could be a little bit of size over there. Why am I not taking the trade?
Keep in mind, this is SSR, right? So the only people that can sell this are people who are long. So that's why potentially we're not seeing the slamming coming in. So I'm going to take a small long here. We'll see what happens and go from there. I mean, it is interesting size. Hopefully the best is when the size follows it up. Like when you get the size that just comes and follows it up, like, you know, this is an active buyer who has to buy. So it gets a little interesting. But yeah, definitely keep your eye on this one too.
Yeah, I'm just gonna cross over and take it because, like, I'm not waiting on the bids for that long. These inverse orders are front running me, and I don't want to front run those inverse orders with the normal order. So I'm just gonna cross up, take out the liquidity at 58s. Here we go. We're already in the money. The stock's starting to move up. Thank you for the call out, ladies and gentlemen. Amazing call out from the back office. That's the beauty of working on a prop flip from back office.
From the people behind us.
Sorry, you know, that's the beauty of working in an environment like this where we have traders looking at stocks, multiple stocks. Maybe sometimes Sharif will call out something. Maybe sometimes Luca will Ian will call out something, you know. That's the beauty of it. So right now, as you guys can see, 1055 size. I am long 1058. I'm basically risking the size 1055 breaking to the downside. And if it doesn't break, I basically hold this trade right back to the high a day near $11 or so and ride it to the north direction. So Luca, you have anything else you want to say on that?
No, these guys in the back are making me die. I'm trying to hold my laughter in. This is so funny. But yeah, guys, look, it's already up 5 cents, which, you know, 5 cents is not a lot, but on a name like this, like, I mean, potentially we push to 1080 maybe. Who knows? We'll see what happens. I mean, if it goes, it goes. You know, it's kind of like an in and out trade, so we'll see what happens. But yeah, keep your eye here. Guys, look at Apple too. Apple, 22 cents in the money and going towards that 148 area. So yeah, definitely keep your eye on that one too. I think we could get below 148 and then we get some profit taking there. So that's definitely interesting as well.
All right, yeah, just taking more size if it does come down at the moment, but getting ready to always take that quick little exit in case it does break to the downside and not actually hold up over there. But yeah, you guys can see right now we're kind of hyper focused on this trade because we want to take as much size as we can in front of that level and scalp out on the way out to the upside. Keep on doing this because the stocks are clearly giving you the opportunities to do so. But yeah, you want to be careful doing that at the same time. Right now, I'm looking at the market double top constantly and not really do anything, past that. Market would be nice to see S&P 500 get above the high day and then rip past that level to 4,200 that I'm expecting, which would be nice to see come in play today. You know, it's a Friday. We go to 4,200, which is a good resistance level, and then we come back down from that area, giving me a nice short. I don't really want to be pushing a short before that level at the moment. I know you guys are just staring at UPST because that's what I'm trying to stare at while I talk about other stocks. So let's actually look at other stocks while I can stare at GPS on my other screen. So UPST being called out in the chat. Let's go check out UPST today. Oh, there we go. We finally got the size that we needed on the way down. Now I can send out my stop and forget about it. How do they say in New York, the Italians? Forget about it.
I think there might be a restaurant. Forget about it. But yeah, guys, look at the GPS trade, right? In, out, beautiful. And one thing I want to mention to you guys, just kind of in a broad perspective, you're going to have trades that come up. You're going to have two trades that come up at the same time. And you got to ask yourself, what am I doing here? I have my Apple trade going. I have my GPS trade going. Are you good at managing both of these trades at the exact same time? And so for me, I like to prioritize. I say to myself, look, there's obviously size on the book here. And let me pull it up for you on the level 2. Look. There is, sorry, just one moment for you guys. There is size right here, right? You have the 2,000 lots right there. So like this is a clear indication of where this thing might move, right? Obviously, people are front running this. This could potentially make a move to like 1070, 1080, potentially high of day. It's SSR. You cannot slam that unless you're long. So all of these reasons tell me that this is a good long. This is a good long. So I got long. I'm in my Apple trade. You guys saw it. I was 25 cents in the money. And now I'm still holding that. And now I'm back down to basically flat. I'm at break even on Apple. But the reality is things are going to happen at the same time. You have to prioritize. You have to say to yourself, this is a better trade. I'm going to focus on this one. I'm going to let this one go. And I'm holding. Like, I'm not worried. I mean, this is if we get above that 48.50 area and push with some gas behind it, then I'll have to reevaluate this as we're getting there. And you know what? I'll pull this up for you guys as well. Looking at Apple here, you got some size at the 50 area. If I drag this down, it's a little down. So if it comes back, I'll let you guys know here. But essentially, we got size at the 50 area as we're approaching that area. So we got like 1,000 lots. I mean, it's 1,000 lots. It's Apple. This could easily be taken with one punch from somebody. So it's like it's not something that like I'm looking to front run per se. But I just like the idea of like we're at the high of day. Like it already moved so much. The market's kind of consolidating up here. It's midday. Like, are we really going to push so much higher, break 149, and then get to the 150 area? So, like, this is a trade that I'm willing to kind of average into. And the fact that, like, this size hasn't broke right away, like, it's there and people are deciding, do I want the long? Do I want the long? Whereas today, when I was looking at the bids, they were just getting hit. So there it goes. That 150 level just broke.
150?
And, sorry, 148.50 level.
Oh,
sorry.
my God.
Trader problems where you jumble your numbers around. But yeah, so guys, that just broke. And look at the tape here. It broke, all that size was taken, and like, I mean, there's not a lot of follow through. Like it's still at the 57 area, 57, hasn't broken 60s. I mean, at this point, I wouldn't be surprised if we do make a move up, but I think key area here will be 148.80. For some reason, the 80 level, it's like 80 to the even dollar level is like gonna make a decision. Is it gonna like run into that area and show a lot of strength like midday randomly after it's up already 3.3%? Or is there just going to be a lot of dark pools, a lot of nothing happening? The size was taken, whoever wanted it took it. And at this point, is anybody short who's trying to cover? Is anybody really trying to get long here? Are they waiting for dips? So like these are questions that I ask myself on large caps for my short-term trades. And I'll be patient with this one. I'm looking to add to it. I don't like really scaling into a loser. I would much rather see this thing kind of fail, come back down, and then I'll add to it. So that's just kind of my strategy. Like I'm not really gonna like average in, unless it shows me and gives me a reason to do that.
All right, real quick, I want to address someone in chat. Christopher is talking about, the opportunity of shorting the market, which is NASDAQ at the high of day. And if NASDAQ breaks the high of day, he's going to get out. But although he can't short, he's actually long SQQ. So that's another way of basically shorting the market. Yeah, that's a very good way to trade it, basically. For anyone who's wondering what I'm trying to say, for example, my dad doesn't like to short stocks. He only likes to go long, but on a bad day for the overall market, where let's say QQQ is going down, how exactly do you go long? Do you go short QQQ without actually going short QQQ? You go long SQQ, and SQQQ will start going up to the north side as the market's going to the downside, since it's a 3 times leverage inverse ETF for the overall market. So as you guys can see today, SQQ is down 7%, and the overall market is up 2% to the north side. That's actually a pretty decent point, and yeah, thank you for mentioning that. I should be mentioning that. But something to note right now is S&P 500 looks like it broke the high of day very slightly, though, not by too much. Broke the high of day, and it's trying to get elevated over here towards that 4,200 level. Maybe we're a good 80-90 points away from that level, though, so nothing too serious just yet. We're quite a bit of a way away from that level. But the fact that S&P 500 did recently make a new high might be that it could be time for some of these stocks to go test the highs also, such as NASDAQ, such as Tesla near 755. Right now forming a pretty decent range between 755 and 750, but looks like it wants to head to the downside, even though S&P 500 wants to head to the upside. So let's see what happens over here with Tesla. I know Luca's looking at Apple, so we'll actually go look at some of the other stocks. Let's go take a look at what the chat's talking about. More meme stocks, BBBY and GME. Since we're going to be talking about meme stocks, let's go just talk about the main meme stocks and move on from that one real quick. GME still up on the day today. Congratulations for GME holders who bought it under 100 not too long ago. Oh,
there we go. Everybody looking at GPS. There's that push.
GPS.
There's that push to 11. This is okay. We're really going here. This is actually insane.
I can't even sell.
This is insane here. Guys, we just had a push here to over 11. Over 11. Where's the chart? Which chart am I looking at? Look, everyone's going nuts back here. Everybody crushed that. Great call out to whoever called that. That was absolutely insane.
Let's go.
And we had that push to the 1110 area. Now we're back at 1082. But guys, you're watching this live. It doesn't get any better than this. Like, I thought, okay, maybe this goes to like 1070 area, but like we literally pushed to 1011. Now, obviously, like algo's doing their thing, like maybe like not a lot of size. I have no idea what happens next, but that was insane. That was crazy.
Hey, yo, Ian, I know you said I'm supposed to be buying you a beer, or you're supposed to be buying me a beer for that Apple trade. I think I owe you the whole bar right now, homie. I owe you the whole bar. I got to buy the Firkin out for you because that trade was nuts. GPS, baby. That risk to reward on that trade is what we always talk about. You risked about, what, 3 pennies? And you made about, what, 20 pennies in a second?
It doesn't get any better than that.
And the volume was there for you to punch out on in case you were wrong. Let's go, ladies and gentlemen. I hope you guys took that trade. Obviously, trade your own book at the end of the day. Day trade the world, man. Day trade the whole world.
Day trade the whole world. Even though you're trading New York right here, right now, live.
Let's go.
That was exciting. That was exciting. You expect the push comes, but guys, you got to be quick. I mean, like, look at this, right? Look at the wick. Like, it literally popped up to 1110. That was just like a liquidity vacuum. Like, there's no size, there's nothing. People are just, maybe there's people who are trying to short. I don't know. Anyways, this thing kind of popped and instantly back down. And then it's kind of trying to find equilibrium. So, like, unless you have your orders here at like 11, 1105, 1110, it's probably tough to get out. And if everybody has size and they're trying to get out at the same time, like they're pushing down.
It was ridiculous. I had to throw orders like 5 cents lower.
If you want to share your, like, you had probably a way better trade than I did. So, like, feel free to show. But guys, sure. I think like just liquidity vacuum,
Oh, dude, it was ridiculous to get out. It was almost impossible to get out. You're just stuck there. You're throwing orders. No orders are getting filled. you know, everyone's chasing for that exit, and the first exits out there are always going to be your inverse gateways, these black colored gateways with white colored text you're looking at. Those orders are going to be the first ones to get filled, and then the other bats and whatnot and Memex orders are going to be the last one to get filled. I don't know who's really trading on Memex right now on this type of setup, but you know, someone is indeed taking some good size over here at 1035s. And guess what, baby? If we're getting back there, was it 1055, 1035?
1055.
1055. Yeah, 1055. So if we go back down there, I'm expecting people to rinse, repeat that trade one more time on that same setup. Let's see if we can see the same big 200,000 shares on there. It's not even that much notional value, is it? How much?
It's not that much,
Yeah.
but you know what? It's SSR. So like anybody
That's
who's
right.
like, I want to short this, you can't.
You can't.
You
You
cannot
cannot
punch
take
into
it.
that size. So you cannot take that size. You got to go in front of it, and you know, it just makes the long more lucrative, in my opinion. It's just like risk to return, while at the same time providing you this fact that nobody can like punch it short, right? So it can't be taken by short sellers. It can only be taken by people who are long who want to sell. So kind of the way that you look at it is like, you know, anybody who's front running that size, if the size starts to dwindle down, then they start to worry and they say to themselves like, okay, you know what, I'm gonna take this here and like I'm gonna punch into the size. So you can effectively risk. I mean, like, it's hard to get the fill, right? Like, day trading is all about getting the fill. And, like, it's hard to get the fill. Like, you could effectively get long at 55 on an inverse gateway. And if somebody fills you, and then if it dwindles down, you punch out, you could risk 0, right? You could risk fees, which essentially is not a 10, 20 to 1. It becomes like 100 to 1. So you could have had, I mean, if you get the fill. I'm not saying you could have. I mean, you know, there's no free lunch. So, like, most likely, like, you're not getting that fill. But, like, yeah, guys, like, you could get 100 to 1. Like, that's insane. That's insane. You know, people go to the roulette table and get 30 to 1 when they hit a number, and they never hit. They never hit. You know, this is 100 to 1, and it just happened right now. Like, that, it doesn't get any better than that. Like, come on, that's crazy.
Man, that was an absolute beauty. And, you know, that we always talk about front-running size setups over there. So that was the absolute beauty of a front-run size trade that we could ever show you an example for. Never really got a way to show you an example of how these setups work out. And you guys today got the perfect example for it. Let's move on from GPS because I think this trade is kind of done now for a little bit.
Probably done, yeah.
Probably done for now. But you know what's not done is this S&P 500, baby. S&P 500 still trying to go to the north side. We have a new high a day at 4129.50. Let's just say 4130. So 70 points away from my target where I want to be shorting, my entry where I want to be thinking about a short on the S&P 500 futures at the moment. So let's go market. Keep on thrusting to the north side. 1.7% up on S&P 500 today, 2.5% up on NASDAQ, and NASDAQ also creating a new high day right now. So a lot of these levels a lot of the stocks are trying to trickle to the upside. Look at Tesla, for example. I can't even type. Look at Tesla, for example. Tesla heading towards 755 right now. Does it actually manage to break 755 again, or does it push back to the downside, showing that 755 was officially a weak break? There's no more buyers above 755, and we're continuously getting pushed down. That being said, though, VWAP is pretty close to the high a day on Tesla, so I think we still have some crazy move maybe coming in case the market really goes to that 4,200 level that I keep mentioning. If market goes to 4,200, Apple's going to 150, Tesla's going to 1,000. Okay, maybe not 1,000, but Tesla's going at least to 770.
Yeah,
right.
The closer it gets to 1,000, the more likely I think it'll hit 1,000.
Yeah.
But we're a ways away from that. And I see Bill had a question. Why is the position board not showing? So like I think you're referring to Pratt. So Pratt actually has it set up where if he's not in a position, it'll just be empty, and then if he is a position, it'll jump in. So that's the reason for that. And I see somebody else asked a question saying like, oh, SSR has not stopped me from shorting if I have that mistake. Yeah, I mean, you could obviously still short, right? Like it's not about that. It's just the fact that it's like more difficult. You cannot be aggressive getting the shorts. Mm-hmm. So like, you know, you have to get run over to get filled. So, you know, I mean, take your pick, right? And thanks for the super chat, Michael. He says, hey, you want to take this one? It's got your name, you know.
Sure.
So.
Yeah, this guy loves me, man. This guy loves GME and AMC and loves me to take a look at it. So I will for sure take a look at GME for you once again. Sold my GME $120 June 10th call on open this morning and went long shares. Bed Bath & Beyond. Okay, Bed Bath & Beyond. That's a stock we haven't taken a look at in a while. At 8, we went long at 880. at 700 million share cap is crazy value. Your opinion? Bed Bath & Beyond, you know, I've been in the stores a couple times so far. Not really too familiar with exactly what all they sell. I do know it's Bed Bath & Beyond, clearly.
And Beyond.
So I don't know what the Beyond is, but you know, bed sheets, toiletries, and so on, whatever.
And Beyond Meats.
And
Potential merger. No, I'm joking.
Oh my goodness, imagine. And then the official taste tester too.
Absolutely no synergies there, but you know, just because the name.
Exactly. But no, we know that this stock was in play during the meme stock era. It had a pretty high short float on it, so maybe you know, it's starting to squeeze again over here. Bed Bath & Beyond. It did get launched up to the north side during that same time as what's the stock I'm thinking about? GME and AMC. Even we had CEI and a bunch of other stocks. So yeah, Bed Bath & Beyond could be doing that. I also know Bed Bath & Beyond has a partnership with GME, right? They're pretty much, they have a Ryan Cohen being the culprit for both of the companies over there. He's invested in both of them, I'm pretty sure, and trying to run a partnership overall. So Bed Bath & Beyond trying to follow its partner in crime, GME and AMC over there. Congratulations to your long trade if it was successful. I'm guessing it was. Obviously, you've been killing it these past few days. So hopefully that hot streak doesn't die like my hot streak from sports betting died not too long ago. But thankfully, that hot streak is right back in play, baby, because we're about to show you. What am I doing?
Guys, I see people asking, are you still in GPS?
No.
The answer is no. I mean, like my blotter is here, and I am no longer in. So the one thing I want to point out about this one is, like, look, when you see size on the book like that, and it has that initial move, and it flies up, I'm not saying that it's not going to go back up and test, but this is something that, like, you know, the first move is always going to be the best move because nobody expects it to happen, right? Once it happens, then, I mean, like, this is where it's like, look, it finds equilibrium. Now we got some size on the offer. I mean, mind you, it's not really a lot, but, like, you know, it's like it pops up. It was down here. It pops up. It does a bunch of volume. It comes back down, and it finds equilibrium, and then it sort of kind of balances off, right? So the trade is you're in, you're out. You obviously, it's very tough to get top fill. I hear everybody here saying, like, oh, I got bad fills. I mean, I don't know how bad their fills are, but, like, you know, even if you made like 20 cents, 30 cents, and you risked like 1 cent, like that's a 20 to 1. And then if you did what I said before, which is, like, obviously very, very difficult to get the fill, then it gets better, right? But, like, sometimes you're going to get it, most of the time not, but, you know, is what it is. But, and yeah, still in my Apple trade here. This is floating around. I mean, just give me a second here. This is floating around. I mean, look, it's kind of topping out. It didn't really run towards the 148.80. This is something that I feel comfortable being patient with because I really don't think that we're going to, like, run very fast at this time towards 150, right? But guys, keep in mind, like, this is up 3.2% today, so it's tough to short names like this because on the downside, you have to be very, very patient. Like, nobody is slamming it lower, even though in the morning we were getting a lot of slamming on the tape. And, you know, Apple, AMD, like large caps in general, like the names are up, right? So obviously there's strength there. And, you know, if you think it's going to go down, you have to be patient with it. And if it does go down, how far can it go? Like, is this going to break VWAP and, like, reverse the whole day? Probably not, right? So it's like, I'm short here. I'm patient with it. I'm willing to wait. I think we get to 148 at some point and then maybe kind of push lower and then bounce back up. Like, I doubt that we go higher from here. I mean, if I'm wrong, I'm wrong. Then obviously I'll get out. But I'm going to be very patient with this one. So we'll definitely see where this one goes. And yeah, guys, keep letting me know, you know, what you're trading, what you're looking at, what's moving. Speaking of what's moving, AVDL, I wonder where that one is. I didn't trade it. But wondering where it tops out at. You know, these small cap names, when they move, they tend to have, like, that same kind of distribution pattern. It's like it moves, it's like light volume, then it flies up, it holds trend. Like, look at that. This is the 5-minute, and you have the 13 EMA, and it's holding trend. It's literally bouncing, and now we broke that trend. So if you're this type of trader where you're just kind of following trend, and you're long over here, and this kind of rallies, and now it breaks trend, look, I'm not saying that it's not going to reclaim and get higher, but, like, it broke trend, right? It broke trend. And when it breaks trend, I mean, the trend is your friend. So like when, it does break trend, you potentially get out over there. So that was a nice, if you're long over here on this consolidation, I mean, I would be taking profits over here because it broke at that 250 area. But again, like I think I mentioned, like around 320, like who knows if it gets there today. Like it did 111 million volume. So I'm sure like there's a lot of interesting algorithms on this name. So like anything's possible, But yeah, keep, let us know what else you're trading.
Yeah, let us know what's going on. Hi, Plug is up 10%. Go Schmegs. That's an interesting name. Let's go check out Plug Power. Plug Power today, 15 million shares. Wow, just straight rocket ship to the upside. Kind of looks like the Harry Potter sign off his forehead, doesn't it? If you just look at my chart here, looks like Harry Potter's forehead symbol over there a little bit. Yeah. The lightning bolt.
Yeah, the lightning bolt.
What's that guy's name? You don't take his name, actually. You don't say his name, right?
Oh, yeah, don't say his
Voldemort,
name.
anyways. It kind of looks like Voldemort's sign over here that he put on Harry Potter. But anyways, Plug Power up 10% today. It keeps on ripping to the high side. Maybe we see 19 coming in. Let's go quickly take a look at XLE to see what XLE is doing. Maybe XLE can tell us why Plug Power is doing what it's doing. Yeah, look at this, 1.32% up on the day today, moving to the north side, just now clearing 88 to the high side. So it looks like XLE still wants to keep on going higher, and we can go quickly take a look at Oxy also. We know Oxy, CVX, all those stocks move along with the XLE because they're energy related stocks. So here's Oxy today at the high of day right now, along with Plug. I'm guessing CVX is doing the exact same thing. Let's go over to CVX. Yep, exact same thing. High day, 1.72. So the overall energy sector getting ready to inch a little bit higher, along with the NASDAQ and the S&P 500. S&P 500 trying to go test 4130 and maybe break 4130 to the north side in the next few minutes right now.
I see somebody mentioning BKSY, and I saw that in the chat yesterday as well. I mean, this thing had a really nice move, and look at that 250 break. When did this happen, actually? Was this right off the open? Oh, 940. So if you took that 250, I guess maybe potential fake out on the initial move. But guys, sometimes, like off the open, these names will show you what they want to do, right? So it's like it opens, it flies up, it comes back down, doesn't break the pre-market low, and then obviously we're higher, right? So you could definitely build a strategy out around that, like just the ideology of like, look, listen, I'm gonna look at the pre-market, I'm gonna kind of map my range, I'm gonna look for volume, what's the catalyst, and is there some type of tell, and then pick your spots. This is what I want to emphasize: pick your spots. When this thing breaks and runs up here, the last thing you want to do is get long at like 252. I mean, look, obviously it's higher, you're in the money, it doesn't really matter. But like, if we're gonna be very specific about this, like, you're making it hard on yourself if you get long over here, because then it potentially comes all the way back down here and you're like 20 cents out of the money. And then, did you sell? Did you have patience? Were you willing to risk low a day? If low a day is your risk, then your risk is very high. So like shows you the hand, right? Comes back down and you're bidding the lows, risking. So that's a way better risk to return. That's like a 20 cent, not a 40 cent. So you effectively cut your risk in half and you doubled your return, right? So that's awesome. Like from a day trading perspective, like that's kind of something I'm looking at too. But yeah, and looking at Apple here, guys, this is slowly moving up. This is slowly moving up against me. I'm 34 cents out of the money. I might have to cover this loser, but we'll see what happens. I mean, it's moving so slow. So it's like one of those slow, like, I don't believe it. I don't believe it. I don't believe it. But this is the beauty of like understanding the kind of market you're in, the dynamic you're in. It's like, everybody trades their own size, and like, we don't talk about size for a reason, because, you guys might be trading less size, you guys might be trading more size, but it's all subjective. It doesn't mean anything. And so, but the main thing is you want to be able to identify the market that you're in, so that you say to yourself, okay, this market, this area here, like I'm going to be patient with it. I'm going to give it a lot of room, so I'm going to take less size. Or you say to yourself, okay, this area I love, I'm going to take more size, right? So this is one of those things that I'm just kind of watching, and it's like slowly going up, and I'm saying like, it's just kind of like death by 1,000 cuts, even though I'm not trading. It's just kind of like 1 cent, 1 cent, 1 cent. So, I'll be surprised if we like kind of blow through that 149 area. But yeah, at some point, I mean, I guess if I'm wrong, I'm wrong, and I got to cover this, but definitely covering on a dip.
These boys in the back are still wowing about GPS over here, probably because they poorly executed on their trade. So did I. It is what it is, boys. We all poorly executed on it, most likely. We had to fight for our exits over there with each other. So, I'm not mad about it. But what we can be a little upset about is not holding at least 10 to 15% of our size for a possible move to $11 and a maybe breakout of $11 to the high side. Yeah, I can be upset about not holding 15% on this trade, because now goes GPS right back to the upside and causing the same kind of emotions that I'm hearing from the boys back there. Wow. See, we're right back to 1090. My best out was probably 1090 or 1080, 1090 or something. So clearly GPS right now, right back to the highs almost. Looks like the high day is around $11.12. Let's see if GPS can actually break $11.12 and run past that, at which point we're probably going to hear more wows coming from the back, because clearly it's that kind of a move, man. 50-cent pop off of a very clean trade, very trustable trade. When you see some size like that on an SSR day, like Luca mentioned, it's really hard for them to take out that liquidity unless it's a seller or it's a long trying to get out of their size. And why would a long try to get out of their size when he sees there's a big buyer and that buyer is legitimate, real, actual size on there? So thank you, Luca, for even mentioning that comment, because his one comment, that one line of the stock being on SSR, gave me more strength to just take unlimited size on that trade. So I just kept punching, and that was a pretty beautiful trade.
That was an awesome trade. Doesn't get better than that.
Indeed.
I see somebody asking, Luca, what is your indicator settings? So I'm going to assume that you're talking about the lines on this beautiful chart that I have here. So the red line is VWAP, right? Volume weighted average price. So for anybody that doesn't know that essentially means it's based on volume, and it's just kind of taking the average of the volume that's being traded on the tape, right? So it's going to really give you kind of like the average of the day. And where this is important for anybody that doesn't know, or for anybody that asks questions, is this is where agency traders are trading around, right? So if agency traders have to buy Apple for today, then what they're doing is they're trying to buy it below VWAP, because if they buy it below VWAP, they can justify to their clients, look, I got you a better price than VWAP, because I could have ran an algorithm, a VWAP algorithm, to get you VWAP, but look, I did it and I got you cheaper than VWAP, and so that justifies the commission. And so it's actually very challenging from their perspective if they're selling to get to sell above VWAP, and if they're buying to get below. But that's why they get paid the big bucks to do what they do, or else I potentially then they're not in their job anymore. So that's VWAP. And then the blue line here, I use the 13 EMA. So it's obviously going to be kind of structured to whatever time frame you have. I have the 5-minute here, but essentially 13 EMA, I use that very loosely for trend. I think a lot of traders do. So it's like, is this holding trend? So as an example, gap, look, it went up, it bounced, it went up. Like, it's staying above the 13 EMA. So, you don't really need a line to tell you that, but I like to visualize it. It does help me in my trades. So those are the two lines. I like to keep it simple. I don't have anything else on there. And then I just kind of look at volume. The main thing I look at is I'm just always watching the tape. I'm watching the tape, and I'm asking myself a lot of questions, like, are bids getting hit? Are offers getting taken? Is this an up day, a down day? Like, what's the context? So obviously, we had that relief rally in the ES, and this was something I was looking for. Again, just to kind of highlight this for you guys, looking at the daily, somebody said they liked the pitchfork comment. We had the little pitchforks down here, and now we potentially have the stick going all the way up. But yeah, we'll see what happens here. We have 2 nice green days. Clearly, today's most likely going to finish green. And then, going into the end of the month, we'll see if we get a lot of volume, a lot of money changing hands, and then kind of picks the direction going into the FOMC, which will be, I think, June 15th. June 15th.
Yeah, 15th. Yeah. Nicole Harris, one of our long-lasting viewers, one of our longest supporters so far. That one of them at least. We have a bunch of them now. EXPR, thank you for the super chat, Nicole. Appreciate that a lot. Called out EXPR, so let's take a look at it. I know EXPR had earnings, I think, a couple days ago on the 25th of May. Yesterday, actually, not yesterday, 2 days ago. Yeah, so I was right. Before market opened, they beat the earnings report in a pretty decent fashion. They beat the revenue by 3.4%. And the earnings by 20%, but I think they were talking about in general, the growth slowing down of some sorts, or maybe supply chain issues. I forget what the article said that I was reading, and they got pushed down a little bit off that. But now EXPR, man, bouncing off those $2.55 levels, $2 levels overall, getting launched right back to $3. Looks like we might find some resistance coming in at $3, just because how the chart looks like on the dailies. We have a lot of bottoms at the $3 level. On the daily chart, as you guys can see right here. I can expand this chart. I can zoom in for you also. Let's expand, zoom in, and then zoom out slightly. And then as you guys can see right here, those multiple bottoms at $3, even this high around $3.30, and this bottom around $2.80. So I think we could look for a possible support at $2.80, possible resistance at $3, and then maybe a breakout of $3 if it does happen. Like, I think we could see a possible move of $3 to maybe 305, 307, 310 before it starts going back to the downside. So for anyone looking to short EXPR right now, it's up 17%. Why would you even bother shorting a stock that's up 17%? Just look for positions that are kind of weak on the day. For example, like, I wouldn't say Apple is weak on the day. It's up 3% along with the NASDAQ market, but we do know how much weaker Apple has been in the tech market for the last few days now, or at least a week or two, compared to the tech market, that is. So maybe Apple short near 150 would be a lot juicier of a trade for me, at least, instead of looking to short EXPR at the moment. And Edgar Lopez, why don't you show your positions at all times, like Sean and Neil? So we addressed this comment quite a bit, and actually it's Fahad and Lucas's fault. Lucas and Fahad don't work hard enough over here. They don't put the cables, that they don't need to wire it. Fahad is not even looking at me, man. He's just staring at the screens over there. Does not even care about the joke. But no, realistically, these guys have to get some wires in. As you guys heard, our mics are backlogged, our wires are backlogged. Once those wires come in, they'll start making it look like the exact same like the morning show. So you'll see the blotter at the bottom with his face, my face, or whoever is sitting next to me, their face. But right now, sadly, if we can go to my screen, you'll see right here on the bottom left corner, I'll show you right now, I can turn on the flat filter. We'll show you all the stocks that I traded today. I traded 62 trades overall and only 4 stocks, but I usually hide that because there's no reason to show you stocks that I'm not in, and I'm not in any stock. If I'm in a trade at the moment, you'll see it show up on the left side, and for now, sadly, that's the only thing we can do for you guys. When Lucas and Fahad stop being lazy and actually put in some work around here, instead of cracking jokes and laughing in that corner every second, maybe we can get some more work for you. All jokes and fun, guys. These guys work ridiculously hard. That guy's clicking like 17 buttons at once over there. Looks like he's playing the piano.
That's kind of funny. I sort of feel like sometimes I'm playing the piano when I'm like pressing my keys and like battling these bots. I'm just like, okay, this, okay, this, okay, stop, strain, okay, remove stops, okay, readjust. That's kind of funny. But yeah, I see somebody else, Fave, you said, Luca, not as easy on the eye as Miss V. Yeah. That's kind of funny. And here, Luca, can you explain how you read the tape and how it also determines when you get in and out of trades? So, tape reading is specific, I think, to day trading. Like, it does help if you're swing trading, whatever. But, if you're day trading, so these are little things. Now, you don't want to so wait, how do I put this? Let me just think for a second. You don't want to overanalyze something, because your brain will start doing a thing where you think you see something and it makes you believe what you're seeing is correct. And then you start taking trades because of the tape, but it's not actually there. So there's that, right? So keep that in mind. But the other thing is, the main thing for this is to apply context, So right now, in my example, I took the short on Apple and it's like slowly moving and there's really nothing there. I'm not really like looking at the tape right now. But when Apple approaches that 150 area, which is going to be a huge psychological area, that's where tape reading comes into play, like, in my opinion. So at the 150 area, is it going to get slammed down? Like, is it going to get slammed down? Is there a lot of sellers? Is there a lot of offers, right? So if you're looking at my screen here, like on the offer, see how you see like 5, 3, 2, 7. Oh, there's an 11 there, like 11 lots, like 19 lots, 90 lots. Like this is nothing. This is basically nothing on Apple. But as we approach the 150 area, if at 150 you have huge size, you have even bigger size, or you have size in front of it at like the 99s, the 98s, the 97s, and then if it's trying to get to that 150 area and you see on the tape, you know, green, 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 light volume going into the level, and then big red, big red. So right now, this is unfiltered. You guys are seeing every single print on Apple right now. But what you can actually do with our software, which I think is pretty cool, is you can filter this, right? So let's say you filter it to everything over 1,000. Clearly, right now, nothing's happening. But as we get to the 150 area, this is going to be going insane. Like, there's going to be block orders going off. There's going to be a lot of people making decisions. So there's going to be a lot of like 1,000, 2,000, 3,000 shares going off. And so one of the things that I look for is sometimes I have like one time of sale, one tape where it's like nothing. I get to see everything. Or depending the volume, I might filter in and put like 99 because I don't want to see trades going off for like 43 shares or 10 shares or whatever. But sometimes I'll have two side by side. So one of them I'll have for filtered 100 and the other one I'll have for filtered 1,000 or 2,000 or 499, something like that. So I can see, okay, what is the big volume doing and what is all the volume doing so that I can monitor like my own trade. So if I'm monitoring my trade, I want to know the most recent trade, like, okay, it's at 58, it's at 57.5. Right? Especially if it's moving quickly, but what is the big volume doing? And so this is the thing, right? So going back to your question, how do you read the tape and kind of gain information from that? The key is context. What is the level of interest that you're playing at? If you're at a random level and you're looking at the tape means nothing, right? Maybe you find small tells. On the GPS trade we just had there, you know, you saw the bids there. There was like 2,000 lots, and it was very slow, and then it just went insane. Like that was a tapery, right? There was nothing else to it. But for the most part, context is the most important, because if you're trying to read the tape right now on Apple, I mean, what time is it? It's like 12 o'clock.
Yeah.
You know, if you're trying to read the tape on Apple right now to make a decision, it's probably not going to get you very far. It's probably not going to get you very far. And you know, I've been there. I've done that. I've made all the mistakes. And I like to say mistakes make the trader great. Mistakes make the trader great.
And makeup makes a greater trader fake, right? The makeup joke.
Oh, yeah.
But something over here that we're missing out on, Luca, is the GPS, man. GPS right back to the high a day, creating a new high. I'm surprised I didn't hear any wows coming from the back. These guys go for a spro without Luca. They didn't, but you know, they're still here.
Yeah, they're pretty quiet, and I'm like, oh, did these guys go without me?
Exactly.
Like, oh man.
Yes,
I
usually.
love the spro runs. I live for the spro runs. I'm here for the spro runs, guys. I'm here for the spro runs.
Yeah.
And the money is secondary.
But GPS, man, I was pretty surprised that these guys were not wowing now, because GPS right back to the high a day, taking out the high a day with SSR. GPS turning positive on the day now, so up by 0.18%. Even though it was on SSR previously, that means it was down 10% at one point, and now reversing a full 10% move on GPS to the north direction. Crazy move so far. It's going to be a little hard, obviously, to short this stock. You have to wait for it to go up in order to short it because of the SSR rule. But I think, you know, around these $11 area could be something to think about. But I personally, I'm going to be hands off on it. I've done a pretty good job on GPS so far today. Would be nice to still be part of the trade, but the trade is done for me. Not gonna be taking a look to take another trade elsewhere until that the level shows up to me and we see something that's worth taking another trade off of. Maybe we see the buyer pushing up. But overall, man, beautiful long 50-cent scalp off of almost no risk. Those are the type of opportunities we like to be taking over here as a day trader. Where are we going to? My portfolio up 20%. Nice, good stuff, ladies and gentlemen. Keep on smoking these trades. That's what we want to see. Looks like some of the low float stocks are back in play a little bit. Let's filter this by volume.
I feel like after large caps move a lot,
yeah,
and then kind of die off, then small caps come back into play. This is something that I'm monitoring. I don't know how accurate it is, but I see another question here for both of us. It says, Luca, Pratt, can you please both answer this? How did you guys learn to trade? Can you please recommend resources that you've yourself used to become profitable? So this is a great question, and I love this question. How did I learn to trade? And I will say this every single time. Get the reps in. Get the reps in. How did you learn to work out? How did you learn to bench press 2 plates? Get the reps in. So, you know, initially learning, you want to obviously study and kind of understand market dynamic and what you're really getting yourself into. Like, what is a stock? What am I buying? Like, what is the brokerage? Who am I trading with? Where are my orders going? Like, these are things that you look into, and you can just YouTube. I mean, we have a lot of stuff on our channel too, teaching you a lot of good, valuable information about day trading, right? And so you kind of go online, get all this free information, but then once you're actually trading. Like once you're trading, like you need to get the reps in, right? You're going to win, you're going to lose, but continue to get the reps in, and that is the best teacher in my opinion. Like it's one thing for me to sit here and tell you guys like, oh, look at this, I held Apple because of it was slow and now I'm 16 cents in the money, blah, blah, blah. And like this is good, like as you're trading, watch us because you know you're trading you're trading your own money, you're learning from that, but you're also watching us trade our money, and you know it's like a kind of you're learning twice as fast, right? That's basically where I'm going with that. But yeah, just continue to get the reps in. I mean that's kind of the main thing. Like you know how do you learn how to swim? Just jump into the water and see. Are you gonna float? Are you gonna learn? Or are you just gonna die? But hopefully, that's why I trade small. That's why I say trade small initially. Like that's kind of the main thing. And yeah, here's the Apple dip. So the question is, do I cover this? Let's take a look. See, now I'm in the money. And before I was thinking, maybe I'll cover this because the market's strong. But initially, I was going to wait for that 148 area anyways. I mean, I think we could get to 148. I don't think it's too much to ask. I think like we could potentially get closer to VWAP before we bounce. So I don't want to take my profit too early. So I'm going to hold on to that one for now. And yeah, guys, GPS like back up over 11. So it's like, oh, it was so hard to get those fills before. And if you just were patient, P-A-Y, shint, if you just were patient, you could have got all the fills. I mean, look at the bids now. You could have just hit these, no problem. So guys, patience pays. Patience pays. I'm telling you, I'm telling everyone around here, but I'm also telling myself. I'm telling myself the most because I probably have the least amount of patience out of everyone here. So, you know, it is what it is. And I hear some laughs over there. I think, you know, I'm only telling the truth here. So, yeah. But, yeah, you know, Apple coming back down, GP. Solid short. Were you talking about Apple?
Oh, they're talking to each other, bro.
Okay. Yeah. And, guys, look at Tesla here, right? Speaking of Miss V, it's reminding me of Tesla. See this barcode action that's coming off here? Like, I mean, you know, when you see chart, like, this is easy to tell in the tape. It's like you look at the tape and you tell yourself, okay, like this is not something that I want to be involved in right now. But even if you're looking at the chart, like when you see this sort of barcoding action, like it's not something that I want to get involved in. I mean, where's this going? Is it going down? Is it going up? Is it going to go up, then down, down, then up? Like if it's barcoding, you never know, right? And if volume's very low, this is where the bots can get you because what they do is they sort of play this little range. They bait you. They make you think like, okay, once it breaks like support, it's going to go down. And then it breaks support. They catch all those orders and then they pop it back and stop everybody out. And then it goes back to barcode action. So this is like prime setup for them to kind of take everyone's money. So I would definitely say stay away from this one. And let's have a quick look here at AMD. So we pushed. We couldn't get to that 102 area. It's unfortunate that I missed the 100 fill. It only went to the 11s. I mean, another great trader, one time they told me, you know, if you want the long and you love the long, you're going to have to pay, right? And so for me, paying means maybe getting in at the 20-cent area, not trying to get in at the 5-cent area, because if it's going to get to the 5-cent area, it's probably going to break anyways, and then you can probably get a better price, right? So like these are just questions that I ask myself, and I don't know if you guys kind of been in the same situation that I've been in, but hopefully this helps you.
All right, well, Luca, people obviously love you in the chat. You know, that's no doubt about that. No guesses about that either, right?
Thanks, guys.
And one of those appreciation messages comes in the form of a super chat. We appreciate the super chats always. Luca, you were awesome. I love having you on as a co-host. So do I, baby. Let's go dap it up, dap it up.
Appreciate that,
you guys
Dallas.
missed the dap. Come on, cameraman. Lucas, bro. Not only are you slacking on the blotter, you're also slacking on the daps over here. Come on, buddy. But no, we appreciate all the super chats and all the great messages coming in for Luca over there. Yes, tons of education, tons of knowledge in that guy's bank over there, right here in that bank.
That's why my head's so big,
we got to dig it out, man. We got to dig out all the knowledge that we get.
I got a huge brain in here. I got a huge brain.
That's
just jokes.
Thank you, Luca, once again for sharing all that information. So let's go take a look at BB. People are calling out BB. I still call it research in motion because you know I stay true to the name. But BlackBerry is the company that we're talking about. Another meme stock back in play for some reason, getting launched to the north side. Big volume candle over there, as you guys can see on the daily chart. 9 million shares traded overall, but this big volume candle on the 5-minute looks like happens happens to be around 400,000 shares, which launched the stock from 6.25 to 6.66 almost. What's the high day? 6.61. So tons of volume coming in on BlackBerry. I think the same amount of volume might be elsewhere on GME. Nope, it's not. Maybe on AMC. A little bit of a move on AMC to the north side, right back to high day, double top getting pushed down right now. But looks like BlackBerry might have a catalyst behind it. Maybe one if you know what the catalyst is, maybe you can put it in. But yeah, we can clearly see that the meme stocks are clearly coming back into play. We also saw Bed Bath & Beyond get launched to the upside, so we're waiting on that one.
So guys, look at this. Apple, patience pays. Apple is now 43 cents in the money. I think I held this for this is probably my longest trade today. This is my longest trade today. We did break the 148 area, and there was some size there. There was bids that stepped up, and I think this is where I cover. This is probably where I cover, just because I mean, for an extra 50 cents is what it is. I mean, I don't know if we get there, but I think everybody else will be covering here just because even dollar level. So I think this is where I cover. But yeah, the size got taken out. That's the key. You know, size gets taken out, and now the trade is a whole different trade. So I'm gonna see if I can get out here. So 0.2, that was an awesome trade. That was an awesome trade. And you guys kept me company for that. So that's why I held it for so long. So I appreciate you, chat. I appreciate you.
Well, they appreciate you too, my friend. Luca, another super chat. Soup chat.
I love soup, but I love super chats more. Thank you.
So what kind of soup is your favorite, though? 'Cause that might just drop you from my friends list or not if you answer this wrong.
Okay, now I'm worried. Now that this is more stressful than trading. Let me see here. I want to go. You know what? I like a good chicken soup.
Okay.
A good a nice on a cold day, a nice chicken soup, got vegetables in there, depending how it's made. That's my go-to.
I like a nice classic tomato soup with a little bit of pepper in it, some nice croutons, freshly baked croutons and everything, a nice basil leaf on the edge of it.
That sounds
really
amazing
picture
too.
perfect, real picture perfect. But no, coming back to the super chat, my friend, Luca dropping huge nuggets of knowledge. Thank you for not using the BOMB word. You know, I don't want to be saying that on the stream. And but no, on a regular basis, everyone taking notes. Appreciate you. Yes, we do appreciate that a lot.
No problem, guys. Anytime.
Pratt is flirting with the new block. Listen, man, before it was Valeria. Talking to Valeria was apparently flirting with Valeria. Now talking to Luca is flirting with Luca, apparently. What, am I not allowed to talk with people? I just got to be quiet the whole time and just sit at my desk? Come on, man. What is this? But no, you know, he's my boy. I got to hype my boy up a bit. If it's not going to be your boys who hype you up, who is it going to be? You know, it's got to be your boys. I'm the hype man over here, man. Come on. But no, tons of opportunities in the market still, as you guys can see. BlackBerry trying to go back to the north side. Let's go check out Bed Bath & Beyond, which created a new high day not too long ago, but did come down slowly, or slightly came down, not too far to the downside, thankfully. S&P 500 and NASDAQ both on their way down right now, but I think we find support and create a higher low, which is a good thing for the market overall in case it wants to go test that 4,200 level today at some point. We're not there yet. Volume slowly coming back into the market. Maybe it's only 25 minutes into lunchtime over here. So still a good amount of time for volume to be dead in the market. It feels longer than 25 minutes in lunchtime for some reason, but sadly, we still got some good amount of time left over here before some of these stocks wake up maybe. Like GPS, for example, that stock woke up not too long ago, and you guys saw that was having fun with that position over there. Let's see what chat's talking about. Can we take a look at S&P 500? Yeah, for sure. ES/M22 right here. Oh, we're actually taking a look at S&P 500, as you guys can see right now. This is the futures of S&P 500, pretty much S&P 500. But I want to answer a question to one of the viewers, Hamid. Hamid asked the question. I have to scroll up over here a little bit. Where is it? Where is it? I think the question was, what is easier? Oh, there you go. Pratt, you answered my question, please. Indices or individual stocks, what's more easier to trade? I think at the end of the day, there is no right answer to that question. It depends on your trading methodology and what you find more useful to trade for you. But, you know, realistically, different traders have different personalities, different setups that they like to go to. So for you, you might like indices because they move slower and they're easier to trade for you. But for me, I might like stocks because I think I can manage my risk better on stocks, whereas such as QQQ or SPY, when some big volume comes in, they just teleport the tape. And Luca knows all about tape teleportation.
Oh, yeah.
So let's go over to Luca.
Yeah, you know, that's actually a great question, and I like the way you answered that too. It's completely dependent on like your style and what you're doing, right? One of the things I've noticed, and I mentioned this before, and this is not exactly the best way to go about it. It's just something that I've been doing and experimenting with. But it's like if I think the market's going to sell off, I try to pick a name that seems relatively weak with a smaller spread that moves a little bit slower, and I like to short that name. So I sort of gravitate towards Apple because it's similar. Like, it's obviously not the market. It's not going to move specifically the same way that the market does. It's going to have its days where it's not highly correlated. It's going to have days where it is highly correlated. But for me, I mean, it's just much easier. Like, the spread is always going to be 1 cent, sometimes 2 if liquidity is very bad. But it's going to be, the spread's going to be 1 cent. You're going to be able to take endless liquidity when you do take it. And so I say to myself, look, I like the short, but like if you're trading the SPY, it's very difficult because this just teleports. It'll teleport up, it'll teleport down, 10 cents, 20 cents. So you can have the right idea, but you might be so offside and it'll become challenging to hold that position. And like, good luck. If you're watching the tape, good luck trying to find size to play off on the SPY. Obviously there's endless liquidity there. Like, it's surprise liquidity, like I was saying the other day. But, you know, at least with a name like Apple, like, you can actually see. I mean, look right here. If you move, like, my face is kind of covering the level 2 right now. If you put my face a little bit lower, my face box, but basically.
Just hide his face, Lucas? Hide his face.
Hide my face from the chart there just for a second and show my screen. Like, the level 2 here. Like,
there
the
we
level,
go.
yeah, there we go. The level 2, like, guys, look at this. Like, you can see this, right? Like you're watching this live, like 24, 25, like you're seeing the size. Like, you can hit that size. It changes a little bit, but like, look, you want to take size, like you can hit that. Whereas if I pull up the SPY, and I have no idea, I haven't looked at it today, but you pull up the SPY, like there's not as much size. It really, really moves quickly. And this is from a very short-term perspective. Like, this is midday. It's like extremely slow. But like, I mean, this thing could move, like, it can go from like 40s to 50s in like one shove. So like, you don't want to get offside there if you're trading size. So for me, I like to pick names, but again, it depends your strategy. It depends what you're looking at. Depends, you know, like, are you holding long term? Do you really care about trading off the levels, or are you more of a swing trader? So, you know, it's a personal preference, I think.
All right, Luca, time to send it off to Brandon on the big screen. But before we do that, I'm going to say thank you for coming by today. Wish the viewers a happy Memorial weekend for yourself. Anything you want to say before we throw it on there?
Guys, have a nice long weekend. I'm so happy because, you know, we're in Canada here, but we didn't have a long weekend. But now our long weekend's coming, so I can't wait to relax, you know, spend time with family, eat good food. So hopefully you guys are doing the same. Hopefully you guys had an amazing weekend. It's always a pleasure coming on here, and you know, I always enjoy myself when I'm spending time with you guys. So thanks so much.
All right, let's go check out what Brandon has for us at the big TV.
Hey guys, yeah, positive Memorial Day Friday, or heading into Memorial Day weekend, I guess. On a Friday, here we go, 1.76 right now for the S&P 500. The Dow, a full percent to the upside, 2.5 here for the NASDAQ. Here in Toronto, 0.8 for the TSX. Some gold stocks I noted having a pretty good day so far, even with gold not really doing much. Crude oil there, about 0.8% as well. That was the wrong direction. I wanted to show you the sectors. We are still looking at a positive day right across the entire board. Tech stocks working out pretty well today. Banks as well, also in positive territory. Even some of the healthcare stocks, guys, having a really nice Friday afternoon here. So we were talking in the pre-market about the overall U.S. index is trying to snap a 7-session losing week streak. Looks like that's going to happen as we head into the afternoon. Let's go back to Trader Pratt and Ian now.
All right, let's go check out. We have a new guy right next to us today. I was a little late of telling you and Luca to be a little casual today. You know, I said Sean would show up in a hoodie, and I was right about that. But I was a little late on telling you guys that it's Casual Friday every Friday, so maybe you guys know that from here on out.
Yeah, no, it's good information, and yeah, obviously Fridays. It was quite exciting today, still this morning.
Yeah.
But you know, we'll see what happens. But yeah, no, trade of the day for sure was that
GPS.
The GPS trade.
Yeah. Real quick, I want to talk about scammers that are trying to roll around over there. If we can go to my screen. So look at this guy. Right before I ban him, let's just showcase this the scammer real quick. So as you guys can see, Trader TV Neil #1739 is not the real Trader TV Neil. So scammer get banned, exclamation mark, ban. So anyone who got a message from Trader TV Neil, hashtag 17 whatever number is not real. For anyone who's wondering what a real account is on Discord, you'll see the host tagged as a host. You'll see the host tags as a host. For anyone who's messaging you, usually Sean and Neil don't even use Discord. So if anyone on Discord is using Sean or Neil's name, most likely they're scamming you, and I will never message you first. So trust me on that side. If you do message me, however, I will reply to your messages. But as you guys can see, please be very careful. Tons of scammers out there rolling around trying to take you, trying to take your money for free over there. How to join Discord is a message that I see right now. Do exclamation mark Discord and you'll get a link right away to join our Discord group. And we have a bunch of moderators in there, a bunch of other viewers in there discussing stocks throughout the day. So feel free to go join them if that's something you're interested on. But right now, I want to go take a look at how Ian, and I can already see it and I'm angry. He traded it better than me.
Why? What feels did you? What like?
Right
you didn't
here,
get in as soon as you. Okay. Yeah, no, we could talk about this trade really quickly. Obviously, we saw the size pop up. It was at like 48, and then it was layered, right? It was 48 and 46. So as soon as I saw that, and as soon as we all kind of saw that, we pinned it. I got in, I crossed and then got in 50s. Just risking off that size, right? And it was about, at that point, risking about 5 cents. I saw it kind of test lower, but didn't really tap it, and I added, and then it popped up to the 60s, off route a little bit. But then the size kind of followed, right, to 55s. And it was just like a matter of time at that point, just because I think we pinpointed, and Lucas said as well, this was SSR, right? So if you're going to sell, if you're going to short this stock, you can't be slamming the bids, right? So that size can't really be getting hit unless someone's already in a position. So it was just kind of a matter of time for it to kind of get going. But we didn't expect this kind of pop. Like, this pop it happened so quick. And I watched back the recording afterwards. It was like a matter of like 1 second. It was up to 11.10. So it was kind of tough to catch those fills up there. But, off route quickly, and, solid trade, and definitely my trade of the day for sure.
Awesome. Yeah, clean executions over there. Good opportunity, scoping like a sniper, my boy, and taking advantage of said trade. Let's go take a look at IMPP being called out in the chat. I believe someone sent a super chat, maybe. Yeah, they did. Can you check out IMPP? Sent a super chat of $2 but from trending number 1. So let's go check out IMPP. We do know that energy stocks were kind of in play. We saw Oxy, we saw Plug taking off to the north direction. CVX also testing the high day not too long ago. So here's IMPP now doing the same thing, taking off. A big volume spike coming in around 12:30. Looks like Ian happened to be the lucky factor, the rabbit foot for IMPP and energy sector overall. Let's go take a look at XLE AM to see if XLE is also moving. It looks like XLE is actually below high day. So why is IMPP taking off at the moment? Let's go take a quick look at Oxy and CVX to see what these guys are doing. Looks like they're still around the high days level, but not really doing much at the moment. Pratt, it looks bleak. The Heat tonight. Yeah, you're going to lose most likely, Playmaker. I'm sorry. But Butler hurting, with Lowry hurting, with Harrow. I don't even know if Harrow's out or not right now.
I'm not too sure. Yeah,
Harrow might be out. Smart's kind of still banging with his injury. Horford is just Al Horford. We got Robert Williams III, who's just monster with the rebounds at the moment. So I don't think Heats have it, my friend. I think Heats are sadly out of this. It's going to be Celtics versus Golden State. I do have my bets already laid out, so I can tweet that out later if anyone who's interested on tailing me on those bets. But yeah, let's quickly talk about the bets from yesterday. Here's my 16-leg parlay that I hit from yesterday. I hope you can hear that, Max. 16-leg parlay that I hit yesterday. Total payout's not that big, because I picked the easy pointers, like Brunson making 10, Wiggins making 10, like the almost like the guaranteed things. But the only thing that was kind of scaring me is Curry has to get 15 points. Curry smacks down a 3-pointer almost at the end of the game to give me that 15 points. And I was like, yes, I jump out of my chair. I'm like slapping my table, everything. Then I got my parlay hit. But along with that, I got a bunch of other prop hits over here. And, the Carolina Hurricanes was it Hurricanes losing to Rangers, and Edmonton Oilers winning against Flames was also a parlay that I hit. So yesterday we cashed out, baby, absolutely cashed out on the sports betting side, and I can't wait to cash out today also.
Ever since Max started talking a little bit trash to you about your parlays, you've been hitting them, eh?
That's it. Don't talk smack, baby. I had the Kobe Mamba genes in me. You talk smack, I'll come back harder. 300. Oh, plus 300. Yeah.
A couple people mentioning the SPY here. Some people saying it's going down. So we just take a look at my screen. We talk about the SPY quick. Yeah, obviously the SPY, it kind of represents the ES and the S&P. Looking at the daily, it's making good moves. Potentially the bottom is in, made that bottom around like 380, 385, and then kind of reclaimed this 400 level yesterday, right? And we were kind of talking about on the show yesterday, just in relation to like the ES, if it can close above 4,000, and on the SPY, in this case, like above 400, there could be some strength showing above, right? And if we're looking at the intraday now, someone said it was kind of pulling back. The market's up. It's already up 1.7%, so it's bound to pull back a little bit at some point. But until we start kind of really trading below VWAP and showing some weakness below there, I'm not going to be too worried if you're in a long position.
Yeah, and man, this is crazy. GPS is just continuously going to the north side. It is now up almost one. It is up 1%. Wow. This is monstrous. Like, we could have had almost $1 per share off that level at this point. And I have no words left for this trade. It just goes to show, man. I think the market is on an opposite day, like those opposite day things, but not an opposite day. It's an opposite market. Earnings come out bad, let's send the stock 10% through the roof. Earnings come out bad, let's crash the stock 10% through the ground. Actually, let's crash it 40%, and then we'll bring it back the next day. Right, so it's like, what is going on? We're in a very, very, like a really weird position over here, if you ask me, because if you have a bias right now, no matter what stock it is, you read the articles, you come in with a bias, your bias is getting slapped across the face and told you that your opinion does not matter. So that's how Mark is dealing with us at the moment. But I'm very happy that we threw out the biases after getting beat up on AMC, after having a very strong bias on AMC on the earnings day. We got beat up on it, and ever since then we said, forget earnings biases, we'll just play what the market's giving us, and we're taking advantage of said moves so far. Right now, looking at GPS, I see 47,000 shares on an inverse gateway on the ask at 1127, high day 1128. Let's see if that barrier is going to be put in around that price. But that being said, I also see it on 1123. There's about 60,000 orders, 60,000 shares sitting on 1123, and then we have 40,000, almost 50,000 on 1127. So clearly, we have buyers and sellers trying to battle right now on a 3 to 5 cent range. Let's see who ends up being victorious. I am the winner.
Twitter seems to be kind of popping off here, and it's kind of reclaimed that 40 level. So I just want to quickly bring that up. People going off in the chat as well. Obviously, Twitter has been kind of beat down, but making a little bit of bounce yesterday and today. I kind of pinned that 40 level, and if you look here, it was the high, basically right at open, rejected it hard. But then it kind of came up and tested it, rejected again. But now look at it, it's just like it's up at 40, 60, 65, and clearly some buying above it. So yeah, let's see if that can keep running. I wanted to also touch on another comment. Someone said, I hope that I can turn profit today. It's not always good to kind of just kind of hope and get into positions and hope. I think you should just take good trades. I think just take good trades. If we look at my day, I actually wasn't having a good day at all in the morning. I was getting kind of chopped up.
Holy moly, GPS.
Is it still going? Yeah, let's not talk about that. We took the win on it, and it is what it is. But yeah, no. I just wanted to kind of touch on my day. Obviously, in the morning, I wasn't really proud of how I traded. I traded really poorly, actually. Got chopped around on Nvidia, and then took some L's on AMD, and I was actually almost shut down almost. But I left some risk just so I could take advantage of some opportunities. And once
now you're back up on the day.
Yeah, now I'm back up on the day just because of GPS. And when I saw the good trade, we take the good trade. So keep your head in there and keep trading.
Hey man, Lewis Hamilton was not shut down, kept his head in. He was about to get
That's
shut
true.
down
He
mentally
was
though.
almost about to
but
get shut
look
down.
at you didn't get shut down. You knew you weren't shut down, and you took the right opportunity. You made money, but screw the stock right now, man. Absolutely screw the stock, because look at it rip up without us. We had so much size. I just want to cry right now, because the whole office had so much size on this, most likely everyone combined, and we all traded the same way, the exact same way. We scalped the crap out of it for 50-cent range, and now we're watching this position take off for $1 in the money for us. A question that came out from Ronald is, what brokers do you use or would recommend for shorts or small cap? I currently use TradeZero. That's a very good question, especially if you're a short seller or a bear trader like I am. You want to be able to find a broker that can find you locates easily. Some brokers are harder to find locates. Some brokers are easier to find locates. That's something that you have to, do the research on. Call the brokers up, find out how the easy find locates are. For us, since our broker is almost the one of the world's best brokers I've seen, and our locates are so easy. It's almost impossible for us to not find a locate for a short of a stock. So and also we're in Canada, so I can't really answer your question based on the country you're at. So it might be, maybe TradeZero because you're in America. It could be Thinkorswim. It could be many other companies out there that you have to call up and really find out what's going on and how their system works. But on our end, it's Day Trade the World, and I would only suggest Day Trade the World because I have yet to see anything better than this. For locates, especially for locates, I've yet to find anything better than this. Coming off from that statement, let's go see what you guys are looking at right now. I think you guys are talking about GPS still. So yeah, GPS obviously moving to the north side. Oh, that's why GPS is getting pumped on CNBC.
Oh, okay.
I'm actually looking at an advertisement right now, but it could be a CNBC candle coming in, the Ron Nigerian, the Jimmy Boy candle coming in, helping GPS to the upside at the moment.
It's crazy, like how something like that, and that's why we always talk about and talk about reading the tape and watching level 2, and like Luca did a whole spiel about it, and it's one of the first things that that Greg kind of teaches us when we come on and join the floor, right? So when I was trading at home, I never really focused too much on it, kind of trading off the chart all the time, but coming here I quickly realized that there's other ways to kind of trade and make money, and this is something that we use all the time, right? So it's kind of interesting too. I want to point out something that Spencer said. It was kind of breaking out of this like trendline wedge here, so it was like kind of just adding more confluence to the trade. So obviously we talked about it a little bit yesterday, how following trend, making lower highs or whatever. So that's what GPS was kind of doing here, and then obviously the size popped up when you took the trade, but you see when it broke out, it hasn't looked back since. So you can add a few things to the trade to give you a little bit more conviction, but no, solid trade overall, and obviously the pump on CNBC helps.
Yeah, CNBC pump coming in to help it go to the north side. Let's go take a look at some of our tech favorites, such as Apple, Microsoft, AMD, and so on. Where's Apple at? Apple's still not at 150 yet. 149, let's just say 149, even though the high of day is 148.83. Let's just say 149. Apple currently trying to go towards 150 maybe later on of the day. The fact that S&P 500 and NASDAQ have yet to come to the downside to VWAP since the start of the day so far, and are still creating a higher low on the 5-minute chart, as you guys can see, and a higher high, which was created not too long ago, but right now a lower high, but hopefully a higher low comes in, allowing the position, allowing longs to get pushed up to the north side even more on the S&P 500 and NASDAQ. So let's see if that's the idea that can help us out over there to take some trades on. Right now, AMD still hanging out near 101, still a very much dead trade if you ask me. There's a reason, well, I don't really know the reason why, but when I came in, I sat down, I heard Sean talking about AMD, talking about how he doesn't really like the long he's in, and he doesn't really like the shorts either, and I was like, yeah, man, I'm in the same position. I usually trade AMD on an everyday basis, but today, coming into AMD, looking at the chart, looking at the levels, none of my levels are in play. Clearly, the 100 level kind of in play, but the stock not really going down to the $100 level where I want to go long at. So why would I even bother for forcing a trade right now and get chopped up by this absolute chop fest that AMD is presenting us with when NASDAQ is taking off to the upside throughout the whole day, basically. So instead of touching AMD, I think there's other stocks that we could go take a look at. For example, Tesla off the pre-market breakout was a pretty clean long that you could have had. I think Sean was talking about an NVIDIA trade. Let's go take a look at what NVIDIA did today. Yeah, NVIDIA pre-market breakout also, you could have had almost a pretty same replication trade from yesterday, but also yesterday's move was way too nuts for today to have a pretty similar move on that stock. But overall, man, $7 from the close, I believe, from yesterday's close is what NVIDIA is up at the moment. SOXX is what I take a look at. I don't really look at your leverage ETFs when I'm trading the stocks that are in the ETF. So SOXX, which is the semiconductor ETF, currently up 3.2%. Looks like it's getting help from the overall market and NVIDIA.
Let's take a quick look at SIGA. SIGA looks like it's breaking out at 13. Obviously, some people pointing out here in the chat, it's up 40% now. You know, the monkeypox play was huge the other day, but it looks like it's caught a bid here now, and it's kind of breaking out this 13 level. The 13 level was the closing price from was that last Friday. So, you know, it's kind of breaking through that now. Obviously, a pretty big level. So let's see if this can kind of keep running. You know, it faded hard off that huge gap up to 17. So, you know, I don't know if there's any more monkeypox news or anything like that, but to cause this. But yeah, huge move today.
Just looking over to see if SIGA's being talked on CNBC by any chance, but looks like no. They're talking about some crypto special. Who cares about that at the moment?
AMC's kind of having a really big day today too. You know, it was kind of the laggard yesterday with GME. But, you know, today GME is kind of having a flat day and AMC having a little bit of a better day, right? So, you know, the 13 level was something that I was kind of watching. You know, I tried along there. It didn't really work. And then failed below. But now it's kind of trending up and pushing highs again. So up 8.5%. Not bad. Not bad.
These guys are talking about what EU talks about vaccines. Okay, yeah. So SIGA could be getting launched off of that news right now, as you guys can see.
Something in Quebec as well.
Yeah, Quebec was I think one of the first few cases came out of Quebec. I mean, look, I've been saying lockdown Quebec for God knows how long now, right? They don't want to be a part of us. It's fine. They don't want to be a part of us. It's fine. Yeah.
No, it's. I think it's like a little bit worse than like measles or something like that. But yeah, it's not like something
SIGA's
super
been
serious.
going all day though, and you're not wrong about that. Look at this one takeoff. What day's high is that? Is that the Friday's high? Today's Fridays, Thursday, Wednesday, Tuesday, Mondays. That's a Friday's high. May 20th, Friday's high, and we're about to, well, we did clear the Friday's high. Yeah, we did clear Friday's high. We're looking to keep on extending past that. That's actually a good breakout for anyone who took that. I wasn't even looking at that level. Obviously, I don't really take a look at the low float stocks too much. I like to look for my normal basket of stocks, which is, what's it called? The blue chip stocks, white chip, blue chip stocks?
Blue chip stocks,
yeah, blue chip stocks is what I usually take a look at. But right now, man, I think the stock has potential to go to $15 maybe if volume continues to stay rampant. It is the end of lunchtime. We're at 12:50 right now, so volume clearly coming in, and I'm trying to look at, why am I looking at your screen to look at what the market's doing? What's wrong with me? I'm used to my market screen being here and my overall screen being over here, so I'm looking over there to see where the market is. But no, right now my market screens are over here. NASDAQ still finding buyers, and so is S&P 500. So we're not looking to go down yet, ladies and gentlemen. Not looking to go down yet. We'll see, though, if it does manage to find some sellers coming in that can push it to, what the heck was that? Some sellers coming in to push it to VWAP. If we can push it to VWAP, then I don't know if we see 4,200 today on S&P 500, and maybe we see it on Monday. Maybe we get rejected on Monday to the downside. Black Monday? Is that even a possibility at this point?
Monday the market's closed. Remember, so Monday's Memorial Day. You know, so if you're a participant in the stock market or traders like us, you know, there's no long weekend. Last week we're in Canada, so long weekend this weekend, and you know we're all looking forward to it.
Well, we had a long weekend last weekend. We just couldn't take it, right? We had the
Yeah,
Victoria Day. What is Victoria Day? Queen's birthday or something? What is Victoria Day?
I'm not too sure.
I'm
I'll be
not too sure
honest.
either. For you Canadians, if for any Canadians behind us or any Canadians in the chat, what is Victoria Day? That was our long weekend. We had our long weekend last Monday. I actually got ready to go to work. Bus times are delayed. My dad's like, what the heck is going on? Why are you going to work? It's a long weekend. I go, yo, listen, it might be long weekend for you. I work on USD, brother. I work on USD. I work in USD time zones now.
Yeah, it's like I always tell like my friends and family.
Yeah.
I think there's like 9 U.S. holidays or 10 U.S. holidays, something like that the stock market is closed. And you know, for those 10 days of the year, I'm American.
Yeah, that's right. That's right. You know, there's advantages and disadvantages because when your family members are having a holiday on the weekend, you're too busy going to work and slaving yourself off over there. But man, look at SIGA right now going towards $14. It's about to break out. It's actually about to break out of 14 right now. It's ripping. It's too good of a move not to keep talking about it. Hopefully someone of you are involved in a $13 break since none of us are involved in it. Let's see if market's getting popped right back up to the upside, so no sellers coming in. The shorts are getting grilled 100%. I am not going to deny that point. Let's go take a look at here. What is volume profile? I don't want the 15-minute. I want the 1 minute. And then on the 1 minute, that's Express. Let's go to SIGA, S-I-G-A. And I'm trying to find if I can see any levels of stops that got taken out. So as you guys can see right here, there were stops above $13.18, and they got taken out, and the supply started coming back in around $13.40. So those levels are going to stand out for me right now. I'm just going to throw out the markers over here where the stops were. This is where the stops were. They got taken out, and they had to chase for their exit all the way up here. And now we're seeing either the shorts coming back in or longs covering, and we'll really find out if this gets backfilled in the next 10-15 minutes or not. If this doesn't get filled in the 10-15 minutes, which means the stock comes back to 13.15, if it doesn't get backfilled in the next 30 minutes or so, then the market might just really take this position to 14 and 15 and so on, as the shorts up here start looking for another exit stage left once 14 breaks and whatever breaks.
Someone said it's crazy, y'all from Canada, but cool at the same time. I think it's really cool. You know, Toronto's a great city, and you know that's why we kind of talk about it all the time.
This comment was, you're from Toronto.
It's crazy, y'all from Canada, but cool at the same time.
Why, Canadians are not cool? Is that what the comment is? Yeah, let's go to Sean for a second. What was that comment? Let's go to Sean over here. I guess Sean's, he's on Neil's mic. He's on Neil's mic. He's turning on his mic, but Sean has something to say over here.
No, has that? Yeah, it has nothing to do with, actually has nothing to do with that comment. I mean, you know what? The fact is, most Americans, I think, we've had this comment before, and I'm not going to try to say anything to upset anybody, but some people say that Canadians are pretty cool. I don't know. I feel it. I feel you guys are pretty cool. I might not be. I'm the old man around here. What I did want to talk about quickly, though, was, look, I've been building an AMD short, so I know that I said earlier, can you go to my screen, Lucas, if possible? Awesome. So I'm in this short. I was playing it near this VWAP. It didn't go down. We've had meetings. I missed that gap trade. I feel horrible about that. Good job, Brad. Good job, everybody else, for that gap size. But I really want to try to see, does AMD, and I want to give it one last chance here, does AMD want to break 101.50? So I just wanted to say that to everybody. I'm dug into a short here. It's not good right now. There's no doubt about that. My average price is $100.90, so it is 30 cents against me. But I'm waiting for something to happen up here. If the market rips, what it looks like it wants to do right now, we'll get out of this trade. But this is very choppy, and it's like, I think that when me and Prad said that earlier, it's the right thing to do is to possibly just stay out of this market until it gets a direction. You're in Friday. Remember, guys, it's a long weekend. Don't forget about that. We have Memorial Day coming on Monday. So I just feel like a lot of the big boy traders probably chilling out, going up to the Hamptons, taking care of their business there, and just not really too excited. It's golf season. Like, you might think that this is just a joke, but honestly, this is what I'm saying, is that there may be light trading heading into the end of the day. So you want to be as specific as you can be with your entries and your exits. And then I just think it's not really worth taking on a whole bunch of risk. That's all. And then on that note, I have one more Hey, there's my salad, by the way. Hey, Neil, what's going on? Today we have some egg salad on there. So we had all these meetings. So this is the food that I get: some grapes, a little bit of cheese, a little bit of salad getting thrown down there. But to my screen one more time, please, Mr. Lucas. This is the only trade that I like right now. A break. Well, I like the AMD, but if the market doesn't go, we're done on that one. But what about this Apple break? I think you can take this if the market starts retracing back down. Apple's had a great run today up to 149. If it breaks this shelf here of 148, I just think that you can go to the downside here with a lot of room, especially if the market fails heading into the weekend. So this is a trade that I like, and against 148.50. Or you can give it all the way back $1. But I just think a little bit of risk to reward here. I like the Apple short if it takes down 148. So that's just a little bit of there. And I just wanted to come in, say what's up to all my pre-market or all my midday market fans there. Oh, here we go. Here we go. Brad looking sharp today, by the way, with this little golf shirt on, you know? Like, yeah, you got that button up there. I just told you there's a free bet on FanDuel right now, so we're going to make $50 on that one.
Oh, it's a 50 max here?
Yes, bro.
Yo, let's go.
Pause the show and get in there. Basically, FanDuel here, because they're trying to get more and more. First of all, we're still short of firm, by the way, short at $30. That's at 28.30 or 28.70 right now. But FanDuel, because Ontario just got gambling legalized online, FanDuel, DraftKings, all these guys are like battling for our money. And FanDuel, Prad, about once a week here, as Prad knows, because we message ourselves back and forth, they give you a free $50 bet. So today it's, do the Rangers get one shot on net? So that's a free $50 bet. So we're on that one. If I'm not making money in the market, at least I can take it from FanDuel. But sorry to take the show from you guys, but I wanted to give a couple trades. AMD short against that 50, and then if Apple breaks, we'll be short on that one.
No, you're always welcome, Sean. You know we love you over here, and your insights always appreciated, not just from us, but also the chat. You are the people's trader, baby, so we always love you. You know that. GPS seems to have come down about a little bit, not too much, 30 cents from the high of day. My eyes are glued to SIGA, even though I know I'm not going to trade it. I don't know why. It looks like it's the only stock with some volume in it, at least at the moment. NASDAQ heading back to the high of day. S&P 500 heading back to the high of day. I want to go take a look at some what's that thing? The airplane stocks. I couldn't even think of the words to say right now. My brain is just pooping at the moment. That's what hunger does to you sometimes. But let's go take a look at airplane stocks. Well, is there a better way to say it instead of saying airplane? Travel stocks,
travel
maybe?
stocks,
yeah. Travel
air
stocks.
travel stocks.
Yeah, air travel stocks in general. So American Airlines heading back to the north side. I do know that the fear of monkeypox kind of pushed down the cruise liners and airliners. There you go. That's the word I'm looking for. That's the word I'm looking for. Airliners and the cruise liners to the downside off of the monkeypox scare. So it's good to see that. The stock is indeed moving off the bottoms a little bit, finding some buyers coming in. Looks like on the daily chart, we're exactly at the 50 period and the 100 period EMA, which is now going into for lack of a better word, you know, when a person dies, the flatline heartbeat, EKG sensor or whatever, the flatline, kind of getting the flatline, indicating that the market is normalizing for the time period for American Airlines. And it could be the same story for most jets overall. And the way I take a look at to see if that idea is accurate, I go to the jets.am, which is the Jets ETF that holds American Airlines, your DAL, which is not Dallas. I keep forgetting what it is. Delta, and then and a couple other airliners in there. So as you guys can see, the 100 period EMA and the 50 period EMA, both of them pretty much around the same price on the daily chart for the Jets ETF. And real quick before we send it to Ian to see what Ian's checking out, let's go check out some cruise liners like CCL, also having a very similar move such as American Airlines to the north side today, but still under the 2 EMAs on the daily.
I kind of wanted to touch back to SIGA just because you kind of brought up how It's maybe a little bit too late for you to trade it now. And, some people are saying, oh, why not? Why not? Let's all jump in. It's up 42%. And, we were looking at the 13 level. It's broken out. That could have been the trade, right? We look for very specific trades, and we're not just going to start over trading something just because we think it can keep going, right? And, if we're looking at back at the daily here, who knows where this can possibly go? Like, who knows if this is the top? Obviously, 14 can potentially be a level just because it's a whole number. But, I'm not going to start chasing in at the top and, kind of FOMOing into the trade. So that's kind of why we're kind of just leaving it alone. Obviously, it's exciting to see and watch. But if we see something pop up on the level 2 or something like that, or a big level come up, then, we'll be interested in again. AMD consolidating day, I kind of want to touch back on that as well, just because I got chopped up on it this morning. It was tough. I was trying to play off this 100 level, but I got wicked out and kind of tried to short below, and that didn't really work. And then and then I tried longing above, and then just kind of chopped up in this consolidation. So it's weird because the market at this time was kind of ripping to new highs, and AMD was kind of stagnant and kind of consolidating. So it was a tough stock to trade, and I'll leave it to the guys who have way more experience than I do.
I think Tamala is asking me, is Jets an ETF? Yes, it's the airliner ETF. And if you're wondering what stocks are in it, it's a quick little tip to anyone who's interested in finding out what stocks are in what ETF and so on. You can go head over to ETF.com, not sponsored by them. Although if they want to sponsor, hey, you got Platinum Prad's number, call me up. FanDuel though, FanDuel is really sponsor me and Sean. We talk about betting all the time over here. We'll take a 10% payback on our losses if you want to hook us up on that one. I know Sean would love to team up on that side. Actually, Sean should be. What losses? There you go.
What losses? Okay, there you go.
That's right. That's right. But let's go check out what the Jets ETF holds, because that's what we were talking about. JETS. Hello. JETS. Why can't I even spell? 10% of everything. Yeah, for some reason my link is crashing over here. It looks like the website might be loading up poorly, but Shashan said it's about 10% of all the major airliners. So that's how you can find out what ETF or what stocks are inside of what ETF and so on. Let me see if I can find this link over here. Oh yeah, there we go. Awesome. So this link actually works for me. DAL, AAL, LUV, SNCY. What is that? Sun Country Airlines. Never even heard of them. Yeah, these three are the main ones, clearly. 2.95, and no wonder I've not heard of them. So these are the main lines, and you can always take a look at what ETF holds what stocks the same way.
Someone mentioned MU. Let's take a quick look at that, just because that 66 level, we were talking about it a lot the other day, just because it was kind of testing it. And, that was a huge bounce, right? So, that's how you kind of recognize things on a daily. Someone also mentioned, like, how do you guys find levels? So we'll kind of go through it again. We take a look at the daily, and I like to look for at least two tests of the same level. And then, that can be a potential level to play off. So you got your first one here, your second one here, and then obviously you get a third one here, a third bounce as well, right? So, that's obviously a big level for Micron. And, next time it's in play, we'll be looking to kind of make a trade around it.
All right, let's go see what we want to do over here right now as the market's heading towards the north side. S&P 500 right now heading right back to ES/M22CM, heading right back to the day's high, and NASDAQ's a little bit of ways away from day's high. NQ/M22 holding up right here near the day's high at the moment. Can you check Snap Meme? Snap Meme, not sure what that means, but I'm guessing you're talking about Snapchat in general. I wouldn't put Snapchat in the meme basket category, but maybe it does belong in there. So let's go check out what the short float is on Snapchat. 5% short float. I think the meme stock category, it has a limit of at least 20%. Maybe you want to say 20%?
Yeah, I would say 20% or more.
Yeah, 20% or more. So I wouldn't put Snapchat in the meme basket category. It is somewhat of a decent company, and I've used their products before. I've used their webcam products and so on, and even their phone app that has a nice little Instagram kind of, not Instagram, the Snapchat application itself. we do know that the downfall in Snapchat came from the earnings report and some other catalysts behind it, such as the decline in average user base and so on. I personally think Snapchat is a possible candidate of getting bought out in the near future for their augmented reality technology and their expertise in that field. They have a lot of expertise in augmented reality. They've been doing so much stuff in that field, and they could possibly get bought out by Google and start getting implemented in Google, maybe Motorola, maybe some other company out there. But right now, as the company is itself, I think it's a pretty much a fail basket company. I'm not a pretty big user of Instagram and Snapchat and so on, and I do know those are slowly declining in an overall basket of user count and so on.
People keep screaming Siga. It's broken out 14 now. I don't know if I wasn't watching the level 2 at the time, but I don't know if you guys were in the chat, saw size on the tape there and took that trade. But that seemed like it was a decent trade. You know, gave you about. Actually, that was a great trade. It gave you about 20 cents, so you could take size on a 14 break and, scalp it out, right? So that's kind of what we always talk about, and I know Luca likes doing that as well. I kind of want to touch back to the ES as well, just because some people are like, oh, when's the rug pull? When's the rug pull? And, it's kind of the past few Fridays we've been kind of quoting it free fall Friday, right? And I don't think that's going to be in play today, guys, just because the market's so strong and, it's broken out this 4,000 level and it kind of looks like stair steps, right? So again, like low here, higher low here, higher low yesterday as well. And then now look at today, right? It's just kind of ripping up to the north side. I don't know if we're going to get that much of a continued move to the upside, but no, I'd be really surprised if it kind of fades off today, just because like Sean was kind of saying, it's a long weekend. Maybe some people are kind of taking off early.
Yeah, I don't know why people are expecting Free Fall Friday on a day like today, right? Free Fall Friday, you would want the volatility really elevated. Market has been going down for a few days in a row now, but we saw strength coming into the market yesterday. What was the market on close buy number yesterday? It was like 3.6 billion or something. So like, I'm not really expecting the market to crumble upon itself and go right back to those bottoms that it created not too long ago after someone decided to buy 3.6 billion. Maybe not, it's not one person or two people or something. We do know the overall basket of the market was a 3.6 billion buy. So I wasn't even thinking about shorts coming into today. But last time it was a little bit of a different variable over there. That's why. Overall, though, nothing wrong with expecting Free Fall Friday because you know me. I'm expecting Free Fall Friday every day of the month, every day of the year. I just like watching stocks go down so I can short them. That's just me. I'm just a bear trader. But as long as the stock is not in my portfolio, that is. So as long as it's not Apple, AMD, Palantir, SoFi, which all of them have been bleeding for me, except for AMD. Surprisingly enough, AMD is the only green stock in my account right now. Apple, which was the one, which was the strongest one of them all, sadly to the downside. I should have bought more Apple at 135s, 138s or whatever, because look at this move on Apple today, almost back to 150. I'm only $2 out of the money on my position at the moment.
Yeah, it's interesting about to Friday today and just this week in general, because this week has actually been a pretty strong week, and I believe it's going to be the first week that it's closed green in 7 weeks. So it's been 7 straight down weeks, so the market's been kind of due for a bounce. And I'm not saying that this is the definite bottom or anything like that, or this is done with the bear market. That was like the quickest bear market of all time last Friday. Yeah, the bear market lasted about, I don't know, 1 hour maybe that Friday. But no, we'll see where it goes. But this is it's always kind of important to not have a particular bias on any given day. And, it's okay to have a bias and have a plan. But, keep an open mind and kind of trade what the market gives you.
Yeah, in about two days or so, we have... In about 2 days or so, we have the 2 days. Yeah, not even Tuesday, the day we're back, we have the MSCI rebalance at the end of the month. So that's going to bring in some tons of volume. Today's a Friday, so we're going to have options expiring today. That's going to bring in some volume over there overall. So tons of eyes are going to be on some stocks. Maybe later on in the day, if volume comes back in, we'll be able to take some positions over there and maybe add to our P&L that we already have banked on today. The fact that I don't even have a lot lot of trades today. How many trades did I take today? 62 trades, and I've already made more than what I made yesterday. So just goes to show, it's not a quantity game, it's a quality game. We're patiently waiting, looking for the quality setups, the A++ setups, the at least A- setups at best. There is no reason for me to take anything less than an A-. There's simply no reason for me to do that. My job is to find the A+ setups, and we took the A+ setups, such as GPS, man. I can't say thank you enough to my boy here for mentioning that trade for us.
Well, it wasn't only me. It was a few of us that kind of spotted it, and that's the benefit of like working on the floor with everyone, right? It's like we're all kind of watching things that are all in play. And, we take care of each other and we shout it out. And, if we can all take advantage and all take a good winner on it, then we all celebrate after work, right? So that's what it's all about. And that's what's exciting about working on the floor here. And I kind of just want to touch back on a little bit more on what Brad was saying about taking good trades and taking A+ setups and whatnot. Just because I'm obviously still a trainee, and I'm still like pretty new here to the trading floor. So it's something that I'm really learning, and I can't be taking every single trade. And I find that some of my best days are actually the days that I've taken less trades, and just focus more on taking trades specific to my setups that I really like taking, right? So that's what it's kind of all about. Definitely about quality, not quantity. You can make back your whole day on a single trade, just like I did on GPS.
Yeah. Trainee, yeah, my boy is still a trainee, but not any longer. What's the title that the Brankles gave you? A grad in training. He's pretty close to graduating soon. I think he might just be the next person. I think you are my pick, right?
Yeah,
and then the other person picked the other.
A little bit.
Look, I had to pick Valeria because she's my co-host. Okay, I have to. You think I can just not pick her and then have her as my co-host on there? I have to. But now, sadly, we don't have Valeria anymore. We wish her the best in the future with whatever she plans on doing. She was here yesterday. I don't know if you saw her.
Yeah, we saw her quickly.
Yesterday. But hopefully you do end up graduating before Jacob, because then I get to put a +1 on my number as my picks off the group over there.
But it's like I don't have any expectations. Like I'm not trying to grad in one day or anything like that. If it comes, it comes, and goes back to taking good trades. If the trade is there, we'll take it, and I'll smash it, and we'll see where it takes me, right? But it's just gonna keep focusing on trying to improve and get better each day, and slow improvement is good. That's for sure.
Prad's thoughts on Palantir recovery, please. Let's go check out Palantir today. PLTR on New York. Palantir a little struggling on the upside, trying to break out the highs over here, basically. It's struggling to do that, but finding buyers above VWAP is a good thing. Up 4% today. I'm not really focusing on trades such as Palantir and SoFi because there is no volume left on the stocks at the moment. If you were to go look at the relative volume on Palantir or even on SoFi, back in the day, these stocks were so heavily traded, but right now, Palantir only has about 0.94 relative volume, and what's the other one I was thinking about? SoFi, probably around the same thing, 0.94 also. I like to look at stocks that are 2 or more on the relative volume side. So as you guys can see, some of the stocks that I traded today: Costco, relative volume 2.57, GPS, relative volume 6.81. We did trade, I think, Apple. Did we trade Apple? No, we didn't. We traded Affirm. Watch Affirm's relative volume also be above 2. Ooh, it's not. It's actually 1.58, but could have been 2 at one point on the beginning of the day, but right now, obviously coming down. So we like to look for stocks that actually have volume going on in them so we can take part of it. Tesla also above 1 over here, but slightly on the lower end side of the relative volume than what I would like to be a part of. Tiny energy companies doing volume, INDO and IMPP, says Brando in our chat. So let's go check out IMPP. We did look at IMPP not too long ago. Looks like it's still moving around. So IMPP on NASDAQ, 51 cent, 50 cent high a day. Pretty much still in the same ranges that we were talking about earlier. 22% up at the moment. Let's see if IMPP can keep on ripping to the high side, along with the other energy stocks such as your Oxys, your INDO is another one that got called out. Let's go take a look at INDO. It's on Amex. 852,000 shares traded on INDO today, and I'm expecting an IMPP type of move. It is indeed to the north side, along with everything else. CGC, great recovery. Maybe you want to take a look at CGC?
CGC, yeah, let's take a look at that. Let me bring it up here. Is it NASDAQ or?
New York.
New York?
NASDAQ.
NASDAQ.
It's NASDAQ. Yeah.
Yeah, let's take a quick look at CGC. Obviously, they had the report, but whoa, looks like it's kind of popping off here on lots of volume to the upside. Broken out the 5 level, broken out that high a day. Obviously, huge fade in the morning. But yeah, I'm not sure if there was any news or anything like that. But yeah, looks like it's going off crazy right now. Did you hear anything about that? Did you see anything?
No, but let's quickly go over to Sean
Yeah.
because Sean, I think, has something about the weed stocks. He has Sean's mic now.
Yeah, he's ready to go. All right, yo, what's up? Just a quick update there. Last time we were on, we talked about AMD. So it does go up to that 1120. It's funny because it just keeps on missing me, getting me shorter because we do want that short into this 101.50 as we go, but you can see AMD now starting to break down. So even since the last time we were talking to you, it's only 25 cents in the money, but starting to make a move back down in. So we're watching out for AMD. Really sucks, man. Like I was just talking with Brendo. I'm waiting at 101.30, like this top here, to get more. We just missed it, but here it comes back down to the downside. My average price is right here. So if you want the same trade as me, you actually get a couple pennies better. I'm short right now at $100.87. So right here on AMD, we started it early. We took a decent spot there, which is why we have a better price. We'll wait to see if it goes to the downside. I just wanted to review that. You guys were talking about weed stocks. Of course, they reported today, so that's probably for that action. And then I just was going to say, I'm canceling the Apple trade. So that's another reason why I wanted to come back on. We were going to go short Apple through 148, but you can see right now, AMD's starting to sort of grind a little bit lower now. And the difference in that is that Apple is not. Apple's grinding higher. So it'd be crazy for me to go short on Apple and short on AMD at the same time when I clearly have a bias towards one name other than the other. So whether or not it turns out to be right, I just want to say we're short AMD. If the market can crack lower, I really think this thing breaks. And then we're back into here in the $130, $100.40, something like that range. And then I am canceling that Apple idea because it's grinding higher. If anything, you may want to take a day high break there of 148.80 or so because honestly, this stock looks pretty strong heading into the close.
You want to take a look at BBIG?
No, some people were just kind of calling out, talking about Arvol and, where can you find it and whatnot. So I kind of just wanted to bring up FinViz here on my screen. And I just quickly typed in BBIG because this person was asking about it. So if you kind of scroll down, it tells you a whole bunch of stats here. And you can look at relative volume. I believe this is delayed for yesterday. Yeah. But I know like Webull and TradingView, you can find it there if you use a screener and whatnot as well. But FinViz is good because it just kind of displays a bunch of news as well. So it's something that I kind of look at every morning. When I get in and I'm doing my morning prep. But yeah, that's where you can kind of find the Arvol. People are kind of talking about AMC. Why can't it keep going? AMC is up 9% on the day. It looks like it can't really break out this higher, the high of the day here. Obviously, a tight consolidation here, but it's kind of waiting for some momentum and some buying to pick up. Obviously, lunchtime still, so maybe that's why. But the day's not over yet. Just have patience and don't start over trading in this tight range here. You're gonna get chopped up for sure.
Yeah, I want to bring you real quick back to weed stocks for a second. So yeah, I think someone said good recovery for CGC. The number one joke on the floor obviously is the weed stocks because Sean San said it. You might as well roll up your shares that the stock is written on and smoke it because you're not gonna probably make a profit out of this. I think what was it? $27, and this is not even from a discounted store. $27 for 3.5 grams, and if I go to a discounted store, I can get it for $21 or even $19 for the same brand for 3.5 grams. So these guys are not making money, man. They're going broke, absolutely losing money, let's just relate that back in the dark pool days of the weed market, the dark pool days where you had to go to spots and it wasn't even 0.8 for maybe $10 is what you used to get, right? So the environment completely changed. The supply is now out the wazoo where there's so much inventory for the horrible stuff, and the supply is only for the demand is only for the good stuff that people want, and the supply is just ridiculous. So they're obviously going broke. They might need to figure out how to do things differently over here and really change up what they're trying to do because clearly CGC CGC, Tilray, everything has been losing money. We talked about this happening the last time Tilray popped up, and I said, look, I'm not interested in buying Tilray ever, because I've seen these type of moves come into play. And I also see the prices at the actual stores always coming down. And there's a store across every corner. There's almost like a store, like how Starbucks used to be around every corner. Now there's a store around every corner. So it's almost like a no-brainer for me to just stay away on the long side for the long term on these ones. And if any pops come in, you can just short the pops, like right now, the pop to $5.20 on CGC. Real quick, let's go over to the usual spiel, the YouTube spiel that we have to give out. Not have to, but you know, I enjoy doing it. Let's get the like count going up, ladies and gentlemen. We recently hit 300,000 subscribers. As you guys can see, it's now at 304K subscribers. So numbers still going up, 4K in about, I don't know how long it's been since we hit 300K. But anyways, you see the numbers going up. We appreciate everyone hitting the like button and the subscribe button. Let's get this up to 2K. Let's see if we can get that up there a little bit. Smash that subscribe and smash that notification bell also. We appreciate it. There's a couple ways you guys can support us over here. You can click the join button, which allows you to become a member. It gives you a bunch of badges for your loyalty. Hey, Miss V over there talking about how the system works. So if you do miss Miss V and you're not a member yet, you can go find out how to become a member from this nice little educational video from Miss V over there. And another way that you can support us is actually by going directly to our homepage channel on youtube.com/tradertv.live. On there, you'll see the store. On the store, you could buy, Sean, if you can throw your hat on for real quick over here. Or maybe, can you put Sean's hat? There we go. They put Sean's hat on. You could buy that beautiful hat right there that Sean wears on vacations and, you know, advertises his face. Oh, he's a model now. Look at that. But you can get, you know, any of these things to support us. And obviously, as you guys can see, multiple cameras, multiple lights, multiple ways to help us over here and support the team. So thank you, anyone who have already done that. We appreciate it.
Yeah, no, the merch is amazing. I really like the merch. I like that hoodie with says I'd rather be trading on the back. It's really cool. A couple people wanted to talk about. Well, we'll see. We'll talk later. We'll talk later. That's my plug. That's my plug. You know, if you want to give me one, then that's cool. If not, then that's cool. Okay.
I don't want to.
I want to talk about Target and some of the retail stocks here, just because someone mentioned in the chat. Target having a decent day. Obviously, Costco kind of trading flat as well. But if we bring up the daily, you know, Target actually had that big gap down, obviously off their earnings, and you know, but this 150 really held up nicely. And I remember us taking that short originally at 150 and then kind of bouncing off of it. That was a sick trade, but you know, obviously a big bounce here and some good momentum to the upside. So let's bring up. Did you trade Costco today? I think you did, right? So let's bring that up as well. Obviously their earnings came out. Was it this morning or last night?
It was this morning.
It was this morning. So kind of muted move, but you know, it kind of bounced a little bit, but mainly flat on the day, and now kind of just consolidating around VWAP. So unless you kind of caught that trade in the morning. I'm not sure what trade Prad took, but yeah, the 460 break would have been nice, just basing off this pre-market high here. But yeah, the trade's probably kind of done for the day.
Oh man, M Trades had a good joke in the chat. We'll just leave that joke in the chat for now. But you're crazy if that ends up happening. Listen, no one's actually trading. Everyone's gonna be sitting there, just not trading anymore. It's just gonna be a bunch of ridiculous people just looking at this side of the screen instead. But anyways, AMD. Coming to the downside along with the overall market. S&P 500 triple topped or double topped now. Look, yeah, double topped now. S&P 500 double topped, NASDAQ double topped, and we're getting ready to push to the downside maybe on the overall market. Sean called out that AMD short as you guys were looking at it, and now AMD's pushing down. So my boy Sean's about to cash out on the AMD trade. Very, very nice short coming in. As we mentioned, man, I don't really understand the longs on AMD today. Why did AMD not rip off to the upside the way Nvidia or the overall market did? So just gotta be patient and look for the right opportunities. And looks like AMD clearly getting exhausted a little bit, and the market, if the market really manages to push to the downside, AMD will get pushed to the downside along with it also.
Yeah, no, I was just going to talk about the sympathy play with AMD, obviously NVIDIA. And it seems like NVIDIA has been like the stronger stock by far the past couple days. But yeah, it was a little bit crazy this morning just because it broke out with so much volume right off the bat. And, you know, if you didn't have your order there pretty much ready before the market opened, you probably missed a trade. And, you know, looking at 182, that could have been a good even dollar break. Obviously 183, I think 184 was the high looking at the intraday chart there. But yeah, I kind of FOMO'd into it and chased it a bit and got chopped up. But yeah, no, NVIDIA has definitely been like probably I'd say like an easier trade like at open, just kind of taking even dollar breaks, especially after yesterday. You know, we kind of already talked about AMD, but AMD's been kind of a chop fest. So, you know, I'd probably stay away from those the rest of the day unless something happens and momentum starts to pick up in the closing hour there.
Yeah, AMD clearly chop fest. Just gonna stay away from that one. What the heck are you talking about with AMD? Listen, man, that's just my analysis. If you don't like my analysis, you don't have to get mad in the chat. You know what I mean? You don't have to get mad in the chat.
Yeah, it's like, well, we can just quickly take a look at AMD again, right? Like it's trading a range, right? And unless you're really high convicted about these levels, and you know, you have a really strong strategy and disciplines, it's gonna be tough to trade this range, right? And you know, you have to be really almost like robotic with your entries and your exits, and you can't really trade off emotion. It's super hard. So, you know, days like this, when it's kind of just ranging like this and consolidating, and you know, now it's just a super tight consolidation. You know, for me at least, I like to kind of stay away from these and you know, just take an easier trade for sure.
Okay, hey, you can't say Sean, your boy, that's disrespectful. What are you talking about, man? Just shush. You can lead to, okay, we're not reading that one anymore. Tilray, anybody, long and strong, not like CGC or ACB. We are 100% built different. Sadly, wheat stocks will all move along in the same basket. So Tilray being the catalyst play today, CGC being the catalyst play today. Tilray is going to, for the most part, have a little bit of a sympathy play in it, but looks like Tilray actually moving to the north side with a little bit more strength than CGC today, but still down 1 full percent on the day. Weak market for the wheat stocks. Probably going to expect a weaker market for a little bit longer for wheat stocks until I see some changes coming into the play over there. But until then, we just got to be patient on see what happens. Right now, BFRI not trading right now. BFRI. We haven't seen that stock in ever. Let's go check out BFRI. 68,000 shares. Yeah, no one's trading BFRI, my friend. Just got to be patient for volume to come back into this position. Looks like a big lack of volume in this position at the moment.
Some people asking Amazon split. That's happening June 6th?
3rd?
Was it? June 3rd? June 3rd, yeah. No,
Let me confirm.
Nothing confirmed, yeah, but there was something about like if you don't have
let me confirm.
Yeah, okay, yeah. So that's it about Amazon. But let's take a quick look at AMC. Right. That's kind of popping off here. It looks like it broke out of 1340. It did push a new high a day on decent volume. Right here on this candle, but now we're getting some continued buying above it here. I was just kind of watching the level 2, and this is what I'm kind of looking for. I'm looking for some size to be popping up on the bid here, and you know, kind of following it up, right? And that's what we're gonna that's what I would look for if I was already in this move. You know, feeling comfortable in the long. Obviously midday, so there's not too much size. Obviously, I see this 103 lots here at 1344, but on a cheaper stock like AMC, that can kind of get taken out quickly.
Let's go.
Looks like we got some. Look like we got some after-work snacks here to celebrate Friday and the long weekend.
And it's Heineken too, Sean. You will. Sean, we're gonna throw you on. Yeah, he's gonna get his mic on. We'll thank whoever it is.
There's. Oh yeah.
We got tacos today.
No, we didn't have tacos. We didn't have tacos. Oh. It was like kind of like a rice and like shepherd's pie with chicken and mushrooms and cream sauce. It was solid.
Yeah. But yeah, we got the viewers coming in, helping me with my Friday night alcohol budget.
It's 5 o'clock somewhere. Someone says too early. It's 5 o'clock somewhere.
Okay, crushed Tesla looks like might have been something, but thank you. But we'll wait for Sean to come on. Let Sean do the thing over there. My bro Sean, Krishna, that's right. My bro Sean. I'm gonna say that just because you said I can't. What are you talking about, man? We're not in India anymore, man. We don't have to do that. Anyways, any opinions on crude oil? Oh yeah, we're going to Sean. Let's do it. Let's go to the baby boy.
Can you go to the double shot here? Yeah. So I want to give a big thank you to Key and Vo. I think that you mentioned us on the morning show. We're going to have these on the afternoon show, but we just got, I think it was 30 or 24 or something, tall boys of Heineken. So we're getting to rock and roll. You know, it's me and Tony on the closing show, so we're getting ready to crack some of these. We'll share it with the boys in the back, but I did want to give a big shout out once again. Thank you so much, man. Prayers up to all of our viewers. Here we go. Tony's coming with more. Stack them, Tony. Let's go. Right, no, okay, that's going to fall on me there, Tony. Let's not get carried away. But there we go. Lots of beer. This is going to be quite the closing show. We're getting to rock and roll here with only 30 minutes left.
Get them in the fridge, guys.
Probably no, these are freezing cold. These are absolutely freezing cold.
Okay.
Let me know if you want one now, Pratt.
No.
I'm here for you, but
trading.
yeah, this might be a little more interesting closing show than even anybody thinks. So imagine Tony with a beer. Here we go. This is going to be a fun one.
All right, let's do this. Crack them open, they say. Yeah, they'll probably open it for the closing show. I'm not going to drink on live because, you know, I'm just a goody two-shoes. I'm not going to do it.
Yeah, don't drink and trade, guys. You know, it's a good one. This guy said buzz trading, losses incoming. Yeah, you're probably right. Tony rated the Blue Jays cooler. No, that's a funny one, but I doubt it. Tony's been here with all day, so we can vouch for him. Yeah, no, excited to see Tony back on the show. Obviously, it's going to be exciting for the closing show.
So actually, Ian, you were 100% right. It's happening on the 6th of June. So if we go to my screen real quick, you guys can go over to TradingView, not sponsored by them, or just Google the question, right? Google has a lot of the answers. I know a lot of my stuff from Google, and if Google is wrong, then I'm basically screwed, right? But here we go. June 6th is what TradingView is telling us for the split on Amazon. If we were to go over to Google, Google split is on the 18th of July. So, that's pretty close to, actually, I won't even say it. It's pretty close to nothing. Never mind.
Just want to call out a member here. He's been a member for 14 months. Kung Fu Trading. Shotgun. We're going to shotgun these beers. Yeah, I don't know about that one. It's tough to shotgun a tall boy.
Hey, listen. Might be tough to shotgun a tall boy, but it'll be a perfect time to hit a shoey if you graduate today. So let's find a way to graduate today. Let's hit a shoey and let's make it happen.
You know what though? I promise. Okay, that's a good idea for the graduation. Yeah. When I do graduate, I'll hit a shoey.
Okay, let's do it. We're gonna record it for you guys. Just so you know.
That'll be fun. That'll be fun.
Right now, man, GPS is coming back to the downside. Not the best move that GPS is giving us. You know, GPS gave us
when I grad. You're gonna do it? I'll do it.
We're talking about gradding. No, we can do it on the show.
We can do it on the show, maybe.
Why not?
That'll be exciting.
Why not? But so here we go. GPS coming back down. Still only down 30 cents from the high day. Not really too far of a down move from the high day, but coming down. Let's go see what that happens. BBIG short interest question mark. I think BBIG short interest rate is about 20% or so. This was a meme stock back in the day. It's 17% right now. I'm seeing that on the what's this platform called? Trade Ideas. I'm seeing 17% on Trade Ideas. You can check multiple places such as Finviz, Icon Terminal, and other terminals to find out what the float is on that side and get an overall estimate on the short float numbers. So BBIG looks like it's being called out a little bit. Let's go see why people are calling out BBIG. I know it was supposed to be in play for the Tide spinoff, and people were getting hyped up about that. But right now, clearly, right back to the downside goes BBIG. Hi, Mojo. If you're seeing me, I told you about this. You didn't listen, but I warned you, Mojo. I warned you BBIG would go right back to $2. Hopefully she is safe on that side. But, for any investors on BBIG, please be careful. We really need information on this stock. This Tide spinned off yet? TYDE? NQNY, no. When is the spinoff coming? Because there was a cutoff date that BBIG had that you had to be signed up for, and now looks like we're past that. I'll Google it while Ian looks at other positions.
People are kind of calling me up for talking about shotgunning a tall boy and how I said it was hard. You know what? Yeah, I'm not that big of a drinker, so It's hard for some people. Brad looks at me, gives me a look. Not as much as some people in this group.
We have a demon.
We have a demon in this group. We won't call him out now, but whenever we kind of hang out with this guy, we don't know where the night will end up.
And if that guy's coming out today, I'm leaving at 9 o'clock.
Yeah. We might have to call it early.
That guy's a demon.
I want to bring up Microsoft. Just because someone called out here in the chat, and You know, I said this word yesterday. I'll say it again. Microsoft's kind of like one of the barometers for the stock market. Obviously, being one of the biggest tech stocks. If we just want to bring up my screen here, you know, on the daily, looking like it's given a good bounce, and you know, the market has been bouncing this week, right? So, you know, Microsoft is no surprise that it's giving the same kind of move. And you know, up here today, up about 2%. Obviously, had a strong move in the morning, and now trading above VWAP. Obviously, having a strong day, and you know, taking the market with it. And I'm sure if I bring up Apple, the chart's gonna look pretty similar. Yeah, it looks like Apple's up a little bit more, up 3%, and yeah, very, very similar charts. And you know, this is why we kind of look at these stocks specifically, especially if we are trading a tech stock. Just kind of keep an eye on the market and see what's kind of going on.
So I'm looking at right now over here an article from GlobeNewsWire.com. Vinco Ventures Inc. delays Cryptide spinoff distribution date. So looks like this was released actually a couple of days ago on the May of 25th. So I don't even know what to say anymore. We were getting excited for this trade to come out and be in play for us, but because the spinoff date is now postponed again for the third time or fourth time, I don't even know what to say about that stock anymore. So let's just move on. I have nothing nice to say. I won't just say anything. KSS, big red bar, says Brandon in our work chat 4 minutes ago. Deal reporter saying interest in the company has cooled off. So KSS was floating around a little bit. It got a lot of buyout rumors, you know, multiple companies trying to fight for the buyouts. And I think it was one company later on afterwards. And then the rumors got canceled, and then another rumor started. But right now, apparently those buyout interests have started to cool off once again. So down goes KSS to the downside. For anyone who doesn't know what KSS is, Coles once again being pushed down. 2.6 million shares traded today, down 2.9, almost 3% over here, and getting ready to maybe test the $40 level, which we see on the daily, which happens to be the low from yesterday, around $40. If 40 ends up failing, I think we have a possible move to even $35 off of that move. So let's see. I think short right now on KSS in front of 42, and giving it that risk of 42.20 to the upside, giving it 20 cents of risk to the upside for a possible move of $2 to the downside is a trade that I want to be taking, but I'm already missing on that trade, so I'm not chasing that.
Pinduoduo looks like it's been called out here. It looks like it's making a strong move, and you know, it's given the move that I was looking for this morning. I was kind of looking for this 46 break. If we just take a look at my screen here, I was just kind of looking at this 46 breakout just because it was like kind of pre-market highs, and obviously Pinduoduo had a solid earnings, but it just faded right after that. Just like kind of just sold off right away, and after that I was just like, okay, this is not the trade I'm looking for, and I just kind of stopped looking at it and started looking at over trading Nvidia and AMD, but that's another story. But now it looks like it's kind of breaking out that 46 and some buying above it, and it looks pretty strong. I kind of want to bring up Sega again just because some people are saying, talking about it still, and obviously rightfully so, it's up 40% on the day. But this is why we don't talk about kind of chasing in and FOMOing in into trades, right? So, you know, we could have taken this 14 break for a quick scalp, and that would have been a solid trade. But look at it now; it's kind of making a lower high here, and it's kind of coming off with some decent momentum to the downside, right? So, you know, this is why it's so important to pick your spots and pick certain trades that are specific to your setups that you look for. Because if you start chasing in and, you know, it starts going against you, if it's against your plan, then, you know, you're kind of stuck and you don't know what to do. So, you know, that's why we kind of left this one alone.
Yeah, KSS, guys. Yeah, Lily, we talked about KSS just a couple minutes ago. Will Affirm resist at 30? Most likely. It did resist already at 30. I'm expecting it to do it again. I got a nice short off of that already to begin with. So if Affirm goes right back to that level, you know I'm taking that same short, given that risk of high day, about 10 cents off of 30. And then if that level breaks, we get to take our loss and move on. We already have a pretty big winner on Affirm on the day already to not take that same trade again. You know, rinse and repeat the same trade. Will markets move towards max pain in power hour? I don't have a crystal ball, my friend. Sadly, cannot answer that question. Only time will tell. Father time, mother time, whatever it is, just got to wait for that one. Just got to wait for your parents to come in and tell you what direction the market's going to move. Mother time, father time.
If we had the crystal ball, I probably wouldn't be trading from this office. I'd probably be on vacation somewhere on the beach, trading from there every once in a while, you know, just because I like it. not because I have to, kind of thing. But yeah, wait till power hour. That's a good point. And obviously, power hour is when the volume starts to pick up and momentum starts to pick up again, and trend starts to continue. Does Pratt have a crystal ball? Says yes.
Nightbot's lying, guys. Nightbot lying. Nightbot's lying, guys. Okay, I don't have a crystal ball. Nightbot doesn't know what he's talking about. Don't listen to Nightbot sometimes. But yeah.
Yeah, make sure to smash the like button, guys. Subscribe, notification bell. Yeah, no, we're trying to do our best here on the show, and we're always trying to, smash out good educational content. And like we kind of said yesterday, it's hard to trade live on the show, guys, and press the buttons and kind of talk about these trades live, right? So all the support that we can get, we're greatly appreciated.
Yes, sir. Thank you, Ian, for those kind words. We are going to have a false breakout to the upside in the future stocks. They're too weak for the breakout to hold. Yeah, sadly, the market has been getting rejected on the highs for God knows how long now. We've been live for almost 3 hours, only 20 minutes left for this show's end, and you guys get transferred over to the closing show with Neil, Sean, and Brendan. So in that meantime, though, the market has done really nothing. We got up by like 10 points from the previous high a day and just started trading sideways, finding buyers in front of 41.20. Getting rejected by 41.35. I think if market does find any buyers coming in around 2 o'clock to 4 o'clock and we get a breakout of 41.35, I think the market is running to 40.20, but then 4,200. But clearly the lack of volume during lunchtime and the lack of volume coming in after lunchtime closing just is such a clear obvious indication that everyone is just patiently waiting. More people have already called it a day for a long weekend. That's what it kind of feels like. Feels like a lot of people have already walked away from the market, gone to go enjoy their profits on a long weekend, on a picnic trip or something, or locked themselves in a closet somewhere and balled up in a little ball and crying about their losses. Whatever it is that people are doing, there's a big lack of volume right now for this time of the day. So until volume really picks back up, I am not looking to take a trade. I am not looking to fight the algorithms. I am not as good as the algorithms that JP Morgan creates. So why would I even bother doing that?
This is like, it's interesting to see because when we're watching the stock market, obviously, if we're day trading like this the whole day, we're watching it tick by tick. Like I'm watching every tick that comes through on the time of sales, right? And, you can really tell a quick difference when it's kind of dead like this, and as opposed to the morning when everyone's trading in the stock market, right? And that's why Pratt's talking about algos that the big banks use and whatnot. When we're in the stock market, we're trading against everyone else, and we're trading against these bots that Luca always mentions, right? And that's why we kind of always look for stocks that are trading more volume and trading higher R vols, because what that means essentially is that it means that more people like us are trading these stocks, right? So it gives us a chance to kind of combat against other people as opposed to just combating against robots and computers, which is obviously more difficult and challenging.
Yeah, robots are obviously not the ones you want to be battling. Very, very obvious about that, no doubt.
It seems like there's some size on 1350 here. Let's take a quick look at that on AMC. Yeah, it just broke out. I wish you guys kind of saw that, but look at this now. It's kind of just rallying and taking a big move off that, and a lot of buying coming above it. Now we're getting some inverse gateways on the bid here, and these inverse gateways are highlighted black on my screen, and now it's kind of just taking off. Some kind of got taken out there. Let's see if it can kind of push above 60s. It looks like some people are trying to offer out now. But yeah, there was like 500, 600 lots on 50, and it just kind of got smoked.
I don't know what...
Yeah, I don't know if any news or... What happened?
What? I just heard that. That's crazy. Wow, it's been that long too. Looks like Brandon actually helped us out over there. Good job, Brandon. Brandon helped us out over there on the other side. I'm not gonna say anything more on that one, anyways. Retail trading. Yes, retail trading is exactly what we're looking for. For a lack of a better word, dumb money. Dumb money is what you want to be hunting. That's what the banks and the TV news and everyone call us. They call us dumb money because that's what they think we are.
That's the thing, like in the stock market, there's always a bigger fish. And until you're the biggest fish, and most of the times you don't want to be the biggest fish. If you're the biggest fish, then that means you have the biggest target on your back and everyone's going to be coming after you, right? So, that's why that's the same thing, that when we see a big size on the bid or on the offer, that's a big fish, right? That we're trying to take advantage of and, make plays off those, right? So that's what we're kind of talking about when we're trading against people or trading against, banks and whatnot. It's always people versus people or other people, making orders in the market, right? This is all real. It's a real-time supply and demand of these stocks and these things in the stock market. So it's quite interesting if you kind of do a deep dive into it. But it's bigger than just like kind of the lines on the chart.
Kathy Wood is obviously the biggest fish then because everyone goes at her neck. Yeah, I mean, there's a little bit more to that than just that. It's just whatever. Moving on from that one. I feel dumb taking this AMD long against Sean. It's okay, man. As long as you traded your setup and you took a loss on that, and just go through the checklist, right? You
Follow
went long,
your plan. That's all.
Exactly. You went long AMD. You went against Sean. That doesn't matter. It doesn't matter. You went against somebody. Just focus on yourself over there as to was your setup right? Was your entry right? Did you chase your entry? Did you hold your trade longer than your initial intended exit? Did the market give you a reason to exit from your long trade, and did you not take it because you were greedy or because you wanted to be on the right side and prove that Sean was on the wrong side or something? If you just go to the checklist of why this trade failed, why you took the trade, you can work on that environment a little bit better and help you to push yourself a little bit further from here on out. So don't be upset about it. Losses are part of the game. You can't win every single game, right? You gotta lose a little bit of it. Luca was actually talking to me yesterday about so why did you even say yes to this job, Brad? And it's like, I always wanted to be a streamer. I've always been a gaming streamer. Might have been to 0 viewers, but always been a gaming streamer and always went to from there on to whatever the things I tried on. And here I am now where I get to fulfill that. And at the same time, I was talking to Luca, it might not be a video game that I'm streaming, but to me, it's still a video game. I'm playing the most competitive game in the world there is. With the most competitive players out there, and there is no league difference over here, right? I'm playing with the immortals of the Valorant League and the silvers and the bronzes of the Valorant League at the same time at the same game. So I'm playing a way bigger game, a way more competitive game, and I'm get to do my dream job, which is be live and play video games for you guys. Or with how many millions in the chat right now? 3 million, 4 million live in the chat as the doctor
something like that, give or take.
Yeah.
No, it's interesting that you kind of say that because, the stock market is the one thing that, once you enter into the stock market, once you make that first trade, you're playing with the big boys, right? Like there's no sort of minor leagues or AA, AAA, single A, anything like that. It's like you're pushed straight to the league. You're thrown right into the fire. And, it's like kind of sink or swim, right? Cutthroat game. Yeah, you're not wrong. I wanted to bring up CYN. CYN kind of halted. Let's take a quick look at that, actually. It halted up. I'm not sure if there's any news or anything like that, but kind of strange here. Midday halt, up 12%. But if you're not in this one already, it's kind of hard to it says CYN collaboration on Qualcomm Technologies. I don't know if you want to look that up or anything like that, but
on Qualcomm Technologies.
This person says CYN collaboration with Qualcomm Technologies. Yeah,
could be the news that came out. I don't have an Icon terminal to verify any news networks or any news wires. It's got to be with Brandon. If Brandon can find anything about CYN, I'll ask him right now in the chat. But Brandon put in DWAC for some reason. What's going on with DWAC over here? Oh, there you go. This Brandon put in the CYN news. But let me quickly read what's going on with DWAC. Non-woke, blah, 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 streaming, cancel shows, deadline, DWAC, Donald Trump media plan. I don't really see anything going on off of that too much. Maybe we got a little spike up to the upside and an immediate spike back to the downside. So let's go to CYN instead. CYN collaborates with Qualcomm to exhibit industrial autonomous mobile robot technology powered by Qualcomm. All right, there's too many words over here. There's a collaboration with Qualcomm coming in with CYN. Thank you for Kung Fu Trading, was it?
Kung Fu Trading was the one who said it.
The homie Kung Fu Trading putting in some update over there for us. So thank you, ladies and gentlemen, for putting in the news wire higher. CYN obviously halted at $1. Is it one? Yeah, $1.86, and it looks like it wants to open at $1.95. So clearly it wants to keep running from here on out. If we were to go look at some levels on CYN, where would we find some resistances to maybe take advantage of? Looks like this candle high from yesterday would be something to keep an eye out for at $2.20. And then besides that, I don't really have any levels that I can maybe look for. I think even this EMA, this 50-period EMA and the 100-period EMA, slightly below $3. If CYN is going to use any sort of momentum, find any buyers across the board, it would be off of this news catalyst, and it should go at least to 220 to 250. Let's see if that one's gonna go. Qualcomm has been hit though. Yeah, let's see what happens with Qualcomm over there.
Someone's saying here, notice a spy on the daily chart, simply pulled back. Yeah, that's what we were kind of talking about earlier, and I'm just going to bring up the ES just because that's kind of like, obviously, the futures here. But yeah, no, just obviously strong moves, right? Strong moves the past week or so. But, you know, overall, the trend is still kind of down, right? I can't zoom out that far.
Okay, we're open. We're open on CYN. Okay. We're getting launched right now.
Send it over back to Pratt's screen here.
Looks like we actually broke that $2 level as I was talking about the expectations of $2. Now we're about to go up to $2.20. There we go, $2.20 breaking. Now we're going to see $2.50 most likely, unless we fail around this $2.30 area. Look at the lack of buyers coming in around $2.30, $2.40. But can we see this? Okay, yeah, there we go. They're still pushing it up there. They still want to ramp it up to the north side. And so that high from yesterday completely getting taken out. 220 high from yesterday gone. Now we're looking at 220 on the bid. So look at that volume ramping up. All of this dark pull, everything is just dark pull volume. Okay, there we go. Some of the liquidity changing over there, but notice the dark pull volume coming in at mid prints. Tons of volume ramping up on this stock. Now 4 million shares traded overall. CYN with the relative volume of 0.47 still. So it's gonna update. It's gonna update in probably 5 to 10 minutes. Let's see what happens when it does.
As it's kind of coming back down here, it's going to be really interesting to see if it holds that open price at the halts, right? That's a trade that I kind of like to look for if I'm not caught in the halts in the first place, just to see if it holds that price. If it does, you can potentially go for a bounce off that. So it looks like it kind of opened at like 191, 192. That's exactly where kind of Prad said initially. So if it holds that price, you know, potentially a long trade off of that.
All right, so yeah, potential long trade could be coming in, but that barrier at 220, I'm just watching that at the moment. Let's see what happens off of that. 230 being the high a day. Prad, AMC new high. Let's go check out AMC calling Blind Jedi calling it out. That's the homie from Discord. What's up, Blind Jedi? So Blind Jedi calling out AMC making a new high at the moment, and it is indeed making a new high, trying to go higher all the way up. All the way up. So let's go see where the market can go to. S&P 500 still up 1.7%. NASDAQ still up 2.5%. We're holding up pretty cleanly over here across the board on the market, and not really pushing to the downside anywhere on any position. So Tesla still holding 750. Yep. And as you guys can see right now, AMC just breaking out to the north side, baby, all the way up.
Yeah, it seems like we could get some momentum into the close here, which could be exciting. And it's, you know, what we're looking for. Obviously, you know, we're managing our risk throughout the midday here, and you know, keeping our risk open for the end of the day. And you know, hopefully some opportunities come up. If they're there, we'll take them. If not, then maybe we'll start cracking open those Heinekens. But yeah, we'll see.
Hey, buddy, I'm ready for my Heineken and my lunch at the moment. There's only 7 minutes left over here for us. So, you know, obviously we're going to have a great... Oh, what is that? BB, if you missed it, BlackBerry rises on partnership with Google. Yeah, baby. BlackBerry getting bought out by Google very soon. I can call it right here. Watch. No? What do you think? No? Dude, for their security, man, they need security. Google needs security from BlackBerry. They're gonna get bought out. I'm just praying on it. We'll see if it actually ends up happening. But man, BlackBerry has been struggling to make phones for God knows how long now. BlackBerry getting partnership with Google is a great news for BlackBerry overall. Getting pushed up to... Why don't I see the... Oh, I thought it was at $9. It's not. It's at $6. Oh, it's at 9%. That's why I thought it was at $9. It's at $6. But overall, man, beautiful move on BlackBerry today to the north direction. GPS may be a good time to short. People are looking for GPS for a short opportunity. Yeah, maybe if you like the short on it. I'm not going to short a stock that was down 10% on the day and is now up 2% on the day. So clearly it ripped up 12%. I'm not really looking to short the stock. And the only trade we had was a long, and you guys saw that long thanks to the homies, especially Ian, for calling it out. You don't owe me that beer anymore.
Yeah, it looks like we're even.
We're even.
Maybe.
I'm a little offset this time, but yeah, I'm a little offset.
Yeah, no, I kind of just want to touch back to GPS and maybe the short, maybe, but this is the thing, right? It was down 10% at the beginning of the day, and it's up 2% now, so that's like a 12% swing. To kind of start shorting it now, it's basically how much of a move can it really bring in, right? So there's all these people who bought since the morning, right? It's like just a lot of buying since the morning, right? So you're kind of going against all those people who bought and saying that they're wrong, right? So, I'm not saying don't short it, don't scalp it out. And, if you see the opportunity is there, if you could short off like a lower high or something like that, then, take the quick scalp, but don't overstay your welcome. That's for sure. That's all I'm going to say about that.
We got a super chat from Blair. Prad, $5 for Prad. Hey, we got a 5 on it. So thank you for putting the 5 on me right there. For Prad for being the long lost Backstreet Boy running the market like a boss. I'm not sure if I understand that properly, but I think that's a compliment. I'll take it. Caution reading the super chat. I guess there was nothing really there. Not sure if there was anything bad. Either way, thank you for the super chat. We appreciate it. Much love. Mucho obrigado. Mucho obrigado.
Before we head off here, I kind of want to talk about the weekend and the race. What do you think?
Oh man, I don't know what the parade is going on or something. What's that? What's that parade?
What do you mean parade?
Brando said there's a parade for the race.
Maybe he was meaning that the race is a parade.
Let's go to Brandon.
Yeah, let's go to Brendan.
All I was saying, guys, is the race is going to be a parade. Those cars are the same width as a Cadillac Escalade. If you've ever been to Monaco, they're not passing each other. Trust me, it's going to be a procession.
Okay, that's what it was. I was actually looking forward for a parade, and I was like, okay, maybe there's going to be floating balloons of cars.
At least the parade's going to be going a little bit faster than the regular parade. So it might be a little bit more exciting. But yeah, obviously the cars have outgrown Monaco, and it's interesting because the track doesn't really meet safety expectations for regular Formula One these days, but they still keep it on the calendar because it's like special, right? So
is it rule that the street has to have at least both the cars able to fit on there?
It has something to do with like the track width, but also like the barriers and whatnot as well. But yeah, again, it's been on the calendar for like 70 years or something like that. Someone correct me in the chat if I'm wrong, but yeah, no, it's obviously something special, and obviously the big day is Saturday because whoever qualifies on pole is likely going to take the win.
Yeah. Most likely Leclerc, hopefully Leclerc.
Well, Ferrari was fastest 1-2 in FP2, so yeah.
What time is qualifying?
Qualifying's at 10 a.m.
10 a.m. tomorrow?
Yeah, tomorrow.
All right, so because honestly,
10 a.m. Eastern time.
Obviously, for Monaco, the only thing worth watching would most likely be qualifying. So I'll wake up for qualifying this time. Usually, I don't wake up for that.
We'll still watch the race. I don't know if we got like a recent weather report or anything like that. But last time I checked, Sunday could be raining, so it could make it interesting. But we'll see.
All right. Yeah, we'll just hop on Discord. We'll watch it for sure. Tons of fun on that. Maybe this time I won't bet on Checo because clearly Team Orders screwed me last time. Thank you, Team Orders. Prad will be hung over. No, I'll be fine. Listen, it takes a lot for me to be hung over. Might just have to clean out the whole fridge over there for me to be hung over. I'm a big boy, baby. I'm a big boy here. Sadly, though, this guy's taller than me, so I hate people who are taller than me. I hate you.
Only by like an inch.
An inch. That matters to me, man. Listen.
Listen, you say you're 6 foot on your license. That's good enough.
That's right. Share the movie with him sometimes. Inside joke. What movie are you guys talking about? I don't like those Red Bull team orders. Listen, I don't like Red Bull, period. Let's just end it with that. Red Bull I can't wait for Red Bull to not be a team anymore. Hopefully Audi or Porsche will come in and they're like, yo, listen, Red Bull doesn't even make cars. Kick them out of this. Kick them out of this. And I'll be the happiest man out there when that happens.
CYN looking to buy this pullback? Yeah, potentially. Like I said, watch very closely that halt price, right? See if that breaks down. See if there's size on the bid. That's what we're kind of looking for to potentially take a trade off that. But if there's no size there, if it kind of gets just blown through, then the long trade might be over.
Yeah, long trade might be a little over on CYN over there, along with GPS, even though GPS is trying to trickle back to the north side over here. S&P 500, really quick, let's just wrap up with S&P 500 and the overall market watch as you guys have to go over to the closing show. So today, ES is up 1.7%, still holding between the very same ranges we've been holding since the starting of the show. And NQ/M22CM, pretty much doing the exact same thing. Let's see what happens going into the power hour. We got another hour before power hour, so hopefully you guys have a great Memorial weekend. Let's go to the two-shot. Yeah, let's go to the you guys have a great Memorial weekend. I had tons of fun over here from Monday to Friday, and I get two hosts with me now instead of Miss V. We miss her, obviously.
A lot of fun.
And I hope Brandon wants to join us on the Discord call. Brandon, if you want to watch the race with us, let us know. But let's send it off to the main man. Adios.
Thanks, guys.
All right, thanks, guys. Yeah, welcome in, guys. 2 o'clock. That means we have 2 hours until the weekend officially starts. You might have seen there was already a beer delivery that happened earlier this afternoon. I'm sorry I didn't catch the name of the person who did that, but thank you so much. That's too kind, if you will. We have a great surprise coming up. If you weren't with us this morning, you might not have heard, but there's a guest host this afternoon. You'll be very happy with who it is. Here's a look at where the markets are at. Right now, 1.7% for the S&P. It is the NASDAQ having another great day, 2.5% back to the upside again. 1% there for the Dow in positive territory. Yeah, I just saw some of the crypto stocks under pressure. Here's why. 3 and 5% for Bitcoin and Ethereum. The slide continues. There's a very green board back in positive territory here. Tech stocks, as I mentioned, leading the way. HPQ, HPE, all, in fact, of the computer makers doing quite well off of that Dell report last night. ADSK, look at PayPal. PayPal's up 5.5%. Wow. Yeah, 5.5% to the upside. That's pretty cool. Moderna, 9% almost in positive territory. Ulta Beauty reported 10.3% there. Look at the cruise lines having a great end to the week as well. Pretty nice way to wrap up. I mean, it's been a great week overall for the market. Finally, I'm going to say this confidently enough. The market's going to end a 7-week losing streak. It's been a pretty ugly couple of months. So we'll put in a positive week and we'll see where it happens from there. Hope your day is going well. Heading into the weekend, we'll take some time, go back over a few things we were discussing if you joined us this morning. In the pre-market, so much opportunity for you at the open this morning, whether it was Gap, whether it was any of the tech stocks gave you big moves. We're going to discuss all of them now. Sean's going to lead the way because Neil's stuck in traffic right now talking about one of Sean's trades. Here we go.
There's no way this guy's stuck in traffic. Okay, all right, it's your trade of the day. Normally the trade of the day is one where like, yeah, good trade, right? We talk about that, our winners, and what we do best here is also talk about our losers. You gotta stay humbled and you gotta make sure that, the trades that you're looking at still make sense. I can't tout the sticky note all the time and not look back at it and do something like this. So here, we're gonna go with Gap today, right? And just as the note said, we were gonna use $10 as resistance, right? They had a horrible guide. They should be lower. But remember when, like we wrote this at 8 o'clock. The next note here is 13% short. And what does this say? Could spike stock early. So we were already sort of waiting for this move to happen, but I cannot avoid getting into Gap, right? And so we wanted to be short this name. The sticky note talks about the spike early, so this is what we're doing. Let's review. Why did we take $10 short? We just wanted, it was basically just a psychological level. I put this here. There's nothing yesterday that would tell us 10 is key. Up here is 11. So this little line there is 11.20. This is 11. So the bottom yesterday was 11. We were just using 10 as a psychological level because when it falls back down in, you're down near $9 here. So in the pre-market, you're trading sub 9, all right? We start the short as it comes back up. Then we're using some of these levels from yesterday, 9.30, 9.40, 9.50 to start to build the trade. But what happens early? It doesn't open right away. You can see the market actually doesn't open till about like 933, 934. They're settling down orders. So we kind of sniffed out that there might have been a problem with this. So we're starting to go short, and we do have some outs around 950. However, as soon as the market opens, and I can't remember the last time we saw like a big name like Gap halt, basically on nothing except for volatility to the upside. So here it is, it's hanging out, then bang, it just rips up in one candle from basically 950 all the way up there to 1020 and halts, right? At that halt, as soon as it halts, we're getting out. The good thing about all of this trading is that we respect our very own levels here, where we say use 10 as resistance and to get out. So that's exactly what we wind up doing, and we get out when it breaks through 10. So the halt that happens, I think it was like 10.15 or 10.20, I can't remember the exact price, but we're out of the majority of them, and then we just punch out the rest when the halt happens. It reopens back up, and we immediately take the short. Then it starts to fall. We start to get some out for 20, 30 pennies, but it doesn't really matter because honestly, we've already lost a whole chunk of this, so we're getting out and holding a small piece. It rips up to the upside. We're able to see another short ahead of 11, so that's the next short ahead of 11. That falls down, and that's just profit taking. So we're making money back, making money back. Then all of a sudden, we were actually in a meeting, some kind of size, I don't know what it was, I think it was 600,000 shares or something like that, showed up here on the bid and basically marketed itself all the way back up. So we wind up getting out of the rest of our short that we had here at 11, and we get out at about 11.10, which is fine. That's the market rate back up, drops back in, then we get the rest out there at 11.10 for flat. As you can see, gap on the way up. But the story of the bottom line here, this story, is that, look, you got to respect some of your levels because we wanted to short gap. So we did that. Like we're on a great, we're 4 for 4 this week besides today on some of these plays, right? So it's a nice move to the upside. We get blown out off that 13% short, I feel like. It wasn't a great quarter. Does it deserve to be up 2 or 3%? I don't know. The stock market's saying it is. So, but look what we avoid. It's up to 11.50. So if we were married to this position and in it all day, then yeah, this would be a problem. But you gotta, Brendan, have your outs, and traders, you gotta have your outs at some key levels, because if we don't identify 10 as a problem, then all of a sudden I'm short 9, I'm short 950, I'm short more at 10, then I'm getting mad and I'm short at 11, and then this happens, and then, you know, so I don't have to make those decisions. You stick with your goals, stick with your gut feel, respect levels, and you'll be fine. It's a losing trade here, but I think I learned some lessons, and I hope you did too, with the trade of the day.
Some of the most valuable ones, as far as trades are concerned, can be the losing trades, because we learn lessons, guys. What a move back up it was for GPS this morning. If you joined us in the pre-market, you grabbed the watch list, you saw Gap was right at the top, I believe, on the watch list this morning when it comes to what we were looking at coming off that report. That was, in fact, a little bit questionable for them. Big Lots as well, another notable name in the retail group that was on watch this morning. Make sure you grab the watch list every single day. All right, I teed it up. We talked about it a little bit at the end of the morning. We're all very excited, not because Neil has left, but more so because who is sitting in his spot. It's Tony time.
Yeah, it's Tony time. Yeah, welcome, Tony. Thank you for stepping in for Neil here today. I mean, it means a lot to us, obviously, and to our viewers. I mean, it's always great to have you on board. You're logged in. We're getting ready to rock and roll. You're going to be discussing some stocks with us as well. What's it like over there in the Bat Cave on the other side?
Oh, it's been very quiet on the other side, quite a contrast. If this was an arcade, the other side would be pretty much just a library where it's like, shh, can't be talking too much on the other side. Here, it's like just explosive, which I gotta say.
Tell everybody the only time it ever gets loud on the other side.
The other time it ever gets loud on the other side. Oh, that's right. When you go there, make a phone call.
When I come by to say what's up. Oh, thank you for the candies, by the way. We got the Werthers here.
Yes.
You still got your little candy section going on over there. But yeah, welcome to the midday show. The closing show here. We also got, and I want to say a big shout out, those of you that were watching the midday show, we stacked up those Heinekens. So I want to say thank you to Key, we'll get his name exactly again. I think it was Kian?
Kian Vo, I believe.
Kian Vo.
Yes.
So thank you so much for sending those Heinekens through. That was awesome. You actually got the door, and the Instacart or whoever it was like, these beers are for Trader TV Live from Kian Vo there. So thank you so much for that. We will be cracking those shortly. I don't know, 2:30, 3 o'clock. We'll figure it out.
About right.
And we'll be having a couple beers. But hey, it's a trading show.
Yeah.
So let's start trading. We're going to also have our little bit of a rundown coming through right here. We're still doing that, right, Brendo?
And
the rundown's going to be coming through. Let's go over to Brendan.
Yeah, I was just going to mention, guys, before we get into that, we'll talk about some tech stocks coming up here. But I'm very excited because I have just about an hour ago secured my tickets for Sunday. I am going to go and see Top Gun. I mean, probably the biggest movie of the year so far, anyways, coming out into theaters today. The first day, I believe it was today. AMC having quite the move here this afternoon.
Top Gun. That's still with Tom Cruise there, I guess. I don't know much about it, but I did like. Did you see the first Top Gun?
Oh no, I haven't.
All right, Maverick, it'll be fine.
It's been too long. I can't remember anything.
Yeah, you're a young guy. I keep forgetting about how young you are. You probably weren't even, honestly. Well, Brendan, when was the year of the first one? I mean, it was in the 80s at some point. So I don't even know if you were born at that point, but it's back. I think it was the 80s anyways. Maybe it was early 90s. I don't know.
Now, wait.
Whenever it was, I'm not.
Okay, there we go. 59-year-old Tom Cruise back for Top Gun, the sequel. I'm going to double check. I think it was like 86. 85,
right,
86?
Okay. Yeah, it has to be in the 80s. Yeah, someone's saying 86 on there as well.
86.
So, so you weren't born yet.
No, it's. I think my dad was still a young guy when that happened. So.
All right, he's going to look it up, see what exactly Top Gun is right here. He's looking it up on YouTube. Okay, let's just quickly go into one trade here because this is the same trade that I had on the midday show, and it worked. And now I have this wick, so I got to zoom in a little bit here. So this short worked, but we just didn't get out of anything down here. We got out of a little bit at $100.63. You can see the only position that we're in right now. We are actually short a firm, but that's a small position. I'm watching it. It's actually back to 30, so that's pretty key for me too. A firm back to 30 right now. We actually cleaned that one up, so that was fine. But AMD, we're looking to get a little more short right now into 101.50. Now, I don't know, man. My opinion, the problem is I started building this trade literally at 12:30, so now it's 2 o'clock. So this trade may be done right now. That move there, I feel like it should have kept going. The NASDAQ is in this chop central right now, and we didn't take advantage of that dip that just happened on AMD, right? So the market coming back in, I don't know. I know that it's funny because the first thing we're going to talk about up there is tech leads, and here I am leading with a story about being short into AMD here. AMD is actually, look, Gap is we just did the Gap trade. I'm pretty happy with the way that went because when you lose on a trade that actually makes sense and you have your outs and you have your ins, I'm fine with that. Like I actually wrote it there on the sticky note, Tony, that I thought Gap could run early and I was short just in case that didn't happen. So when it does happen, you get burned. No doubt about that. But the problem with AMD is I find like it was just so choppy here this morning that it was like there wasn't really giving me a true in or a true out. We did have that first long here at $100 and 25 cents. That went all the way up, literally up 75 cents before it touched VWAP. It came back in, and then the market kept going up. So we were like, hey, AMD's weak. Then we shorted it and got hit. Then we danced around a little bit. These shorts actually were fine. And then now we're stuck in a position short again as it's looking to take out the highs. So this may not be the right time here to trade AMD as the market is pretty choppy. Anything on the tech side? I know you have the Qs up right here.
Yeah, interesting week for the Qs. Massive recovery from what we've been seeing in the past few weeks. I believe if you look at the weekly candle over here, you can see a massive green bar up. I think on the QQQs we tested around 280, didn't quite break it. I know Apple was trying to lead the way down, whereas all the growth stocks were recovering much of this week. But it looks as though even Apple's coming back now, largely blue chip tech names, as the Qs are now going to hold well above 300. Futures now well above 12,500, I should say, on the NASDAQ futures. So massive reversal this week for the tech sector. A lot of my stocks you can see here. This is pretty much my personal account I'm looking at from my TradingView account. Pretty good green week, no margin calls for me, luckily. So I survived yet another week in this massive
You've got margin call before?
I have been. I had to sell some of my bio assets, but maybe for a good reason, because the bio assets do not follow the markets up. They only follow the markets down, and usually by quite a large magnitude as well. So great week here for tech. I know most of the other indices are also, I think the Dow Jones and S&P are also up handedly, not so much as the Qs, but great recovery week on the Fed minutes, I believe.
Yeah, it was a good week, and like Brendan mentioned here, we're gonna finally finish that 7-week downturn in the market. So hopefully we can continue with this upside move. Like I said, we are short. Excuse me. We got back into the affirmed short at 30, so we'll see where that goes. Right now, I mean that's back in here. But yeah, big tech leads, man. The best trade for me today though was this one right early. We knew we wanted Apple. We took it early. We actually took it in the pre-market when it broke through 145. And again, Apple just to the races right now, basically at day's high. As you were just mentioning, the NASDAQ still making moves. So Apple nicely done there, 145. First out was 145.80, so that's 80 cents. And then we had a nice out up here at 148. So we actually wind up stacking some cash on Apple over about a $3 move there early. And then we just got out of it, which was good because it did fade back down. But you can see right now, hanging out on the upside. Look, it's great to see, man. I mean, some of those Apple moves, Microsoft's been moving. We saw NVIDIA move up yesterday, going from red to huge green, down 4% to up 6% yesterday. But yeah, glad to have Tony here, Brendo, as we continue with the afternoon show.
Let's get Tony's take on some of the retail stocks. We had the entire group kind of on watch in the pre-market this morning coming off Gap. We had Costco as well that had a really nice move right out of the gate this morning, all the way back above where we ended the day yesterday and then some. Doing nothing right now, but a nice move for Costco. But we heard about GPS from you, Sean, out of the gate to start things off. A few other names, obviously, in this group, including Big Lots as well, with reports today.
Big Lots, yeah. I mean, the only name I really looked at all day was Costco. So, was GPS. I didn't even look at Costco. Let's have a quick look here at that name. And we looked at it in the morning, but we really didn't trade it. Costco was red when we came in this morning, but then you can't keep those guys down. It was great execution. They're one of the best executing companies out there, period, in the retail space. They continue to amaze me. They had record membership signups, record membership renewals as well this quarter. So everything seems to be working out real well here for Costco. So yeah, I think this is a hella buy at all levels, and I think it's just one of those names where you want to try to hold it for as long as you can. They kind of have both. So our firm just got taken out on the upside there, and we're back into into more AMD. We'll talk about that in a minute, but definitely got beat down there over the last little while when you talked about Target came through and Walmart came through, and they've just been getting hit, period. Anyways, this is a 20-minute chart, so you can go back to the 18th where it started to fall back down. Then you had all those names come through, but down to $400 was a great buy. Costco, although the most expensive retailer right now, if you look at it on a PE basis, you're near 30 or so. Wow. Costco, very, very expensive, but hey, it's expensive for a reason. They continue to operate well. They continue to execute. I mean, it's like I said this on the earlier show, those memberships are like an annuity for them. Like if they're going to get paid every single month, every single year from members, then I mean, whatever. People are paying to shop there, Tony. You don't have a Costco membership.
No, I don't. I'm a bit too broke for that, unfortunately. I just usually borrow some other Asian dudes. We all look the same, So that's
you borrow another Asian's Costco card.
Yes.
Because everyone looks the same.
I can't tell my own face from half the other Asian dudes sometimes, so that's just
interesting. Needless to say, though, I'm glad you said that and not me. I was trying to double check that, but you can borrow my Costco card. You let me know if you ever want to go. I'll go with you. I'll show you some nice deals there at Costco, and that should be killer.
Sounds like a plan. Speaking about GPS, actually, I think what it really reminds me of is Richard Sporting Goods yesterday. I saw it's a huge gap out on earnings. I believe it was just, I think it was yesterday, the day before, but the actual market after the pre-market said, no, we're pulling a 180 on this machine over here. Retail, actually not looking so weak. I know we saw Target, Walmart not so long ago. Supply chain issues. I think Target revised its forecast, missed earnings, something to that effect. But I think something with like Costco is much more on like a consumer staple side. I know with Costco, I believe it was that they make less than 1% of their actual profits on the actual sales themselves. Most of their revenues, earnings, comes exclusively from the actual membership fees. So if people aren't going to stop shopping there, they will raise their prices just because I don't think they're going to lose money on their sales, except for their pop and hot dogs, still going for $150. But I think something like a Costco and a Walmart holds up a lot better than something like a Target. That's a little bit more of like a consumer discretionary, especially in trying times. I know somebody was calling me Tony Thai food the other day. I was going to say it's a great name, but if you want to be more accurate, I'd say you call me Tony cat food because that's what I'm eating in these trying times.
Stop. So. Don't. Come on, man. Yeah, let's not talk like that. But yay. Oh, by the way, your Unity call.
Yes,
Did you
Unity.
buy some, or that was just a call you made?
Oh, that was just a call. But my Upstart has been printing me lately.
We were wondering about that. Let's have a quick look at UPST here. Do you remember the price that you're in? Because actually, Neil and I was going to say Brendan and I, but it was Neil and I on the morning show were wondering that, because I said Unity at 30 was a great call, but here's Upstart, and they've been getting obviously killed with their high was near 400. Yeah, right there, $400. You were in, I have no idea where or when, so what's going on here? I feel like you're long in the mid 40s. I don't know.
Yes, I am. My initial in was in the low 30s, but I just saw the profit. You know, that's the problem with a lot of day traders. You know, it's like, and just investors as well, paper hands. It's like if there's like
so
a
you
way
took profit?
I took profit.
Well,
at
nothing
40.
wrong with that. Let's go, Tony.
Yeah, but now
it's
$10 higher than when I took profit. So you know, it hurts me personally. There's nothing more frustrating than seeing a good call go to waste just because of your paper hands. You know what I'm saying?
First of all, I know exactly what you're saying, but I also do have to say that there is a point, Tony, where you do have to ring the register and take a little bit of profit on that. And obviously, if you're holding a little bit right now, there's nothing wrong with that. We'll see if there's some more upside, Brendan, in Upstart.
All right, just a heads up, Vinco Ventures making moves here, guys. They filed a 13G filing with the SEC, which I guess is a transfer of ownership. So there was rumors of the delay of the Tide spinoff. So I guess this is in relation to that, or relation to the actual Tide deal. But here we go. BBIG just taking out day highs here on volume, guys. A heads up. Again, transfer of ownership has to be 5% or more for one of these to be filed. So heads up on that. PDD, Pinduo Duo comes off the back of Baidu and Alibaba yesterday, beating earnings, guys, for PDD. What a bounce on this thing.
Yeah, we'll talk about that in a minute, but what is going on right now with AMC? Obviously, we know what's going on with it. It's going ham to the upside here as it just continues to make moves. AMC's starting to go, man. We were long early, and I was like, what the hell? Someone in the chat called 1350. This name is off, man. We had this yesterday. There goes, oh, come on, my daily chart. Let's go. There goes AMC right now, starting to take off. Where will it stop? Nobody knows. I mean, it's kind of crazy even to look at charts right now because it's momentum-based. AMC continues its march. We're almost out of this AMD as that's not working out as the future is now back to day's high. But AMC just continues to make that march. What is GameStop doing? I mean, I got to get into this. Thanks for pointing it out in the chat. Obviously, I had it on my radar here. I have relative volume. We're trying to look at that. But there's GameStop not going. So AMC taking off and GameStop not doing anything. Is this one next? Let's take a 135.50 break here on GME. Maybe this one's next. Any thoughts on an AMC or GME here?
AMC high of day, I'm a buyer. Well, let me just try to pull it up real quick first. But whenever it's high of day, I think that's like the most bullish signal you can have. You know, when they talk about you know, AMC and GME together, I think of them as like a very, very strong sympathy play. I'm actually surprised AMC did not run as hard as you saw a few days ago. I thought GME had very high borrow fees all of a sudden, above 100%, and that's what simulated the run for the past few days. Now AMC is trying to do a follow-up as well. I think I typed in the wrong market here for AMC, but I do want to go in, at least for this moment. I feel as though these could be very strong gappers, you know, come Monday morning. But what actually really interested me as well that I saw this week was that I think the U.S. dollar actually found a top in terms of foreign exchange. And I think, you know, this may be a very bullish sign that the Fed is not going to continue raising rates, at least at the pace that the markets pretty much anticipated. You can see the U.S. dollar has pretty much gone up tremendously since mid of last year. If you want to know how expensive the U.S. dollar pretty much is, today the 30-year bond for the U.S. government, pretty much rock solid credit, is above what the average mortgage was just 6 months ago. I believe it's just a few pips below 3% is the current U.S. bond yield. And the mortgage rates for a 30-year fix is now well above 5%. Pretty much the cost to borrow if you're buying with 20% down pretty much doubled if you're trying to buy a house over there. So it's been absolutely incredible. You know, I know a lot of my friends have been telling me, oh, the house prices, hopefully they can come down a little as well. Well, you need house prices to pretty much come down 20%. Now that the interest rates rose from pretty much just under 3 to over 5, just to be paying the same notional amount for your house. So home ownership. might not still be a possibility for us Zoomers over here, but hey, maybe someday us Bitcoin or crypto millionaires can rise and
Us crypto millionaires?
Us, well, me and my generation, perhaps.
Okay. I was like, oh my God, Tony's going all in on Bitcoin. I like Bitcoin here. I did buy some more Ethereum yesterday. Okay, here we go. We are now out, unfortunately. I must get out of the rest of this. Right now, we have a little bit left over of AMD, but there it is, man. We will flush ourselves down the toilet there on that trade. Not a great one. Where's my flush down the toilet? There it is. For AMD. We tried it, man. It did have some legs to it, to the downside, but then it just took it out. So not a nice hit there for that one. And then while you were speaking there, we tried the break of 135. We literally got long at 135.10, and then it broke through 134, and we got out again. So back and forth, cost ourselves about $1.20 there on GameStop. Not worth it after all. It's just, it's silly because normally we think of GameStop as sort of a proxy with AMC, but Brendan led the show off talking about, well, here, now we have the meme rally guy going on there. You know where that guy's from?
Meme rally? No.
No, that guy.
Which guy?
The Stonks guy. This guy.
Oh, yes.
Look up
Wall
here,
Street Bets.
Wall Street Bets. Good
Of
call there,
course.
Tony. Wall Street Bets guy there. So we can talk about it quickly. Brendan led it off with AMC and Top Gun.
Ooh, yes.
So that makes sense, right? Like, doesn't mean just because AMC is going that GameStop is going to go. A lot of people here rallying themselves, getting ready for that movie to come through, obviously. So here's the AMC chart one more time, as I'm just going to get out of this AMD, as it's just kind of just keeps going to the upside there once we broke out. But there's AMC. I don't know if that was a rug pull or what, but that's that wick that we're looking for. Unfortunately, like that's when I went long GameStop. So, but that's a nice move up there to 1450, and then a pull back in. So. We'll see if it gets going again. I don't know what's going to signal this. Like, that's the one thing about when you're trading these stocks. It's like, it's not really level based. Like, the volume just came in basically. And I guess once it broke through 14, fine. But this little rally to the upside here, it's been motoring since like 12:30. We stopped here a little bit at 1350, took that out, and then just kept on going. So let's see if AMC can find some kind of, maybe a shelf down here at 1380, 1390, something like that. So that's kind of what I'm looking for here on AMC. Would love to try to catch this early, man, because I'd love to hit this for a bunch of shares. I still think the rally's on this name. So AMC, maybe we'll just test it through 1410 a little bit and then get out back at 14. I think it might be well worth the risk here.
All right, let's go to BlackBerry here, one that popped up during the midday show. If you were with Trader Prad and Luca and or Ian, depending on what time. They teamed up with Google, big name. So they launched this Chrome Enterprise Management with BlackBerry Unified Endpoint Management. Seems like a mouthful, but anyways, a huge move here, guys, for BB, up 7% now. I mean, we haven't looked at this thing since it was a meme stock way back in the day. It looks good for BlackBerry, guys, teaming up with Google.
Okay, yeah, I did see you mention something about that, so that's a pretty interesting take there for BlackBerry. We know that they're out of the phone business now, so maybe there's something. We know Google has the Google Pixel there, so BlackBerry's always been touted for their security, messaging, things like that, so I'm wondering if there is a story to be had here for that kind of a play. I know Brendan just talked about some other things, but there's always a little bit more dipping in. But there's the nice move up. I mean, now it's only up 7, but I believe it was closer to 8 or 9% when we made that high move there on BlackBerry. And again, what's done is done. So let's zoom out a little bit and just see, like, that's taking that out right now. So on the 20 period, you just broke through some of these highs. So that's kind of a no-brainer. Goes back to the 18th. You're back about 9 days there when 625 came into play right there. So it broke that, ripped up to 675, and that's basically where we stand right here on BlackBerry. But let me just see the daily chart just quickly. I think it's been getting destroyed, right? This thing only really wants to go whenever it's kind of like meme time, it feels like.
Yeah.
That's when all these big spikes happen. So we do know BlackBerry, I mean, you go back to last year, a different story, up to 27 bucks there. But yeah, BlackBerry now, oh, you know what, interesting thing here, it's actually holding out pretty good at the bottom. This is a name, they do have good technology, proprietary technology, so it does make a little bit of sense here. Let's just quickly check out what their market cap is, just to see if indeed, I mean, Prad said maybe a complete buyout for BlackBerry, for Google. I was like, nah, that's not really in their wheelhouse, but a whopping $3.5 billion. So Google can like literally buy this thing with pocket change. So maybe there is a play there on BlackBerry. You ever own a BlackBerry?
Oh no, I think I was still like a fetus when BlackBerries came out. But
All right.
But no, I remember the phones. I remember it was really cool to have one back when I was in grade school. Of course, none of my peers had one. We're talking about our like older brothers or something like that. But yeah, no, it's been an interesting journey for BlackBerry. I know it's a Canadian company right here based in Waterloo. I think our son goes there or went there.
Yep.
Yeah, so very
Research in Motion, the former Research in Motion, changed name over to BlackBerry. It was more like RIP instead of RIM for that one. That stock got absolutely, that was a darling of the TSX and of tech for a very, very long time when those BlackBerries came out. Arun has gotten off the BlackBerry, but Neil, as we all know, still has, I think it's the Passport. I don't know what he has, but he says it has Android. So he, we get into this on the show. I don't know if you've seen that before, defending his BlackBerry. But okay, the NASDAQ's pulling back in a little bit here. And so on my screen, I have Apple. Now, all right, we've been shorting things all day, just not really believing in this run. But Apple right there just kind of made a move. Like, it went up to the day's high of 148. I mean, not exactly, but pretty close, up to 148.65. Kind of like triple topped here, like one top, two top. And I know that you're kind of going, and you can do this the other way, man. It's like lower highs, right? There's the high, there's the high, there's the high. I feel like that would have been a great short. Obviously, we're sitting here talking about other things, but Apple up 3%, a little more than the market. Normally, we're looking for relative strength. But again, into a holiday weekend, I really think that if we can get back up into this level, even 140, I mean, what the hell? We're right here right now. Like, do I really want to get run over again? I don't know. Let's put on a short right now, 49. So there we go. We put one on. I was going to say, let this get back up to 70, but really 20 cents on Apple, just kind of like pocket change, like you were saying before. This name can move back up 20 cents, no problem. So we could get that short again. Let's just start it right here. And honestly, I mean, do we think Apple's going to take down 149 today? I mean, let me know in the chat here what you guys think, because I just feel like it's been an aggressive move, and we were long. So this is the first short here for Apple. So it's not like we're about, okay, there we go. New position alert. We are long AMC with an upsized position. Let's see if it goes now, man. This is what we want. So we'll take a little bit out here. You guys know that I scalp it. You had that great joke about paper hands. Well, I mean, I'm here for you with that. And it's sadly enough, it's not a joke with me, because I do get out a lot here. But here we go. We punched along now on this name. Let's go. We're getting a little bit excited here, Tony, because you can see we do have the long now at 14.10. That was that break that we wanted. So let's see. We'll take out half now for that 15 cents or so. Well, now it's 15 cents. Let's take out one more piece here on that, 25. So there we go. Wow. Now we're holding half. Maybe we'll see if it can come back to 14. But right now we're in this name. We just took a decent amount of shares. It just stopped at 30 again. Maybe we'll get out a bit more, but let's see where AMC wants to run. You know what helps if you hit things like that, Tony? Because did you see that, Tony, on the screen?
Oh, shoot.
You missed that. Okay, let me show you again. Tony, pay attention to this screen right here. Watch this.
To the moon.
To the moon. There you go, Tony. Thank you for that as well. And then we will also go like this, Tony. Watch the screen again. Ape Nation. We've got popcorn on there. We've got diamonds bigger than your head. So that means that we're going long right now on AMC. So here we go. We are now long on AMC, and we're getting some out. Like, I'm just... Again, paper hands is me right now, but I feel like this is not even really paper hands. If we start getting out of these, it's definitely not this, but we're starting getting out here at past resistance. So it's not like we're we are scalping this thing, but we have an upside position because quite frankly, I'm pretty pissed off. So we're gonna see what happens right now to the upside with AMC as we go. And plus, we still have those Heinekens to come as well.
That's
right. Let's see if AMC can start this off real nice, real quick here. As you can see, now it's starting to fade back out a little bit. So let's take a little bit more out. And now we're done. Let's hold the rest. 14 or bust for AMC, guys. Let's go.
14 or bust. I'm with you right there. My in is 14.19, so same boat as you. You promised not to paper hands. I'm going to try my best not to paper hands. We're going to be in this together. But yeah, I believe wick high was around 14.42. So if you break that level, new intraday high for AMC. Yeah, meme stocks again. I think taking off today. GME not quite testing 135 just yet.
Here we go.
But I think we're now back at 134. So meme stocks are on a tear. As for Apple, I know you're talking about earlier. I think the Q's at the moment trying to take a break here, up to over 2.5% on the tech sector. Not quite sure if we have much steam left to go to the upside. I think at the moment, 307.5 corresponds to the high of day for today on the ETF, and for the futures, I believe that should be around just over 12.6. See if we can break that today, but like you mentioned, long weekend. I think there will be some people trying to take profit. Paper-handed me would be one of those individuals, but I feel as though the longer I've been trading, the more my strategy converges to just buying and holding strong names. So try not to paper hands anymore. That's my New Year's resolution, I think 5 months late into the year.
Yeah, you're all good on that one. I mean, look what diamond handing did to us, though, on this play, right? I mean, unfortunately, it's coming right back in. So you can't be right 100% of the time on your holds, but sometimes it does work out, and let's see if it starts to go. We just took another piece out there, but we are going to try to hold on as much as we... Look, the more sometimes it's to my own detriment. Like, the more I sit here in front of the screen, the more I get out of chairs, right? So that's why sometimes you'll see me on a walk. I come and talk to you over there in the den, and we say what's up. But I did want to give everyone a quick reminder, because you see Neil on there, that's not going to be representative of your positions, because it's just the way it talks to each other, the platform and our system there. So you won't see Tony's trade, so Tony will do his best job to tell everybody what he's in, and right now you are long with me on AMC. So me and Tony both running that stock right now, and hopefully we're running it upside as it continues to go. So Apple trade was okay, but again, that started happening, so I wasn't able to get any out. But we're sitting here now in case it comes back down to that 35 level. Apple, we're short on Apple right now at 50. Well, it's at 49, but right here at 50. It just touched down to 35. That wasn't going to really get out. I do have a piece to get out now there, but we want a lot lower than that. I mean, I really think that we can at least, guys, get, when I do that, it makes it a little crazy, but I think we could at least get 148 teens. Like, I think we can get back into this area, especially if this market does fail. But look what's happening right now. Fail it is not, my friend. The NASDAQ is now starting to take out the day's high again, right up here at 12. Wow, remember just a couple days ago we were talking about 12,600? Like, right now you're at 12,000. Now you're at 12,600. So a beautiful, beautiful day. Maybe, Brent, if you could find what we're up on the week. I mean, this has been an amazing week for the NASDAQ, with Apple bouncing off 133. You can see where it's now 148.50, and that's part of why I want to be short here. I just feel like into this weekend, you never know what's going to happen over the weekend. Not that I'm expecting anything to happen, but Russia's definitely not getting better. Oil is up today. So, I mean, could continue its move upside there, as AMC right now trying to take out the high one more time. But here we go. Let's go, AMC. Look, no outs again, so hopefully we can get back up to the upside. I do have an offer, though, Tony. Can't lie to you. I do have an offer in the 30s. So if we can get back up to the upside and re-break some of that 30 level, then we'll see about that one. But yeah, I'm excited for Top Gun. Brendan's going to be going to that one. I recommend watch. I don't know what this. I mean, the second one's obviously going to be a play on the first one, but watch the first one first, and then go back. Do you ever watch Mission Impossible?
Mission Impossible, I have watched.
So you know all about Tom Cruise.
Oh yes.
All right, good. Yeah, he's a good actor for great sure. Great actor. Yeah, as far as like A-list movies go, I mean, whatever you think of the guy's been in everything. So there we go. Back up to that. You seen Cocktail?
No, I haven't.
Of course
I serve cocktails, but
you serve. Oh yeah, that's right. You serve cocktails.
Haven't watched it though.
Coming up, good move. Okay, Affirm a nice squeeze as well. Okay, Tesla high a day. Let's go over to Tesla and have a quick look as well. Look, this is a name that I was, pretty wrong on, to be honest with you. This is about where I wanted to get out of Tesla. Back here, because we were really upset with all that talk that Elon was having. But the thing is that Tesla keeps on executing. We talked about Costco and how they execute. I mean, when you're in this business and you're in this space, obviously what we're talking about is electric vehicles right now. They're pumping out cars every 30 seconds in China, right? Let alone the Berlin plant, let alone what they're doing in Austin. So, there's lots happening with Tesla right now. We don't have to tell you about who's behind this name, but what a great move for Tesla both ways, man. I mean, if you're an investor, it's been a little bit of I want to try to show everybody this without cutting it off on the bottom, but what a roller coaster, man. Just back earlier on this month, you're back in here, $800, $700, $800, and then it's just tanking down before it finally finds a bottom at 620 and then just rips up basically straight from there back into this area. So I think we got to watch out for this 820 to see what happens there. But okay, now we're starting to get ramped up. We will look at Tesla, that's for sure. Obviously, I'm short Apple. I got to address that. It looks like the NASDAQ right here taking out or bumping up to day's high. And guess what's happening right now? We said that if you do certain things will happen. So we'll do Miss V because we love Miss V. And then we'll also do this again for Ape Nation because here we go for AMC. We just got out at 36 there as a level. So I told you we had some offers in the 30s. There it was, some out at 36. Let's see if this one can continue to moon. So my moon's getting a little bit better. Because we did have some big shares there, breaking through 1410. So we're still holding on to a decent spot here. Let's see if it can continue to work. The only thing in trouble right now for me is AAPL, and that still has a little bit to go.
Yeah, like you're talking about Tesla, massive recovery for this week. Huge reversal off of Fed minutes. I think for Tesla, we are seeing a 20% recovery from just, this was the 24th of May, which was 3 days ago?
Yep.
So 20% move in 3 days. You can't go wrong with that. Huge recovery on Tesla and the rest of the markets, which is absolutely insane. I was talking to my parents the other day, and they're asking me, it's like, we're in a recession here. How do you decide on good stocks to buy? And that's something I always think about myself, when it comes to long-term investing. Probably don't want my advice because I'll tell you to buy some biotech stocks, which if you look at the top losers of the day, we had some massive readouts for some large biotechs, I think, just yesterday. A lot of names down close to 40, 50%. But as for what companies are good, the way I always thought about them were, you have earnings companies, you have revenue companies, which haven't quite reached earnings. You also have sort of the pre-revenue companies. And I think if they could be likened to people, I'd say these earning companies are pretty much solid 40, 50-year-old guys who have solid paychecks, investing good money into their savings accounts every week. And so these are the names that you might see, such as IBM, perhaps Intel, which hasn't really been doing too well in the past few years.
Do you have them on your screen there?
Yes, let me see. IBM. This is an example of a tech stock I've been looking at. Very good if you want to trade oscillation, because this has pretty much been above, I believe, where it was back in November. Or no, this thing doesn't really move. Pays like a solid 5% dividend, I believe you mentioned previously on the show. Same price level as back in 2013, if I can recall correctly, or just about, back almost same price back in 99. So this thing is not something that you want in your growth account, but when it comes to market downturns, having very strong stocks that have no issue with cash flow and financing is something that I'd say is very good. Now, of course, this stock's up 1.38% on the day, whereas you might have a firm or an upstart up around 10%. What's a firm at 8%, so pretty much close to it. But if you want to protect your money, I'd say dividend stocks are perhaps just as the best thing next to bonds in a bear market. So that's something we're always looking at if you want to reduce volatility in your portfolio.
The one thing, IBM, you know what it stands for?
International Business Machines.
Right, and also International Buyback Machine, because they have a huge buyback program on. They've had it for absolute years, and what that means is they're spending their retained earnings to buy back capital, right? To buy back shares, putting them in, taking them away from the market. That's what you want to hear. We just had Google announce a big one as well. And I think there was another one yesterday that did a little small one, but was it Nordstrom's maybe had a nice buyback, announced 500 million or something. The other companies, in the hundreds of millions, just like that one. But okay, just to let you guys know, here on Apple, you want to talk about another company that has one of the biggest buybacks on the street right now going is Apple. They're a smaller dividend play, only 0.7 right now. I guess it fluctuates with the price, but Apple just went. Can you believe this? It actually went down there. I was watching it, and we should have got some out. It actually ticked down to this 148.50. So we just took another piece right there at the high. And again, we're just giving this to 149. Like, we made back a decent amount of money that we lost on that AMD trade back on AMC. So we're going to try to see if Apple can hold these highs in and around 148.90 or so right here. So we'll see if it can hold that. Obviously, our out's going to be 149. So if it takes that, we're gone. So if you think about it, right now my average price is 55. Hopefully we can get one. I mean, not hopefully it just tanks from here, but we will be sitting here trying to get another position in the 80s, which will give us an average price probably around 65-ish. And if we're going to take that out on the upside, that means we're going to lose about 35 cents. So we try to have decent ratios going on here. So as long as, and that's just another tip for you there, Tony, just like, let me tell you about your upstart trade. Where would have you gotten out? Like, maybe you took a $10 winner, but did you have a bottom or no? You're just willing to hold that because you didn't have one. Okay,
I would cash advance my credit card just to get a line of credit to put that into the account. Don't even
say that stuff. Tony, do not take money out of your credit card to invest in stocks.
Well, I'm 5,000 deep already, so
please,
23% APR just to buy crappy stocks. That's my life right there. That's why I go to work. I've got to pay them back somehow.
All right, let's move on from that. Do not do that again.
I'll try not
Tony.
to.
I'll lend you $5,000 at 17%. Much better than than the credit card. There, maybe for you, 16%.
Thank you. I appreciate that.
We'll figure it out. We got you, buddy. Okay, right now it is kind of Moon City right here. I got to click on it. Where is it? There it is. It's AMC right back to 40 again. Look, I haven't gotten much out here since we've been talking, but every single time it comes back up to 40, we've been taking a piece out, Tony. So I know that you're the diamond hand king and you're still holding on to yours, but I am getting lighter and lighter. And to be completely honest with you, we only have 20% left. So we'll floss it off. We got out a decent amount there every time it came up to 40. Like I said, it's just, we've had some hits today. So we're taking the money when the money's there, and we just took some out on AMC, so only 20% left. But again, remember, we're getting out if it breaks back down below 14. I feel so much better about this. This is the 50-period moving average, 50, right? It's an EMA. So if you guys want to use this on the 1-minute chart, like, look, ever since this run started, right, let's just cherry pick and say it started right here at 1325. Well, since then, it has never violated this 50 period. So why would we get out, right? Because like if you're saying, oh, I'm going to get out right here, but then you miss this whole move.
Right.
So Neo always says looking gift horses in the mouth. At some point, you got to slap that gift horse right in the face when he's looking at you, right? So on this move on AMC, it's kind of the same thing. Let's see if it wants to continue to ride back up to the upside. So now I'm very comfortable. I've already had the out here anyways, breaking back down below. Actually, now that I see it, I've canceled it, so I got to put that back in. But if this breaks back down below 14 here, then we're going to get out. So, you know, we have a great guest coming up. He uses technical analysis all the time. It's Frank Caberna from the Small Exchange. So let's go over to Brendan right now with our guest of the day.
It's been a pretty good week for a couple of different markets that we talked about with Mr. Caberna back on Monday, if you joined us. Hey, Frank, it's Friday. Hope you're well. Hope your week has been exciting. I mean, it's been a pretty exciting week. We're going to discuss a few things here, starting with crypto. If anyone joined us back on Monday, we were talking about potential moves that could come into a few of these markets, including on Bitcoin. I mean, let's be honest, it's been kind of a boring week for Bitcoin. I mean, it's been negative for the most part, but we're still in this range, more or less.
Yeah, it's been a really interesting week, Brendan. And again, yeah, thanks for having me on. Love you and the gang here. I got to start off with the kind greetings there. But yeah, it's been an interesting week if you are diving deep into the numbers. We came out on Monday, and given all the pessimism and downside that we've seen in stocks and crypto the last couple of weeks, we put together some projections through volatility. I projected out going into the week the highs and lows given recent volatility in the market. We did it for NASDAQ, we did it for the small tech futures, and we did it for Bitcoin. And I want to revisit those projections here to see where we're at. Starting with NASDAQ, we have rallied back here to the high end of that projection. We're actually, right now as we speak, 100 points through that high and holding steady. Especially this morning, we rallied up to 12.5. And there was some worry on my part, Brendan, that it would be another one of those, 24, 48-hour rallies that are sold into. No, holding strong here to conclude the week above that projected upside. And we talked about on Monday, if stocks can get out of this funk, get out of this trading sideways at the bottom end of the range, maybe you could see some continued upside going into next week. I think that holds true, especially if we close strong here on the U.S. equity close above this 12.5 in NASDAQ. I think we're looking pretty solid. Same goes for small tech, the futures here from the small exchange that are about a quarter the size of the micro NASDAQ futures. So real nice, clean, small version of that product there. If you're looking to get into futures, but same thing, closing right here around that projected high, really optimistic in terms of the price action we've seen this week. Now, all the way down, it's been high correlation between stocks and cryptos. I really don't like the price action that we're seeing here to close out the week. Not only are we not getting the bounce back of the last 48 hours that we've seen in technology stocks that lent to cryptocurrencies like Bitcoin, they're moving lower, Brendan. And we started this week when we put these projections together with Bitcoin right around 30K, the upside being 33, the downside being 27, given recent volatility in that market. Projecting out this week's range. And not only are we not close to the upside, even though we're through it in NASDAQ, but we're actually edging closer here going into the close to the downside of that range. And I know that a lot of the crypto heads out there want this market to be distinct from equities. They want it to be uncorrelated to that stock market. And I think when all's said and done, we will get there, but it's really not a good sign to me for, the coming weeks and months when you've got a market that was positively correlated to equities to the downside. Equities bounce back, and this Bitcoin market is just trading. This goes back to my early days at Chicago Board of Trade. This is a classic heavy market, man. It feels real heavy in here when you have stocks bouncing back, and Bitcoin, not only they tried to bounce back earlier today, and now they're trading lower, man. I don't know what you think about some of these crypto markets going into the weekend, but if they can't close this gap soon with tech stocks, I worry for tech stocks reversing again back down to the lows. What the heck that might mean for Bitcoin.
Yeah, it's an interesting thought. I was actually reading, Frank, over the lunch break there about the correlation separating, as you were saying, and the fact that a lot of people seem to be willing, at least at this point, to put some money back to work in some of the equities that you were talking about. So maybe that's the disconnect, that we're seeing a little bit of money going back into stocks and not maybe going back into crypto as of yet. I want to get to oil here because we've had another move back to the upside in crude oil. Obviously a great year, let's call it what it is, for energy markets on this move back to the upside for oil once again. We talked a little bit about it to begin the week, but I mean, do we get a break of the highs here? Let's face it, we're going into a long weekend. Gas prices are already insane. If we take out the top, what does that mean for everyone?
Yeah, this is a tough one because if you've got a car and we're going into this long weekend and you get on the opportunity that I see in the market, which is short crude, man, that's a Texas hedge if I've ever seen one, because if that market makes a run at 120 again, then I'm short crude and I'm paying more at the pump, which I don't want here. That being said, everything else equal, I can't not look at this opportunity. Now, thankfully, with the small crude oil futures, you can get smaller than those big CL traditional futures, especially if you are looking to hold going in to this long weekend here. But I have looked in the past, Brendan, at weekend risk. And now, of course, we're going to see crude oil up like $3 on Monday and Tuesday. And we haven't seen moves over the weekend being that much riskier than overnight moves. So it is a little worrisome to be 3 days away from this, but market at 115 here in crude, this is a price level that 5 times in a row since early March, we have backed off of these levels. I think a lot of people saw the run up to 120, Brendan, and then after it calmed down to 100 in crude, the story maybe dissipated a little bit for some people. What we've seen is really great price action here every time, climbing up to 110 in the week or two following, backing off to double digits. This is the classic, if it ain't broke, don't fix it for me. And I'm looking at short crude here. I'm not only looking at it, I'm already pretty deep in it. If you want, you can, of course, sell the futures and sell, a CL put spread against it. We're looking to put options on this SMO market very, very soon. But you can at least get smaller with these futures on that short side and look to offset with some of the options, because I know the long weekend is worrisome. But man, if this market has backed off of 115 5 times in the last 2 months, I got to take a bite at that. And if it gets up to 118 or 120, then I'm wrong. And at least the last 5 occurrences have worked in my favor. But it is a problem, especially if you got a big gas guzzler and you go short crude. You're not hedged up, that's for sure.
Yeah, no kidding. Quickly want to get your thoughts on what happened earlier in the week with OPEC. They came out, I believe it was Tuesday, I don't know if you caught it, but and said basically no changes needed on the production side of things for June and July, which was in addition to their last meeting and last announcement. They said they're not going to do or change anything on the production side for July as well. How much of that has caused this positivity this week?
You know, if any of it has caused the upside we've seen in crude, then I'm doubling down because OPEC is almost always good for a fade. But I think that this is just the price action in the market here. You'll see, of course, the knee-jerk reaction off of OPEC speeches, similar to, you know, Fed chair people speaking and interest rates being reflexive off of that. But when you're able to hang on to, like crude has in the last 48 hours, you know, 114, 115, that to me is more substantial actual, you know, market dynamics at work. Because, yeah, the OPEC team there, I mean, they've, at least as long as I've been trading, they've been good for fade. So I hope that they're behind most of this price action. But since we are standing pat here and looking to go into the weekend at these highs right now, yeah, I'm looking at 114.80, 114.90. This just seems like an uptick in perceived risk and fear in this crude oil market, sending it back to the highs. But it's funny, every time we've been sent back to these highs, Brendan, whether it's a story out of, you know, China or Russia or what have you, not to diminish, you know, the geopolitical struggles that are going on, but those news items, whenever they come out and people kind of point to that as being the reason for something, we tend to see this market reverse. You know, it's almost like those news items are the last ditch effort before that market comes back to, like I say, hopefully double digits.
Yeah, and it's one of those things where you can almost overlook certain things and put too much weight on certain things, but could just be because it's summer, right? Let's talk interest rates here to wrap things up, because we continue to see rates coming back to the downside, which is, I guess, good to see, obviously, you know, overall. But you want to talk a little bit about the correlation that we're not seeing with the overall market.
Yeah, I mean, the separation between Bitcoin and stocks is one thing, but the separation between rates and stocks is another. And this is like a classic case of interest rates rising and sending stocks lower, or that being the story for the last couple of months here. And now you get stuck in this, like, are rates lower because the Fed is talking it down and that's why stocks are higher? Or, you know, what's causing what? I like to, you know, save that stuff for weekend reading and analyzing and everything else. The trade to me is, especially with this bounce back in stocks, I think there's an area for a short-term reversion in interest rates and stocks. And what I mean by that is a little short stock, long interest rate play here, because unlike Bitcoin and technology stocks, you know, markets that have been correlated for the last couple of months, interest rates and the stock market, those have been correlated for the last several years. And when we see these breaks, they're really good for a reversion every once in a while. And I do like the idea of long rates, short stocks on a shorter term basis here, seeing that rates are going out the week down a couple of basis points and stocks are on their highs here. These are markets that don't break for very often. And I mean, if the idea is that the Fed is going to have to hang back and keep rates lower, and that's going to spur economic activity here, economic optimism, so to speak, Brendan, you and I both know that's a double-edged sword, because if they're holding interest rates back, that's one of the worst signs for the economy at large. They're doing it as a precaution because they're worried about that economy. So a lot of times you can see rates being held back by the Fed, or I know your Bank of Canada has a rate decision next week that'll definitely move around FX and interest rates and everything else. It's a very thin line that those central bankers toe there, which is, you know, do we hike and scare the stock market, or do we hold back and potentially give some pessimism to an already hurt stock market? So I'm really interested to watch rates here, especially next week. Like I say, Bank of Canada meeting and non-farm here in the U.S. on Friday.
Yeah, great note to maybe end off on, heading into, you know, the shortened holiday week next week, to see what does transpire on that front. Listen, have a wonderful, safe, happy, long Memorial Day weekend. Frank Caberna, Director of Product Content and creative at the small exchange in Chicago. We'll catch you again next week.
Thanks, Brendan. See ya.
Take care. Yeah, great look there, guys, at a few markets that, I mean, let's face it, this time last year, a lot of people probably didn't even care what interest rates were doing, but times have changed, right?
Yo, what's up? Yeah, no, times have definitely changed there. I was really interested about Frank there and his talk about Bitcoin and that whole market potentially falling down, because there has been a connect there between Bitcoin and the NASDAQ a little bit, like Frank talked about. And if the NASDAQ is up 6% this week, you would have thought, I think that's the number you gave, right, Brendo? I think it was about 6%.
Yeah.
You would have thought that also crypto had the same chance to do that. And I mentioned it the other day that 30,000 was like definitely a peg. And I mean, we're right there again. I don't know. I mean, I know we already looked at some charts, but this is Bitcoin again coming in, and you could see, I mean, we can zoom in a bit here, but it's just dancing around these levels. And to be honest with you, the lines here, Tony, look like you're going to the south side here on crypto. So I feel real nervous about breaking some of these levels. Like, that's 25,000, man. Like, that's, it's still great. I mean, if you could rewind the clock, you want to talk about becoming a crypto millionaire, 25,000 on a coin, 2 years ago, you're laughing. You'd love to get that, right? But we've already been to 70 or close enough. What was the high? 66 and change there?
Yeah.
No, 70 almost exactly right there. 60 on Kraken anyways, 69,000 as the high.
Nice.
So that's a pretty big chop there, right? So you're down almost, what is it? That's down more than 50%, obviously, from the highs. You're down about 60, 70% there from the highs. So it looks a lot like equity. But yeah, crypto possibly in trouble if we don't hold this 28,000 level. So.
And you know what I find really fascinating about it? I was reading about this on a lot of different crypto boards. Bitcoin at the moment, if you take a look at it, it's around the same price as it was last July. We also had a bit of a crypto meltdown, I remember there. But what's different this time around is that a lot of the altcoins have been way underperformed. Bitcoin's actually been holding quite steady, I'd say, relatively speaking, compared to equities. You bought NASDAQ, back last July, or Bitcoin, you'd be a lot better with your Bitcoin. Or take a look at some of the smaller coins. Litecoin, I remember, it's been around for a long time. So when I like to look at this thing back in July was about double its price currently. And honestly, Litecoin's the one that kind of held better as an altcoin. You take a look at some of the even smaller coins. They've been down like 90%, 95% from as early as back in November. So people are talking about a crypto collapse. This might be it. Bitcoin, again, proving its dominance in that it tends to hold well. It has a lot less volatility than the rest of the sphere there. I think Bitcoin would be like the Apple of the NASDAQ if there was such a comparison. But a lot of smaller coins getting absolutely destroyed. But the way I'm reading this, maybe I have a third shot at becoming a crypto millionaire sometime down the line. So I'm going to buy into dips once I think the market comes back a little bit. If you guys watched The Big Short, though, I think most people watched The Big Short. At the very beginning of the movie, you had Steve Carell walk into a nice gentleman's club, meeting a nice woman. And I remember the takeaway from that interaction was that she had 5 houses with adjustable rate mortgages. And, I've also been hearing that a lot of people have been leveraging crypto and tech stocks as a down payment for their real estate properties. And so I'm just wondering if we might see a crypto move to the downside, drag down some other markets as well. So far, they've seemed to be relatively isolated from each other. But then again, correlation doesn't equal causation. But Bitcoin and NASDAQ don't typically move too far against each other in the opposite direction in the long term. But I also remember someone saying that we haven't really seen what happened to the crypto markets during a real market downturn, shy of, I guess, what happened in March 2020. So if we actually do have something like a 2008, who knows what's going to happen to Bitcoin. But again, I think 2008 is like a far cry. I think it's just a small tech correction, a lot more synonymous with a smaller Y2K than anything close to 2008. I think the houses have been getting relatively expensive compared to what people make. But I don't think it's going to be a major recession.
All right. I was going to say, why don't you go get beer o'clock and we can do a four-way opening here. It's in the fridge. Do you want to go get one? Are you allowed to drink one? Okay, Justin's going to be on the show soon. And we are very soon. I want to do at 3 o'clock, but Justin came through, so we will crack one of these. We'll do a cheers, all 4 of us, me, you, Brendan, and then hopefully the boys. I said to Lucas, Fod, if you guys want to grab one as well, we can do that. And we will say thank you to Ken Vo, but we'll do that in a minute there. I hope I have your pronunciation right. We will be doing this very, very soon here. But meanwhile, and great analysis there. I think you're 100% right with some of those altcoins. You know, I think if you're trying to become that crypto millionaire, yeah, take a shot somewhere. I know this guy behind me was buying Dogecoin or Shiba Inu or something. We'll talk to him in a minute to see what he's all about. But he's getting ready to rock and roll. I'd love to get Pratt involved here, but I have no idea where Pratt is. If he's around. So you guys just let me know when we have that shot up. We'll do a cheers to our viewers here and crack one of these cold guys open. And thank you again. We had the best viewers, period. And we want to do a big thank you for that. But before I get going, we just did reload a little bit here on Apple. And Tony, I was sitting here showing you some charts, trying to get, we're trying to educate ourselves, educate you. I know you don't have as much trading experience as Neil or I or Brendan. But, how many times, if you come to the chart here, how many times is Apple going to bounce off this 50 period? Sure, it goes down there, but kind of respects it. Then right there again, it did it there again, and I didn't get out. And this is when I showed Tony, we had Frank on. I was like, oh, man, like, should have got some out at 57. Now it's come back in. We'll take another piece out at the 50 period moving average as well. Okay, so we are ready for this. So let's grab our beers. We want to say a big thank you to Cam Vo. Thank you so much. I'm glad you're able to make some trades, and thank you for being a fan of the show. So here we go. Oh, mine just shook up a little bit. So cheers to everybody. If you want to have a drink with us.
I feel like
cheers,
you shook
Tony,
mine.
my man. Cheers, Brendan. Cheers, Justin. Let's have a little drink on you guys. Thank you for being the best fans in the world. I can see clearly now. Okay, but yeah, thank you again for that. And we have a new guest. What's up, Justin?
Hey, how's it going, Sean?
It's not going too bad. I know that you are interested in crypto, and I think it's a relatively new interest of yours. Have you been buying any crypto lately, and/or anything you want to share about cryptocurrencies with us?
Yeah, I had a small position probably about a month ago in Shiba. Made a couple bucks off that and then got out and haven't really touched any crypto recently. Kind of been busy with a lot of day trade stuff, so haven't had much of an opportunity to see what's going on. But, not going to take out money on my credit card to buy some crypto. Going to invest some of that hard-earned relish in my back pocket and use some of that instead. So let's
not call any of that hard-earned there, my friend.
Yeah.
Just
all right.
Hey,
911, shots fired.
You come on the show, man, you get shots fired.
That's shots fired.
But no, congratulations to your Edmonton Oilers. You and I went back and forth. We're going to get to trading in a minute, but I just want to say what's up to Justin. You did switch teams from Toronto to Edmonton. It looks like a very, very wise choice there. As Edmonton heading to the Western Conference Finals, any thought, I guess, has Colorado already advanced? I think they have, right?
No, so right now it's a toss-up between Colorado and St. Louis. I don't know who's leading the series. I think Colorado is leading right now.
I'm pretty sure. I thought they already advanced through. But who would you rather play as an Edmonton fan? And what do you give the chances for the Oilers to make it to the Stanley Cup Finals?
Yeah, I don't know. That's a tough one. I mean, Colorado's got some great players. I mean, they have Colin McCarr. They have a lot of great. They've got a lot of great guys on that team. So it's going to be interesting to see. If I were to take a team, I'd take St. Louis.
We take St. Louis. Okay, yeah. Right now. Colorado leads 3-2.
Yeah, right,
with game 6 tonight.
Game 6 tonight,
so we'll see where that goes, and that should be very, very interesting. All right, you'll stay here. We'll throw back to you in a little bit. I just want to get back over here to Apple quickly here, guys, as Apple just went to 149 and came back. So yeah, Tony, feeling pretty good about taking out a little bit again at the 50 period. So if we're trying to learn anything there, it is Apple is super strong, and so is the market, man. You fight the market, and the market will always win. So there it goes back up to the upside. The NASDAQ now just easily taking out the day's high. Like, it didn't even think about it, man. Like, it bounced off there, went back down. The next time it came up, banged it through. So right now, there you go. Apple back up to the upside, looking like it wants to take out 149. So not much going on. There's Prad. Prad's back in the building right now. Oh, cheers. That's Prad's beer there, by the way. Cheers, guys, for that one. You might have to sit in your co-seat or up there with Brendan if you want. But okay. Have a drink with us, guys. There, Heineken Zero has no alcohol, by the way. These are the real Heinekens, by the way, just so you are well aware of that. And we don't recommend drinking on the show. I mean, let's just, we're celebrating a viewer giving us Such a nice gift, and I want to appreciate that, Ken Vo. Thank you so much. If you're in the chat, let me know. Maybe I'm pronouncing it wrong, but definitely a big thank you to that as well. But yeah, I'm not celebrating too many winners right now. We do have AMC, so let's just go back over to that quickly. It is starting once again to take out the highs again, like 1440 here for AMC. So yeah, we're right. Well, I mean, I think it's at the highs, right?
Really? Yeah,
1450 right now at the highs. So paper hands. Not really, but we still have a decent amount on. So we got a little bit more out at 30 there, and then another out at 40. So let's see here. We know Brendan's going to go see Top Gun this weekend. I don't have any. I mean, I actually talked to Justin about this earlier. My weekend is packed. Full of stuff. Like tonight, it's all kids related, but it's completely packed. We're keeping the kids busy here as you head into the summer months. I think that's important. Okay, just there is some size on Apple. So size alert at 149 here on AAPL. You can see there's about 60 or 70,000 shares, maybe a little bit more than that here on 99. That's not going to matter at all. I'm just bringing to your attention that there is some size here on Apple right there. So you're going to see right now it's going to run right through this and smoke it, and then we're going to get out. So watch out here for Apple. Up to 149. The funniest thing is, it's embarrassing to be quite frank with you, is that at the beginning of the show, Tony, and we could probably rewind this, I said Apple today probably sees 150.
I remember that.
You were watching?
I think yes, I was.
All right, good.
You called it.
Yeah, I
heard it
called
here
150 yet, and here I am short. So the first couple shorts here on Apple obviously didn't work out. We took a little bit of profit, damage muted, but still damage either way. There's our long earlier, 145. And we got out at 148. So it's a pretty good long there. But right now we will lose, obviously, on more shares. So there goes Apple to the upside. Let's forget about that. We did punch a little long. Let's see if it wants to go. I'm not too sure on that one. But we did call that. You need a vodka and ginger ale for the close, says Krista Fisher. Vodka ginger ale. You had that before there, Justin or Brad? Vodka ginger ales, Brad? Or Justin? Yeah, whoever.
Yeah, I'm more of like a 7 and 7 kind of guy, or a Crown and 7.
Crown, yeah, I don't know about. Crown and 7.
Crown and 7. That's a great drink.
I feel like 7-Up is too sweet, like a Sprite, like Sprite to mix with. What are you thinking, Brad, over there? Brad doesn't have his mic on. Show us. He's not involved here. He's worried about the other stuff. So, all right, let's go over. This is a little chaotic here today. So let's just keep going on here. He can line dance in a circle, says the playmaker. I don't know. Sean, what's my favorite TV show? Yeah, this is good. Yeah, we can do this, guys. Get ready. Think about your favorite TV show. For me right now, I'm liking Ozark. I mean, I really like that show. My favorite show of all time probably has to be Seinfeld. You know what's really funny that I'm watching reruns of, and you tell me if you've seen this? King of Queens. Have you seen that before?
No, unfortunately, I can't.
Pretty
say
funny show. I like that. I like Kevin James there. That's a pretty classic show there. Yeah, King of Queens. Good one. Good one.
Might check it out. Yeah.
You might be a little young for that. Justin, favorite show?
Favorite TV show. Honestly, I don't watch a lot of TV. I'm more of like a documentaries kind of guy.
Favorite documentary?
Favorite documentary?
Or movie?
Oh God, man, that's such a difficult question to answer.
Well, I'm glad I asked it.
I don't know.
We'll think about that.
Let me think about that. Get back to me in the next hit.
Two and a Half Men's not really one that I did watch, but another movie here or another show, obviously, that you cannot forget, and I can't believe I didn't mention this. This probably is my favorite of all time, and it has to be Dunder Mifflin and The Office. I mean, Michael Scott there. Hard to beat that because the assistant to the assistant regional manager here is a very important role. So that's what we were calling Greg, and now Greg's the regional manager, and we have Brankles, the assistant to the assistant regional manager.
I do have my favorite TV show now.
What's that now? Now Justin's got it.
Parks and Rec.
Oh, okay. So very similar to The Office.
Very similar to The Office,
Amy
but better.
Poehler love.
Yeah.
Amy Poehler love. I like to watch Saturday Night Live too, but that gets a little bit. Sometimes they lose their lose their way a little bit. My favorite show is GME. Yeah. Okay. My favorite show right now is trading. So let's get back over to that one as well. I mean, Brendan. Whenever Brendan's ready. I mean, he's very very up to movies. Yeah. Let's go, Brendan.
I actually just started a show called The Lincoln Lawyer on Netflix. Highly recommend. Very very good. If I had to say all time, probably Breaking Bad, but Ozark's very good as well.
Yeah, Breaking Bad's a good one. I'm watching Barry right now. It's not bad. It's on Crave for us here. No, it's on Crave. Yeah. Amazon just had Kids. You've never seen Kids in the Hall?
No, I haven't.
Oh, yeah, you know, Dave Chappelle's show. I mean,
Dave Chappelle, yeah.
that goes. But Justin just messaged me, or just mentioned to me something about having some Top Gun news. So what is that news?
Yeah,
exactly?
so Brandon was saying that he's going to see Top Gun this weekend. Very jealous. Incidentally, as it is, or as it stands, if you feel the need for speed, Microsoft has released their Top Gun Maverick DLC for Microsoft Flight Simulator. Now you can light the fires and kick the tires or do whatever it is that you do as a Pete Mitchell or anybody that you want to be in the cockpit. You can fly an FA-18E Hornet in the flight simulator and bust a tower. So lots of fun. Download for free right now if you have Microsoft Flight Simulator, and but no appearance by Penny Benjamin or Iceman, unfortunately. So.
All right, good job on that one. Yeah, Iceman, yeah, great one. You got to watch the first one.
Yeah.
Promise me
that movie. Come on.
Promise me you'll watch Top Gun.
Top Gun? Sure.
Sure.
Now,
Yes,
so
I will watch it.
Oh, it's actually on Netflix?
The original is on Netflix now.
All right. Let's move on. Yeah, good little note there about Microsoft. And you want to talk about a stock that's been super strong today. Again, welcome to the show here. As we're just having some fun on a Friday, it's a long weekend. We want to say thanks to Ken Vo again. Cheers, Tony.
Thank you.
For that one. Thank you for that beer.
Very generous,
I'll take a sip after, but I'm just going to talk about that right now. Microsoft has been another super strong name that I feel like this is a portfolio builder, man. You want to be able to buy it. This is one you were talking about, the rich guys investing into stock. I really believe Microsoft is one that you got to get into. A nice little move downside, obviously on the daily chart. As we know, a lot of tech names have been clobbered over the last little while. But this little bottom that was just put in Apple and in Microsoft, obviously, I've been dollar cost averaging these names, and it's sucked because, it's just been going to the downside, but not super violent. And I just feel like Microsoft has that moat around it. They have Azure, and they have the Windows that just seems to be keeps on going. We had a good report from Dell today or yesterday. We know that Warren Buffett and Berkshire Hathaway is an HPQ. So I just feel like if the computer realm of PCs is still pretty strong, then Microsoft still has that Windows behind it. They have Xbox. You want to talk about gaming, like Justin was just talking about a little bit with Microsoft and some of the stuff that they're involved with. So there you go, man. I mean, it's just, I really like the Microsoft chart here. I think you got to break above the 50 period, obviously, but this 275 is here pretty quickly. We were just down to 250 last week. So a nice little move back for Microsoft. And that was part of why I wanted to go short Apple was I just was like, the NASDAQ, another monster day today. Like, are we going to hold these gains going into the close? The answer appears to be yes, Tony.
I think so. And like you were mentioning about Apple, I think 150 is a real possibility here as we are now printing above 149. I think the Qs have now hit a high of day, well above it, I believe, printing 308s on the futures. I think it's slightly delayed, but well above, close, I think, 12,650 at this point. So very, very strong close into the long weekend. Again, we're talking about us being surprised that the tech rally just keeps on going into power hour because we thought people would take profits after what was like 6% recovery from the bottom this week. But I guess it's the short sellers that are covering because the markets are looking strong as ever heading into this close. Massive reversal from the I think 7-week drop over in the Dow Jones. So great reversal. This might be the short-term bottom here. Hopefully you can see a few more weeks of reprieve. Gives me a little bit of chance to pay off my credit card so I can start to...
I'm talking about that.
I'm trying not to, but at 23% APR, you don't go to sleep very sound knowing that the interest is accruing against you. So that's pretty much what's been on my mind. But when you're trading, you always think about like day trader analogies. I feel like I'm not sure if any of you guys take the subway or ride the bus, but I made an analogy between something like a bag holder and individuals waiting for the bus. If you ever you try to ride the subway, a train or whatever, and you don't know when the train's coming, but you get there and there's no people, well, that's something really concerning because the train just left without you. But at the same time, it's like when you see too many people there, it's like, well, is the train even going to come at all, or is the train out for the day? So just like bag holders, you kind of want a little bit. Bag holders just like diamond hands, but they don't want to take their losses. They want to realize their losses. So I guess to me, what I like to see is that if you have a strong stock, it's down from like its 52-week highs, you buy a little bit because there's people holding higher against the current level, and they're not going to sell very easily. They're going to be ride or die. But at the same time, if you're going to buy into a stock that's been down like 97% from its all-time highs, your entire audience that are investing with you are those bag holders. So, there's not going to be any chance for it to even rally against you. So the way I was seeing it, you want some bag holders along with you and some not, just like how if you want to wait for the bus, you kind of want to see a few people there. That means like, they've been waiting for the bus for a while already. The bus hopefully is going to come soon. But, just analogies I've been thinking about in terms of whether or not you want bag holders on your team in terms of your investments.
Bing bong, as we're talking about subways right there. So you've upset Prad.
Oh, I did. Oh,
and I'll tell you why, because he's all like, oh, why does Tony get to have black charts and I have to have white charts?
Wait, I'm not allowed to have
please turn your charts, do you know how to do that? Just please turn them white, because I don't need a drama queen over there to be like all in my grill about that. But yeah, change them to white, and that's a good point. Thank you. Trader Prad for that one. I think it just looks visually a little bit better.
More consistent, yes.
For our thing there. Okay, so yeah, that's just something that we do here. It is the producer. He does prefer to have that. So let's change that up.
Yes.
Tony. Okay, so yeah, again, Bing Bong, we're into Siga right now. So this is another name here where Siga's up 44%. Like, I'm just going to use kind of like reverse logic. Obviously, my selling off in the NASDAQ doesn't seem to want to work. But what about if, first of all, you know what? I'm like just about to just say, you know what, forget this and just go short Apple again, just out of pure vengeance. But I don't really want to do that. You know, what if chicken pox, monkey pox, whatever the heck it is, starts to rear its ugly head again this weekend, right? I mean, that could be something here. We have the CDC, the WHO coming out, talking all about this. What if monkey pox starts getting a little out of hand there? What does that mean for SIGA and where they're going to be on Monday, right? So let's take a little shot here. I mean, we always say zoom out and have a look, but really, I just want to play momentum right now. If Neil was here, he might be talking about shorting some of these tops, which would be fine as well. We've already been up here to 15 before, so we definitely have to watch out for that. You're down sub now 13. We're going to get out if we break below this 1350 or so area. I mean, I'm always trying to use that as a relative spot to get out. So if it comes back down, and I know that this is 1350 right in there, so let's zoom in again. It's back to the 50 period. We've averaged in on it. We did take that first break of 1410 there. That didn't work, so now we'll average in, holding it back to 1350. Hopefully that will work out for us. I don't know. But what is working out for us, spin the money at least on one trade here, and that's AMC. Because right now AMC's back to that 1445 spot. So this is now at day's high again. We had AMC early today, guys, down here at 1290. Our best out on that was 1340. We got it the last 10% for flat, and then we just took it again on a pullback in and then a move back up. So right here, I like AMC long. We're in this trade. Let's see where we go from here. What's up, Brendo?
Speaking of AMC and GME, I'm trying to figure out how this is sending the stock higher right now. But anyways, this is GME just popping up a little bit. This is Ryan Cohen's Twitter account, apparently in Quebec right now, checking out a GameStop store in Quebec right now. So what up to Ryan Cohen?
GameStop, yeah. So, I mean, I'm hoping that AMC can get going off some of that, but we'll check GME quickly. I know Brendan was just looking at it. I was in it. Oh, okay. So it did dip down to 132 and then made that big move again. We were in it just literally, this is 1 minute. Like, it broke 135. We're like, okay, I should have noticed. Well, it doesn't matter. It broke through the range anyways there on GME. And then we got out. Same, this is a minute candle. So that's how violent that was. Not a big position. Just thought that we could get through there. But then it fell back into 132. So you might have a decent base going on right now on GME, but AMC seems to be the one that really wants to get going there. Might as well flush ourselves down the toilet again, because there goes Siga, a downside. So we're trying, and then it's like, you know, it's like I have. Not to say that you're a curse or anything, Tony, because I do not believe that to be the case at all, right?
Totally
but
not.
it's I sit here, and then in the same minute, my GME gets cracked. About 5 minutes later, this Siga trade gets cracked. So, but we're both in AMC, and it's continuing to work. My good friend Justin over here, of course, all over technology, all over media, tells me right now that there's some Disney news today, which is kind of exciting because Disney's a nice little move to the upside here. And this is another name that's up 10% in a very little amount of time. You were just yesterday, I believe it was, or 2 days ago anyways. Yeah, it was actually sub 100 actually back on the 12th.
$99.
We broke back down below, yeah. And then just on the 24th, we were down to $100 again. So it's the 27th now. So you're just, at the beginning of the week, we touched 100. You're up 10% in a straight line here, Justin. What is that Disney news?
On the news that they are releasing the sequel, rather, to Rogue One. So if you got Rogue One a couple of years ago, Andor coming up, premiering August 31st with the first 2 episodes in a 12-episode series, bringing back some of the existing cast, or the existing cast from the previous movie. Looking forward to that. So good way to stay home and avoid monkeypox. And shout out to Jeff from the Zach Hyman fan club in the chat. What's up, Jeff? Hope you're having a great day.
Yeah, Zach Hyman fan club. Yeah, that hurts for the Maple Leafs. Of course, we were talking about this earlier. The Leafs had to give up Zach Hyman because of the fact that we couldn't pay him what his current market rate was, and Edmonton grabbed him. So shout out to former Leaf Zach Hyman there, and everybody in the chat as well. Yeah, only one position right now, and I am like so close, man, to putting on another Apple short, just because I'm really thinking like into the weekend, this market sells off. But I don't believe enough in that to do that, right? I mean, I know that I was gonna say, like, if you were Neil, he could probably say a little bit more about, like, believing in a trader and stuff like that, because you don't have too much day trading experience.
I don't believe in it. I don't believe myself, yeah.
Yeah, it's just like, I'm thinking, I don't want to short Apple. My note this morning, it's on the sticky note, go long Apple. We were long Apple early. It's just, I'm having a hard time. Like, this NASDAQ is just rocking to the upside right now. It just keeps on going. So I don't know, man. Instead of going short, maybe I'm just thinking the wrong way here. Is there any trades that you guys are looking at? We took Sega. That didn't work out as it's just flat again now. Netflix could be something there. We were long Netflix the other day, but this is back to $194. Wow. Back up to $200 right now. You know what? Maybe you're right. Who just put that in there? Super SPAC Man. What's up, Super SPAC Man? Hope we didn't put too much money in SPACs. Yeah, Tesla right here. Forget about the daily chart. We don't need to look at that. But yeah, wow, grinding 7% today. Jeez. Upside for Tesla, as that one just keeps on motoring to the upside. And again, if you're going to use the 50-period moving average, I mean, you're long this and not even thinking about getting out right now, as you're $3 away from that 50-period moving average, all the way up to 755 right now. So wow, yeah, this cool. Name just keeps on motoring to the upside. Tesla right now, definitely working. Let's check in on its stepbrother Rivian here quickly. Rivian, so that's up 6%. Let's check out NIO. I just want to have a quick look at all of the EVs here. NIO, another one. Come on, load. Okay, that's dragging down a little bit. Only up that 3%. That reminds me, what about Alibaba? We had a big move in Alibaba. If there's anything I want to short, it could be this name. Like, as if. This is the chart here, Tony? You think you can find a trade on that?
No.
Oh, maybe it's right here. Maybe if we break 92.80, we just take that short. But is it really going to continue to the downside there? I don't know. Oh, man. I guess it's just going to be Apple. Do I really put this Apple short on, guys? I don't know. Stock Trading Club has a nice little Apple. Hey, what's up, Stock Trading Club? I hope your club is very profitable right there. But Apple right there. Shorting Apple? I don't know. Can you please check out AMD? Krishna. Okay, I'll do that for you. I recognize your name. You've been here for a while. Let's check out AMD. This is by far my biggest loser today, man. It sucks because you guys on the morning show, just follow what you say, man. Sometimes not what you do. I said maybe AMD continues to motor all day. It's been relatively flat into here. Nice little move to the upside, bouncing off that high a day. Like, pick your poison, man. You want to short AMD or Apple, either one of these. I don't think you want to go long now, but hey, the market's busting higher. The long might be the right play here, Tony.
Oh, I think so. Wow. And I'm still long this position, but I think we're trying to have a little bit of an issue breaking above the 14.5 area. I'm still in at around 14.19, so a couple cents in the profit now. However, this does seem to be fading just a little bit. AMZ. I was also in the Sega trade. I cursed your position just a little bit.
Now don't tell me it's back up, man.
It might be. I'll take a look at it. It's coming back a little bit, 13.61. I was in at around 13.6, so flat for me.
Long on Rivian till 4 o'clock.
It seems kind of quiet. I think all quiet on the Western Front heading into the close now. I think NASDAQ made its move for the day. Doesn't seem to be much of a reversal. Looks like it's all quiet. I think some people, such as Neil, left work early. A few traders as well, possibly, just to enjoy the long weekend. So you might see some muted volume this Friday into the close. But again, huge rally. If you take a look at some of the other large names in the market, Facebook back to around 195, 196. This is the area that we were before the Snapchat revised guidance came out. I believe it was this Tuesday or Wednesday. So a really good recovery story. Let me change this back to light as well. But yeah, pretty much back to exactly where we were back on Facebook over here. What else? Snapchat back to 15.6, huge recovery. the overall market, it's like everything's up today. Even some of the larger cap companies. PayPal up 6% for today. Roku almost testing 100 again. But yeah, this is at least a daily tech rally. But then again, you see the largest tech rallies or rallies in general during bear markets. So it's very possible to give up all these gains again once we move into next week. Short week, though, probably not too much action to see there. However, all I can say is it's a very impressive rally for the short term. Again, I am happy that I won't need to max out yet another card to save my positions. But yeah, I think at this moment I would not be short going into the weekend, though anything could happen. So I think for the moment I will just continue trading SIGA until the market closes. I think this is a name that could really pop off over the weekend if we have more monkeypox news, although I am very surprised that this is a name that completely dropped come this Monday. Gapped up pretty well. I saw this thing trading at 17 in the pre-market, but very muted reaction intraday. And this thing, I believe, was testing $10 that day. So this is one of those names which is like holding COVID stocks during like the beginning of the COVID season. You don't really know which way it's going to go based on news headlines, but if you want an explosive trade, you want to take risk, you want to lose sleep at night, at least seeing how your positions open Monday, I'd say SIGA's the name.
Yeah, Sega's definitely named to lose some sleep. Just quickly before we go to Brendan, I want to give a big shout out to Carlos here. Thank you, man. It was a great call, NVIDIA. I talked about buying that name early on. We did have that long in our accounts here. I'm long on my own account. It was a great long there, swinging long at 161 and still in. Congratulations to Carlos. What's up, Brendan?
Quickly, guys. ONCT, one we talked about early on this morning, if you joined us in the morning show. Just taking out 150 here. Volume coming back in. Remember, this was positive cancer-related or cancer trial drug that came out on the positive side.
They want you on every Friday.
Every Friday? Oh, wow. That's.
But I don't know. I mean, you got to speak to Neil. You got to speak to Neil about that one. Yeah. In Canada, we had something with KFC called Toonie Tuesdays.
Toonie Tuesdays.
Where you used to be able to get, I think it was like 2 pieces of chicken and fries. But I think now it's like $5 Tuesdays with inflation and everything like that. Oh, they still do it?
No, they do Tuesdays. I don't think they do Toonie Tuesdays. Toonie gets you like half a leg nowadays, I feel like.
Half a leg, yeah. It might get you like a nuggie on that. Chicken tendies. We got chicken tendies right now going on AMC. We'll see if we can hold some of that. But we were just talking about Rivian, and then in an attempt to steal Brendan's job, Justin goes, I got news for you on Rivian. So what you got there, Justin?
Not trying to steal Brendan's job, but just trying to make you aware of the fact that Frank Klein, starting at Rivian on June the 1st, who will be overseeing production, manufacturing, engineering, and their supply chain against the backdrop of 90,000 orders in the United States and Canada and some pretty significant losses because of supply chain constraints in production bottlenecks. So some good news there, and certainly I think impacting the stock as well. And that is going to be it for my coverage of what's happening in media and tech and flight simulators and Oilers hockey. For a lot of these insights, make sure to sign up for the Day Trade Opening Bell newsletter at daytradetheworld.com/opening. You will get all of our day trading insights, content from the Trader TV YouTube channel, and a picture of Dancing Tony at the bell. So there you go.
I think you had people subscribing and then you dropped that Dancing Tony thing. So hopefully that also creates some excitement there. But thank you. Yeah, the opening bell. I think that's a great newsletter. Why don't you open up a website, find it, and then we can show it on their website. It's called a browser there, Sean. Why don't you open up the browser, call it up, and we'll show it to you. It's a free resource, and I think it's for Day Trade the World. Great articles, great talk there if you are new to trading, as many of our traders are here, Tony, at Day Trade the World. We have over 3,500 traders actively trading on our platform, and here it is right there, the opening bell. If you want to scroll around a little bit, some articles, whatnot going down there. Completely free. I believe it's every second Tuesday. I don't know why you picked that.
Just a better day of the week to send email.
Oh, is it? It's like statistically?
Statistically, it's a better day of the week to send email. Monday's too busy because people are coming off the weekend, so Tuesday is our next best day.
Look at this guy, not just a handsome face over there.
Not just a handsome face, not just long hair and a beard, but also got some smarts. So, thanks, Mom.
Cool, man. Yeah, awesome. So please sign up for that as soon as possible. The opening bell. Google it. Go to daytradetheworld.com/opening bell, and you will find that for you as well. Tony, I'm dancing with the devil one more time. So let's see if we can't get catapulted out of oblivion here. with another Apple short.
Yet again.
So yet again now, I am ready to rock and roll. Thank you, Justin, for coming through one more time. Do not go behind us or you will get in trouble, as Prad has gotten in trouble for going behind us before. Correct, Prad? Yeah, no comment on that one. But Tony his charts, thank you, Justin. Tony's charts are now white. For that one, so Prad can sleep at night. Yes. And we are really happy to go on that one. Tony, the audience really, really wants you here every Friday. You can commit to coming here, but it's just maybe as a guest, things like that. But, with Neil just la-di-da taking off Friday afternoon, I told Brendan, as soon as I found that out, I was texting all my friends like, yo, let's go golfing. I'm taking some time off. Because now that I see how amazing you are on the show here, I think we could take some time. I even said to Brendan, both of us can't go because you want to do Brendan's job one day?
Jeez,
that might be a little bit
I want to take everyone's job here, and I'll be a guest.
That's the thing. Yeah, he's too high demand, this guy, Tony. He's too very, very high demand around here, so we'll ease back on that. Again, another big shout out to our viewer. Thank you, Cam Vo, for sending these drinks, man. They got to us very, very safely as well. Yes, there it is, man. Sega rising now. Oh, no. Apple. Yeah, so about that Apple short, I'm just kind of playing around now, but there it goes up to 149.25. Like, you're playing around, but you're still losing money. That's the whole point. We were trying to, and again, it's going to be a small hit. Like, I'm short at 10s here, 07s. We're going to get out very, very soon. This takes out 149.25. We're gone. Like, that was literally 15 cents worth of risk. Here it goes. See ya. This is going to come out in a minute. Oh, maybe not. But it's going to come out in a minute, most likely. We're trying to just dance with this. My theory here is quite simple. It's just the NASDAQ overproducing this week, to say the least. It has been beat down, so there's no doubt that there's some rallies here. And it's like, if I just followed the notes, it talks about NVIDIA continue the long, Apple continue the long, all this. But honestly, like, I kind of just threw it out there that Apple might get to 150 today. I mean, what a great move. We're long in our own account down here at 138 or 137.70 or something was the last buy we did. That's fine. I mean, it could even go lower than that, so it doesn't really matter. I was buying Google, I'm buying Facebook, like all these names. So it's not like these have been great calls, but it's just like at some point I felt like the NASDAQ wanted to give something back. Okay, Apple, I see you. That's a big move downside, so I'll just put something on the bid and cash out a little bit. We'll ring a little bit of a register there, but wow, we were 2 pennies away from getting out there. So very lucky not to do that. So let's not count our eggs before they hatch here, but right now it is starting to fade out a little bit. What's up, Brendo?
Just a heads up on NIO. This was actually a little bit earlier, but Electrek reporting, guys, that NIO is looking to hire some key executive level positions for a U.S. manufacturing facility. So a heads up on NIO.
Ooh, NIO. Yeah, good little name there. But this is kind of strange, but I'm making back like almost 10% of my whole day right here just on this move. So
that's an incredible
very,
call. Very
lucky to have that back. We were willing to take the L on it as well. So it's not like, we're proud of this move. It was short. We were almost out of it. But there it is right there, Tony, right back to that 50 period. So again, that's something that I think everybody should at least add to their charts a little bit. It doesn't have to be a 50 period. I kind of back-tested this. There is 60 period. There's anything. There's VWAP as well. And by the way, where's my VWAP? Oh, there it is all the way down here. Yeah, so this is the problem, is that when a stock gets extended like this so much, these VWAPs are just so low. So right now, I'm in scalp mode. So we've talked about that earlier. Some of these moves, we take upsized position and then get out quicker. Just like I was willing to lose 17 cents there on this trade, we're now in the money 25 cents. So we'll start to take a little bit more out here on Apple. And look, I mean, we were very close to getting ticked out of that. So as I said, let's just start to take a little bit more out. I don't know if we have an imbalance number. I mean, Prad's right. Oh, there it is. Sorry, my bad. It's in the note right there. 251 million in our chat there. And again, we are not associated with Financial Juice, but that's where we pull the number from. For those of you asking, it's a Twitter handle and it's Financial Juice if you're looking for that. And some of you even on the chat often posting it. So if you guys on the chat have a different number, let us know and we will do that. But I pray I'm wrong, says Lowenthal, but I see Wednesday, Tuesdays, absolute bloodbaths. Yeah, next week could get nasty again. I mean, we do have Fed coming again in June 14th and 15th, so we're about 3 weeks away from that, Tony, and we're going to get another half-point interest rate hike, and then another half-point after that in July, and then we'll see what happens after that. But they're very aggressively hiking right now, which is not good for credit card debt, because as those rates go up, as do the credit cards. Do you think they're taking on those interest rate hikes? Well, no, it's called pass it on to said consumers. So, okay. Yeah, so far so good. All right, so Flame Boy, what's up, Flame Boy? You went long SQQ when I shorted Apple. You went long SQQ. Okay, so thanks for making money. Yeah, spin it. Good call right there. That's a good one, man. Flame Boy, yeah. SQQ is the triple levered short Qs. So he went long that when I went short Apple. So far, so good. Man, that's working out. Flame Boy. Oh, you know what I was thinking about? And honestly, let's just do this. I'll speak to the producer about this. But honestly, I want to bring back a segment that we had not too long ago. I think it would be great for Prad's show. I think it would be great for our show. Every show is Guest Trader of the Day. Brendan, let me see Brendan's face here. What do you think, Brendan? Guest Trader of the Day?
Yeah,
yeah.
Sure.
Okay, so yes, so that's it. We're gonna re-implement that one. Just pretend you're Neil. Neil, what do you think about Guest Trader of the Day?
It's an amazing segment.
There we go.
I watch it every day.
All right, so all three of us agree. Prad, what do you think? Yep, okay, that's not threes, that's okay, so we will do that. I think Guest Trader would be fantastic. Raise your hand up if you want to be one of our guest traders there in the chat. We'll set up an email address specifically for that, so it's not like whoever raises their hand first or anything gets to come on.
Discord,
yeah, we can do it through Discord as well. There's going to be lots of possibilities for this. We'll figure it out. But it was really cool, Tony, because we used to have, shout out to, it used to be Jarhead on our chat. Daryl's been on here before. I believe we had Russell Jackson on before. We had trader formerly known as Jude Fernando, I believe, was on there. A lot of traders were on here before, and we had like a little small pip for them and then gave them the floor, man. Like, talking, trading, all that kind of jazz. So it was really fun to do that. I think we should bring that back. And not just I think. If I'm saying something, you better believe that's going to get done. So Guest Trader of the Day will be coming back very, very soon. We're still waiting for better mics and technology to come through. And we just had a big change now. So as you know, Lucas is going to be on the ones and twos in a minute? No, okay. But we just got the new desks in there, you know, the new cameras, everything like that. So we're ready to rock and roll here. As Apple trying to fall down, it's still $251 to buy. So maybe if this imbalance comes out, look, we got some more out right into here, right? I mean, I'm not even really looking at charts. Just as it falls down, we're trying to piece out some of this, right? We're trying to make a little bit back. But you can see the NASDAQ, though, had no love, man. It went down, and then it was like, no thank you. And now it's starting to go back upside. So, hey, we're going to have to wait for these imbalances maybe to get this market back down.
Just like Apple folded right back down. So that was a great call, by the way. I think you're now like at least 50 cents in the money, or if you cover at the bottom there. Like you said, almost stopped out. I was like, are you really going to short this at the high of day? But no, I was proven wrong. That was a great trade. Not sure how you managed to pick that one up, but the Qs folded as well, right back down. Maybe we will see a little bit of a sell-off perhaps heading into the long weekend, like you were saying. People taking just a little bit of profit after a huge run-up in NASDAQ as well as in the rest of the indices. Of course, tech was hit the hardest because a lot of these names don't really have positive. Well, I guess NASDAQ 100 is just trading on higher P ratios in general. So when you ever have like a market sell-off, usually these numbers get a lot lower. You're not going to see a lot of the industrial sell-off too much because their P ratios are really a bit low as it is. But with tech in the tech space, every time you see a recession, the P crunch will occur, and that's when you start seeing lower multiples and a higher sell-off in NASDAQ. But good to see a very strong reversal, very convincing. Could see a bloodbath next week for sure. So very fascinating to see what happens then. Memorial Day, we will be off
Memorial
on
Day weekend.
Monday.
Tony, here's this. Watch this graphic coming out right now. Where's my, there it is right here. Check the graphic.
Ooh.
Barbecuing.
Gonna do something.
What's your favorite thing? Let's say meat, I guess. I mean, I don't know if you're barbecuing pineapples. What's your favorite meat to throw down on a barbecue?
Whatever's inside the Whopper. I don't know what it is, but whatever that meat is. The Whopper, yes, I love it. Burger King all the way.
Meat on waffle?
No. Whatever meat is in a Whopper.
I think it's beef. I don't know.
You think?
It could be. I don't know. I don't know, honestly. But whatever it is, it's pretty solid. I'll have some of that.
Okay. Yeah, it's beef. It's beef.
It's beef. Okay, that's good. That's good.
Yeah, it's beef. Okay, here, I'm just going to I'm just going to, pardon me for a minute. So if you ever have a hamburger, it's generally going to be beef.
Yeah.
And then if it's not, it's probably going to say like super chicken. What do you that would not be beef.
No, that would not be
right.
beef.
So yeah,
I
whatever meat is in a Whopper.
I know
this
it's
guy's
beef.
killing me over here.
I mean, I know it's beef. I just don't know if it's like beef product as well inside the burger.
I get it.
So,
Processed beef.
Yeah, processed beef, whatever that
Okay,
is.
but on that note, honestly, yeah, one of my favorite things to barbecue up is burgers, but I like to make them myself.
Yes,
so
that's the way
go
to
to
do
the
it.
butcher, and you don't get like lean ground beef or anything like that. If you can get medium's better because you will need to have that fat content in there.
It's higher quality.
Right, but it's chuck. You want to get chuck, right? 80%, right? So it's called chuck. So if you ever go to a butcher, you ask them for like chuck, and that'll be like it's a little bit more fat in there. Makes great burgers. Bison is great as well on that front. And I'm going to ask you this because we had a question the other day. Someone on the chat said, and it was because Neil's here. That's why I was saying Neil. But it was beef or lamb. If you could go without one. Or if you could only, let's make it easier. If you could only have one meat for the rest of your life, would it be beef or lamb?
Whatever the Whopper is, like I'll say.
Whatever
I guess
the Whopper
beef.
is. Okay,
Beef.
so
Okay,
we've
beef.
already done this. Yeah, that's beef. Okay, so beef. I'm a huge beef guy as well. I mean, it's not even close. I mean, I don't think lamb is great. I love lamb. I just think beef, like steak. You're talking about the burgers. I mean, there's so many different things there.
Yeah.
Meatballs, come on, man. I
Can't
mean,
go without meatballs.
You know, like honestly, my grandparents would be rolling around in their grave there if I didn't choose. The tomahawk. Yeah. I'm all over that. The Wagyu, lamb overrated. People are talking about there. I like lamb. It's not about that, but
You have it often?
No.
No, you don't have it. I don't think I've ever had it in my life. So how
Never
often do you
had
have
lamb. Okay. Next time we go out, Tony, I'm buying you some sort of a lamb kebab or something like that.
I'll take it.
Lots of great places around here. We'll get it, man. At these kebab, yeah, lots of great places here. We'll hook you up with some lamb. It's just less fatty. It depends on the cut, but anyways, I'll explain that as we go. Yeah, lamb chops, roasted lamb. Look, great. Like that a lot. So, all right, let's just keep talking. What goes up must come down and vice versa. So look at Apple right now getting excited here into the close. We only have 5 more minutes before the imbalances come out. I'm a lot less stressed about this position. Obviously, it's still in the money or at the money right now. As it dances around here, we're short at 8s, and that's where we're at, so all is well. But we did just cover that. We're out of half of this trade now as it's just fallen back down a little bit there. So let's adjust our stop order here on Apple because we don't want to get punched more shares than we need. But again, our out is quite simple, man. 149.30, the top of the day. If it's going to break that, then Bob's your uncle, and we're going to get out of here on that one. So Apple, we're testing it one more time. We did make back some money, but again, if it breaks back through 130, then it's basically a flat trade. Remember, we're short at 7s. Our out is 30, so that's 23 cents, right? So down there, we took about that much, a little bit more than that, especially when we get in the 70s, but those are about 25-cent wins. So it's just a 1-to-1 trade right now with me biasing short into the close, hoping for a bigger win. Shout out to Ms. V. Did you see Ms. V yesterday? She was in the building.
Yes, she came by.
Good, I'm glad you were able to see her.
Was she on the show?
Yeah, she was on the show for a
that's
bit. Yeah, we
great.
got the hug in there. We said what's up
amazing.
to her. And she was collecting a package or something. She had something sent here, and so anyways, Ms. V. Okay, I'm still in AMC. Are you?
Oh, I just got out actually a moment ago. 1440.
Good job right there, man. Getting out at 1440. We're at 42. I just put an offer there. Let's just go to 41 now. Why not do that? See if we can get printed at 41 and get out of here, and then just hold a little bit for that eventual bump up to the now it's coming back down up to the upside. So good out there for Tony. I think I'll just market this out. Or no, we can get it. Maybe we can get it out at 40 here if it prints us. There it goes. It rips right through. So nice little win there. I'm going to consider this a little diamond hands. I mean, it's not bad. I mean, we're holding out for the high side there. We held out. We did get a little bit out when it broke the 50 period, and then again on the way up. But hey, I think that's pretty good. We did a good job on AMC. Thank you, Tony, for the good luck on the AMC trade. But here we go. Apple's back to O's. Let's take another piece out. There it is. Look, wow, it's a whopping 8-cent victory there. But That's fine. We're going to now, hopefully this comes back to the downside. Here comes the S&P right now. Unfortunately, I don't know, Prad's typing right now. Yeah, financial juice, still 251 to buy. So what we're talking about, if you're like, hey, what are these guys talking about? Financial juice, that, mocks this. But it's the market on close imbalances. And here they are right now. As you can see, the time is all 9:30. As soon as 3:50, so 3:50, Tony, in 4 minutes, as soon as that comes, we're going to get a brand new update on all of these trades, right? So, you know, you're going to see, hopefully, we're going to see AAPL with an S.
Yes.
Because that means that there are market on close sell orders, which, by the way, I'm going to get another piece out here at 90 if I can, which should send Apple to the downside temporarily. These tend to be temporary plays because once the public sees something, it's over, right? So, I mean, that's the important thing. So right now, we'll ramp it up. We'll thank Financial Juice for that early look, but we will get ready for that right now. Yes, we are the People's Trader. We're almost done the tall boy right now. I know Tony is as well. So we're working on these for you. We're trading. We're talking hockey. We're talking real estate. We're talking crypto. We're talking Ms. V. We're talking Neil. We're talking guest traders of the day. We're talking AMC. Top Gun. We've got Trader Prad in the building now. We've got Brendan. So I think it's been a really great close show, to be honest with you. I couldn't be happier with this. I hope you guys are also enjoying it. We had Justin on the show. Thanks to Justin for that. Did you already talk about that real estate? What are you trying to buy, a house over there?
Oh, no, this is what Neil's looking at. I think he wants to become an agent himself perhaps someday or whatever he's reading over here.
Neil had that. Oh, that's a YouTube. Oh, it's off YouTube. Okay. Yeah, Neil's Brampton for life, unfortunately.
Brampton for life. Oh,
yeah. But you're not Brampton for life, are you, Prad? Let's not get that twisted 1 second there. As soon as I was like, hey, I can get a chance to get out of here, I was like, see ya. No, just joking.
You were in Brampton before.
I really like Brampton. No, I like Brampton. It's just a matter of where, I want to try to live where I work. You know what I'm saying? So, and I know the thing is that, and I've had this discussion with Neil, and he's actually right. And speaking of the devil, there goes Rob. He commutes in as well. If you read, there's nothing wrong with commuting in because you get that time to chill out. You know, it's like a decompressing time. You're there, you're reading your books, you're listening to podcasts. So, hey, look, I respect that game as well. So nothing wrong with that. For me, though, it's a little bit too far to be back and forth on those trains, but I do respect that move, and obviously where your family is as well. I know Neil has family in Brampton, and so, stay close. That's what's important to me too, obviously. But here we go. The market's coming back. Closing bounces now because they're not active, but they're going to get there in a minute. I'm going to put some more bids out, guys. We're layering, and what I mean by that is just putting, sorry. Not layering trades the way that you're not supposed to. But
I didn't
just
hear anything. No, I didn't.
That's fine, doesn't matter. No, what I mean is layering the outs, right? So I'm already in position. See, there it is, another one. So look at my chart. This is what I'm talking about when I'm talking about layering. One there, one there, one there. I don't know if it's going to fall. I'd love to get them all out here if it falls down. So let's wait to see. We are now 45 seconds away from this imbalance. It looks like your boy's gonna hit a home run right now. Let's start dropping some knowledge down there. We're getting some 148.79s right now. Hopefully that can print out. I'm hoping these imbalances go. You never wanna hope about something, but let's wait to see where this goes. Man, this show is really taking a toll on my voice right now as we are into Friday night. I don't know if I've spoken any more on the show than I have today. I'm sorry about that for everybody in the audience right now. But Tony, you've done a great job. Okay, with only 15 seconds to go now, let's see where we go on these imbalances. Look at the NASDAQ. We are down 2.83%. Let's put some more orders on Apple just in case it goes the other way for us. But here we go, ready to rock and roll. And it's right now. The market's starting to go up to the upside right there. We'll punch out a little bit, but not too scared right now. BAC, the market just went up 0.1%. There's Apple. There's Apple comes as a buy. As if my luck there. If this comes as... We're good. We're fine, but I'm still upset because honestly, if that... You see what just happened there?
Yeah.
So we were getting filled at 77.78. All is well, right? Then all of a sudden it comes out a buy and rips up 50 cents?
Yeah, it looks like it.
So if it came to sell, what would have happened?
No, you would have You would have been banking.
Yeah, it would have been banking, right? So yeah, we are a little bit upset, but here it comes, coming back in a little bit now. What else do we want to look at? Disney, we talked about that. Maybe a little bit of action there on the Star Wars. I don't think so, but thanks to Justin for that story. It's still a buy side. And again, Disney up 3% today. JP Morgan, those of you want to give credit for the NVIDIA call, guys. I also mentioned JP Morgan at 118 was a good buy. We actually dipped in down there on JP Morgan. So we're long, I think it was 121 or so. Again, don't know what that's going to do, but I hear Prad saying, and I say back, because right now, see ya, to the downside goes Apple. So we didn't get punked that badly, man. We got a little bit out at 149 when it broke higher, a little bit at 95, and we just took another bit at 70. So the market is fading out a little bit here, even though the imbalance came those buys. I thought it was, I don't know what it came there. It goes, Brendan just said that too as well. 1.9 billion to the buy side there for that market, but that was a pretty interesting take right there.
Wow, I'm surprised Apple went back down on the after pretty much ripping. They're all the way back up above 149. Now back at 148.82. I'm not sure if you closed all your positions there, but
nope.
Ooh, that's right, still shorting, eh? Well, not bad at all, since we still have around 8.5 minutes left. Plenty of time to make profit, more time to the downside. I took out my position on SIGA. Doesn't seem to be doing an awful lot into the close. In fact, volatility is, this looks like a buyout stock, honestly, at least for the past few 5-minute candles, not really moving an awful lot. This thing is up 41% on the day. I think we have a chance for this to really rip higher, I guess, Tuesday morning, since we're closed Monday. See how that goes if we see any more monkeypox news over the weekend. This, GME and AMC, I believe, have massive potential to rip in the pre-market on Tuesday morning. But we shall see what happens. This thing has been very volatile as well in the past days. I remember this was 17 pre-market Monday morning, fell all the way back, I believe, to 9, and now we're back to 13. So it's anybody's guess. This is a very headline-related stock at the moment, SIGA. If I could hold overnight and on my platform here, I totally would. I think this has the potential to rip higher, at least in the pre-market. As for how the actual market reacts to it, we shall see. But overall, great day for the markets, great day for tech stocks, great day for all stocks.
What happened to it?
I know GPS was another name that we were all looking at this morning. Earnings
I was just getting loaded
play.
up
This
for
thing
it.
was down 18%, I believe, in the pre-market. But I suppose retailers also coming with a bit of a reprieve coming in towards the close.
Yeah.
Very nice. I wonder how Target's doing these days. I know Target, even Target's recovering. That's really good. I remember seeing this was at 146 not that long ago, so pretty much in the span of the 3 days, $20 rally, I should say, for Target. That's over 10%. I think Target has always been more of like the, I think for slightly wealthier people, Target, individuals like myself, more of a Dollar Tree type individual. Dollar Tree as well, if you guys saw. Dollar General as well yesterday, great earnings. I think these guys were going to raise their prices, I think, to $1.25. I remember, I think their average cost for the products in their stores is like 43 cents. And I'm seeing some people talk about PDD is running. I think Chinese stocks are also moving a bit higher this week. And wow, PDD is in fact running up 15% for the day. This thing was at $36, I think, 2-3 days ago, and we are now up 30%. So a huge runner there. I see other names being mentioned in the chat today is on last chance for split. Is it going to split like this weekend?
Yeah, I believe it's the third. Was it the third was the date? I think someone mentioned this yesterday there on a split date there for Amazon. You had to be a shareholder as of today, I believe, the close of today. But I thought for some reason I was thinking June 3rd was something that people were talking about. So we'll find Amazon. Yeah, the split is June 3rd. Okay, so and then someone said the 6th. I asked Brandon to confirm this yesterday. I thought it was the 3rd. So I'm gonna go with that. And so that just means that if you are a shareholder as of today, then you will get the new. So what is Amazon? I think it was 20-1, was it? For Amazon. I apologize. I haven't looked at Amazon in a long time, but so basically, if you own shares today, so you can just mark it in right now and just buy them, you will get divided by 20. So if you own one share, you'll get 20 shares of Amazon come the 3rd.
What did you buy like after today, though? Do you just like perpetually hold a large Amazon, or would it not get?
Well, that's what I'm saying. So on Monday, it should be the same thing. Like
right,
all of your, yeah. So we're gonna find out about that.
Oh, I see.
Because that doesn't make any sense. So that's why I don't understand that. Like if you buy it on Tuesday, that's May 31st. So all shares should be split on that day. So I I don't technically know about that story, but we'll find out. Okay, so I don't have to tell anybody this right now, but there's the different pairs. I guess at 355, Apple still stayed a buy or something. I don't know, it just ripped up. We were just covering when it came back into the 80s. So this is actually going to be a great trade for me to end the day, believe it or not. We battled ourselves to go short on Apple. It looks like, was there a big buyer there on Apple I just saw somewhere? Oh, right there. It's only 205, only 20,000 shares. So we'll just work on this, get some out now. We're very light in this trade. We actually now only have 16%, if my math is correct, of my trade on board still. So we actually got out of Apple. We'll run this, man. I mean, we'll get a little bit of money. We've had some bad. Really, the only thing that I'm disappointed today was my AMD BS, guys. AMD, we danced with it a little bit too much in here. This short kind of hurt, that last one that you saw me take. Good thing we got out, though, because it did go back up to the high of the day. We're just wrong on AMD today. We were right with NVIDIA. We were actually right with our first couple trades going long, but then we got caught up in sort of the mentality of the market falling down into the weekend. So yeah, it's going to be a little bit of a hit for me here on AMD today. I still have Amazon on my mind. But yeah, that was really my worst stock. But look at the futures, though. Despite Apple trying to hold up, we could just get out of all this. What time is it? It's 3:57. Well, let's just get out and stop playing these games. But look at the market right now, back to day's high. So that market on close and balance, obviously making some moves there at the end of the day, creating that to the buy side. I think it was 1.9 billion or somebody put there in the chat. So that was a good one. And yeah, good show, man. We thank you again for the beers. Cheers, Tony.
Cheers.
Thank you for coming on. Cheers, Brendan, Pratt, everybody as well. Thank you for all of the show and everybody watching it. As here we go, Apple's starting to go to the upside. We might as well just get out of this one. Oops, I'm clear on the right side. It's starting to go back up, but again, we're almost out of all of this. So good. Nicely done here on Apple. There it goes through the day's high. Wow, Apple, man. These might all be carried forward into next week. What a big week for the NASDAQ.
Yeah, absolutely crazy. Even the ES is moving about as violently. I see S&P up now around 2.5% intraday high. I don't think we've ever seen like a 3-day rally this extreme since pretty much back in March during this temporary rally here. I think we can see a continuation perhaps into next week. I think the sell-off is over for the time being, but again, printing lower lows, I guess, in the grand scheme of things. So we might start seeing, perhaps later into the year, the Qs moving lower and lower. I believe from the bottom, we were close to 30% down, from the previous highs or the all-time highs for NASDAQ. So, I guess it's going to be dependent on the Fed decisions, which we know is going to be 50 basis points for the next few months. But we'll see how the market reacts. Again, the Fed can tell you plainly that it's going to be this, but once it actually happens, the market behaves, a lot differently. So we'll see what happens in the month of June. But so far, a very strong close to pretty much the end of May. So I think that is very fascinating market rally, and I'm glad to be holding stock. And let me just, I think at the moment, I think I'm safe from any other margin calls. So life's good for shareholders of technology stocks.
Yeah, no, this has been a big, definitely a big week, a big month, a big everything here. Not a great month, but it's battled back. So I think to end the month, it's a great little run up for the NASDAQ. As we only have a minute left, let's just quickly look at what these imbalances are at right now. There we go. It doesn't look like there's too much. Disney's still there as a buy, so we get a little bit of an upside move there in Disney with only 1 minute to go. We got to get someone on the bell there. Looks like it's going to be, I don't know who it's going to be on the bell there. I think Trader Pratt is going to be on the bell. I know, there it is. Wow. Not the bell yet. It's almost the bell here. So there's Disney, WFC. It's been a very, very good week here as we only now have 30 seconds to go, man. Thank you, Flame Boy. I mean, it means a lot to me. I'm the greatest mentor ever. Humbled by it, but I don't think that would be the truth. Thank you, Flame Boy, for that one. And look, just have a good time. I mean, I'm very passionate about what we do here, and I hope that just comes across to everybody. Trying to keep it real with everyone. I'm just a normal dude here. Love my kids, love trading, love being on the show, love entertaining. So let's just keep it real right now. With only 7 seconds left, it's bell ring and time with 4, 3. It's the Widowmaker, 2 and 1. It's Fahad. There he goes. He gone. You don't want to mess with that guy. I'll tell you. You meet Fahad in the back alley. You better turn.
Oh, Fahad.
I'm just going to send. I'll leave. someone just rammed their head into the bell. I'll leave it at that. Brendan and Tony, it wasn't you or I, so that was good.
Absolutely not.
Yeah, thank you so much, guys. Thank you, Guy at Flax, everything. This has been a great one, man. It's Friday. We've been having a great time. I hope you did as well. What's up, Brendan? How are the markets?
Pretty impressive, guys. To wrap up the week, let's have a look at how things end off the day. Big time positivity right across the board. 2.5% for the S&P, 3.25% we'll call it for the NASDAQ, 1.5% there for the Dow. There was a big move up in Bitcoin there right at the end of the day. We're still red, down 2%, but nice look. Nice way to end off a positive week. A positive week, guys, if you missed it.
Oh, I forgot to put on the Hear Brendan talk, so I had no idea what he said. Did you have any idea what he said?
I think he said markets were up today.
Yeah, I heard a little bit of that, but there's chaos behind us there, Brendo. So everybody really happy again. Thank you to the viewers sending in some beer for us, get us a little motivated. I'll get the boys to drink the rest of them there. We got to drive home, you know, Brendan and I. You don't drive to work, do you?
No, I just try not to miss my subway.
Yeah, get on the subway. Yeah, no doubt about that. But hey, guys, look, the trade of the day today was GPS. It was a loser, but I learned a lot about that as well, and I hope you did. I hope everyone has a great weekend. Someone said, what's for dinner? Oh, yeah, I put that on Twitter yesterday. For dinner, we had the honey garlic shrimp, the avocado, the bacon. It was a great salad. Wife phoned me today, and I just said, yo, let's barbecue something because I got T-ball tonight. Yeah, it was his head. Oh, I can hear Brendan in my background there. But it's going to be chicken wings.
Chicken wings.
So we have this great jerk chicken sauce that we get from this local place in the Junction. It's absolutely fantastic. It's like the best jerk sauce I've ever tasted. And so I'm gonna get home, I'm gonna marinate those a little bit, the chicken wings. Then I got my girls trying out for like an all girls, like it's like a rep T-ball team. I know, like she's only 7, but you know, she's gonna try out for it. Hopefully she'll make that. So I'm at the ballpark today, 6 to 8. Wow. And then we'll get home. I know it's a little late, but I'll start the barbecue up, crack something like this, you know, enjoy the evening. I hope everybody else has an absolutely great evening as well. Any plans, Tony, before we cut the show?
Oh, any plans? I'm just going to be probably sleeping in a little bit. You know, it's one of the few weekends where I'm not over at the Jays, so try to get some rest in.
I like that.
But, nothing exciting. No, not like you, unfortunately. Maybe someday if I have kids of my own, take them somewhere. Try to be a good dad like yourself. So,
thank you. Much appreciated.
But I'll have to be a long time in the future because I don't see that happening with me anytime soon. But hope you have a great weekend.
Okay,
it sounds
thank
very
you.
exciting.
Yeah, same to you. And thank you for being on the show as well.
Of course.
Brendan, is Top Gun tonight or tomorrow, or what's the situation?
Sunday
Ooh.
afternoon.
Was it hard? Was it hard to get tickets? Or?
That's why I did it, because I was afraid, you know, it would sell out and we wouldn't be able to go. But it wasn't, actually. There was tons available. So
okay, good. All right. Well, we'll see. Hopefully that rallies AMC. Everybody enjoy your weekend, no matter what you're doing. Yes. We're back 8:30 Monday morning. So enjoy your weekend. Tuesday.
Tuesday. That's right.
Thank you, Sharif, and all that. Yeah, Tuesday Memorial Day. Enjoy your long weekend, guys. We'll see you back on Tuesday. Thank you for watching TraderTV.live. Ciao, guys.
Take care.